Like it or not, the video game industry revolves around characters. Whether that's iconic company mascots, the stars of influential landmark games, or just the products of clever marketing, these figures are as much a part of a game's success as its gameplay design or graphical style. And for many of the most famous, they have long since taken on a life of their own. Lara Croft is instantly recognisable even to people who have never played Tomb Raider. Pikachu is the most well-known anime character of all time, despite being one of 1,000 Pokémon. And it should go without saying that Super Mario's global fame has long since eclipsed his place as the golden boy of 2D and 3D platforming. Now, being able to conjure up one of these characters is no easy job, and everyone from massive multiplayer-focused AAA studios to indie developers working for nothing are all trying to unlock the code that will make one of their characters stand the test of time. It can be the difference between Ratchet and Clank and Vex, the Master Chief in Halo and Sergeant Shane Carpenter in Haze, Arthas in Warcraft 3 and Kenji in Battle Realms. It's the fine line between life and death in an industry that will ruthlessly leave behind those that don't make an impact. So this brings us to the focus of today's retrospective, a character and series that somehow buck this trend. You've likely heard of them before. She is a sci-fi bounty hunter born in the earliest years of the industry's most famous company, and the series runs across 16 games and 9 platforms, with it fast approaching its 40th anniversary, a milestone very few others will ever reach. I'm of course talking about Samus Aran and Nintendo's Metroid games, a true icon of the video game industry and so distinguishable from its peers that it lends its name to an entire genre. Yet the story of Metroid is a strange thing. For every influential milestone, there is a misguided experiment. Platform-defining releases are followed by entire generations of absence. It has been under the stewardship of some of history's greatest developers, but has also produced some of its most infamous controversies. And most confusingly of all, despite critical acclaim and longevity the likes of which most publishers would kill for, it has always been plagued by commercial disappointment, lurking in the financial shadow of its iconic Nintendo siblings. It is the medium's greatest contradiction, and today we're going to unpick the cycle of rise and fall that has defined one of the industry's most beloved and mystifying franchises. This is a lengthy Metroid retrospective, and it's time to discover if the galaxy really is at peace. So before we begin, a few brief disclaimers. Firstly, there will be extensive spoilers for every single Metroid game, the Metroid comic series, and the Metroid manga, which should come as no surprise as the whole purpose of this video is to explore every corner of its storied history. Now that being said, Nintendo have a rather heavy-handed approach to copyright enforcement, which means I won't be able to spend large amounts of time discussing the intricacies of the series' music. It will still be covered, but it'll be more holistically, as part of the game's development process or when talking about its effect on atmosphere and storytelling. Another important note relates to fan games. I don't usually cover them in my videos, but they have a special place of importance in the history of the Metroid series, and so while they won't be getting their own section, they will be covered within the context of other games when appropriate. Finally, while this video aims to be as comprehensive as possible, I can't cover every single second of every single game, so if you think something interesting has been left by the wayside, please drop it down in the comments section. I always read and reply to every post, even long after the video has been released, so your contribution will be seen and will be discussed. Anyway, with that all out of the way, let's start our journey into the depths of this series and unpick the complex story of Samus Aran and the fearsome Metroids. The story of Metroid begins in Kyoto, Japan, deep within the headquarters of Nintendo, as 3 young employees in the R&D1 department stand before their boss and, despite having no idea how to design or program, ask for permission to make a video game. Now this might sound absurd, but their boss was the legendary Gunpei Yokoi, a man whose unique approach to video game creation had put Nintendo on top of the industry. In 1980, he designed the Game & Watch Portable, which had sold over 40 million units worldwide, and had worked with a young Shigeru Miyamoto to create both Mario Bros. And Donkey Kong, which were dominating arcades on both sides of the Pacific. He had an eye for innovation and a love of creativity, and this was central to how he ran his department, the aforementioned R&D 1. While most of Nintendo's teams were dominated by programmers and engineers, designing games around technical concepts, Yokoi saw development very differently and allowed anyone in his team to propose any kind of game, as long as it was interesting. It was a chaotic structure, but surprisingly, it produced quite a few successful games, and as Nintendo's focus shifted away from arcades and handhelds, R&D 1 found themselves on the cutting edge of console development, producing classic NES games like Ice Climber, Hogan's Alley, and Excitebike. This is the environment in which we find those three men, Hiroji Kiyotake, Makoto Kano, and Hirofumi Matsuoka, who came to Yokoi and asked if they could make a game called Space Hunter. The idea was that it would be the anti-Super Mario Bros. In place of cartoony visuals and bright colours, it would be dark and gritty, and while Mario raced along avoiding enemies and making precise jumps, Space Hunter would be focused on slow-paced combat and exploration. Yokoi absolutely loved it, and despite their lack of experience, the three youngsters were given 10 months to make the idea a reality, and told to come back with a finished game. Well, unsurprisingly, things went very poorly, and the project quickly became unstuck as inexperience collided with ambition. With the proposed release date just a handful of weeks away, the three young developers admitted that they desperately needed help, and so reinforcements arrived in the form of Yoshio Sakamoto. He'd managed the production of both Wrecking Crew and Gumshoe, and so working as an auxiliary director, Sakamoto had to work out what was salvageable, what had to be redone, and what wouldn't make the cut. The biggest change that came out of this period was to the name. Space Hunter was seen as a little too boring, and so Sakamoto came up with something that would better suit its dark atmosphere. A portmanteau of Metro, which reflected the map design, and Android, which reflected the playable character. The result was Metroid, which was miraculously finished in time for its August 1986 release on the Famicom Disk System, and very quickly it became clear that Yokoi's strange management style had produced another hit. Sales in Japan were very positive, and this led to the game being released on the Nintendo Entertainment System the following year, which brought with it a raft of glowing American reviews and helped push the total units shipped to well over 2 million. Now, given Metroid's critical and commercial success, and the simple fact that it's the starting point for this video, you'd be forgiven for presuming that it enjoys quite the rosy reputation, but funnily enough, this is not the case. These days, the very first Metroid game is generally seen in a slightly negative light, and is often referred to as a proof of concept, rather than a legitimate entry point for series newcomers. Considering that it was ranking highly on best of all time lists as recently as the late 2000s, it's been a strange situation to watch unfold. So today, we're going to unpick how a game can be so influential, and yet seemingly be so disliked. But before we get into that dichotomy, we need to take stock of what Metroid actually is, because it's really not hard to understand why audiences in 1986 were so captivated. Much like most NES titles from the mid-80s, our story is found in the charmingly illustrated instruction booklet, which describes our setting, the Galactic Federation of Planets in the far future. Now, all is not well within the Federation, as while commerce and trade are booming, so too does space piracy. And thanks to the vastness of the galaxy, the interstellar police are struggling to cope. This crisis reaches a head when the pirates attack a research centre housing a mysterious creature, the Metroid, a parasitic monster capable of draining entire planets of their life force. Terrified of the consequences, the Federation dispatch team after team to the pirate stronghold on Zebes, but none are successful thanks to the planet's hostile environment and labyrinthine tunnel systems. The galaxy's final hope is the legendary bounty hunter Samus Aran, veteran of multiple impossible missions, wielder of a powerful suit that can absorb his enemy's powers, and the protagonist of our game. So, as the title screen fades away, we see the emergency order from the Federation. Samus is to infiltrate the stronghold, destroy the pirates' mother brain hive mind, and leave behind no traces of the dreaded Metroids. As far as introductions go, it's pretty low key, lacking the bombast of adventure games like Zelda and Dragon Quest, and instead opting for an empty shot of the Zebes surface, with a slow, dirge-like tune that haunts our mission briefing. This is our first taste of what sets Metroid apart, not its spacefaring storyline or its subversive gameplay, but how it has a unique appreciation for atmosphere that is far ahead of its time. Let's start with the way that Metroid is laid out, because it's extremely distinct from most of Nintendo's other games. Instead of a linear sequence of segmented levels, Zebes is a sprawling, interconnected labyrinth, made up of tight corridors, enemy-packed caverns, and platform-filled shafts that are all arranged on a single map. While the planet is technically split into unique colour-coded areas, like the lava-infused yellows of Brinstar or the cold gunmetal of Kraid's Lair, you're free to pass between these areas at any time, and this is because you don't really complete levels in the traditional sense. Instead, the world exists as an interconnected whole, a maze that you're supposed to explore, searching not only for Mother Brain, but for ways to increase Samus's power in order to better survive. You see, despite our bounty hunter's legendary reputation, at the start of the game, Samus is very weak, and over the course of your adventure, you discover various items that increase your attack, add additional moves, or improve your resources. For example, your laser gun initially has a very short range, which means you have to risk taking damage in order to get close to enemies. But near the top of a shaft, not far from where you begin, there's a statue that holds the long beam, and this allows you to shoot across the screen and obviously presents a pretty major increase in power. Now what's cool about this concept is that the map doesn't flow in a linear fashion, and you often need to travel back to previous locations in order to use newfound abilities. The most famous example of this is on the very first screen. If you head towards the right, as you would in any other side-scroller, you'll quickly find you can't progress, which means heading back towards the left and discovering the Morph Ball, which allows Samus to curl up and pass through small gaps. The rest of the game is structured around ever-increasingly complex versions of this loop. You discover a barrier to your progress, like red doors that can only be opened with missiles, or large gaps that require the high jump, and you have to double back through the accessible space in order to discover the tools that you need. Now this sounds relatively simple, but it can get rather complicated as the map expands, and you build up a large arsenal of verbs. For example, in order to get the Varia suit in Northern Brinstar, which reduces the amount of damage you take, you need to use the high jump boots. But in order to get the boots, you need to blast your way through a wall in Norfair, but that requires the bombs, which you get from the most easterly part of Brinstar, past the location of the very first missile tank at the very start of the game. Compared to the simplicity of Super Mario or Donkey Kong, it is much more complex, and really asks you to think about what you're doing and where you're going, rather than just react to what the game throws at you. Now, on top of needing to use these upgrades to open new parts of the map, they also usually have an effect on the gameplay. New beam types allow you to change how Samus attacks, and as enemies are rather strong, your missiles can speed up the pace of combat. And as virtually every enemy hits quite hard, new energy tanks make a big difference to your survivability. There is a huge amount of both combat and movement upgrades spread out across Zebes, and it keeps your power level constantly increasing as you slowly work your way around the map, providing player progression not by ticking off levels, but by increasing your options and firepower. Now, while this was a very novel approach to video game design in 1986, Metroid wasn't actually the first game to incorporate these sorts of ideas, as both The Legend of Zelda and Dragon Quest had been released earlier that year, and both had approached level design from a similarly open-ended angle. Now that doesn't make Metroid's take on non-linearity any less impressive, but what makes it really stand out from those two is its extremely innovative approach to atmosphere. You see, while Dragon Quest and Zelda had our hero travelling across a huge world, delving into dungeons and discovering magical items, both titles paired this cycle with the reprieve of towns and friendly NPCs. Metroid is devoid of any of this, and from the moment you step foot on Zebes, you are thrust into an utterly hostile world. There are no safe rooms, recharge stations, or friendly characters, just pure isolation and a planet where everything is trying to kill you. It is an unrelenting experience of loneliness and risk, and this was something that Sakamoto wanted to augment with the game's art direction and graphics. Kiyotake and his group of young developers had originally been inspired by the gritty industrial aesthetics of Ridley Scott's Alien, and Metroid represents an attempt to recreate many of its most famous visuals. The creatures of the world are twisted and strange, mimicking H.R. Geiger's blend of the mechanical and organic, and even the Metroids themselves are deeply inspired by the xenomorph facehuggers, latching onto their victims and draining away their life in order to sustain their own. The claustrophobic hallways of the Nostromo clearly informed the map design, and through the use of a black background with a small number of tiles around the edges, it's amazing how well the game replicates Alien's tension-filled mood. Now, that same care is found all throughout the soundtrack, which was put together by composer Hirokazu Tanaka, and is similarly focused on elevating the ominous atmosphere. In Tanaka's own words, the soundtrack represented a living organism, where there was no distinction between effects and melody, and drawing the player into the perpetual night of the space pirate lair. Now, that might be taking things a little too far, but it's impossible to deny the tunes that Tanaka came up with, and they are some of the most iconic in video game history, perfectly complementing a game that wants to be experienced in a slow and considered way. So, with all this ambitious and imaginative design, you're probably wondering how it's possible for this game to end up with a negative reputation. And well, the answer ironically lies in many of the same things that we've just been praising. You see, that desire to create a hostile and uncompromising world has led to a game that is brutally difficult, and lacks anything like the accessible design that you'd find even in 1990s video games. For starters, there's no map of any kind, and the job of recording locations you've been to or might need to revisit is entirely on the player. This can lead to an extreme amount of aimless wandering around, bumping into dead end after dead end and hoping to stumble across an upgrade that might open some forward progress. Sadly, this is all the more confusing because many of Zebez's hallways look very similar, and this means you can become disorientated even if you are keeping track of the game world. Now, this issue is compounded by the game's over-reliance on hidden pathways, which often mean you can walk right past an important location without realising its significance. Take the Ice Beam, an upgrade that is mandatory because it can freeze Metroids, allowing them to be destroyed with missiles. Instead of such an important item being given to you at the end of a zone or after a boss fight, it's tucked away at the bottom of a pit that doesn't even look like it can be accessed. In order to naturally get hold of all of the items, you'd need to meticulously comb your way through every single screen in the game, and this is a gameplay loop that is in total opposition to another one of Metroid's controversial design decisions. One of the main reasons Metroid is so punishing is that when you die, you respawn with just 30 health, regardless of how many additional tanks you've managed to collect. As there's no way to recover your health outside of random drops from killing enemies, this leads to a monstrous grind to recover your resources every time you fall in battle. Often people hand-wave this away by pointing out good places to farm, but I really think that this is just a simple case of the team wildly overtuning the challenge, and in turn cranking up the fear of death well beyond the level required to generate that ominous atmosphere. These twin issues, confusing level design and punishing fail states, make playing through Metroid without a walkthrough a surprisingly rough experience, and this reaches levels of even greater absurdity as you near its finale. At the start of the game, you'll find a room that has two statues that each represent one of the game's bosses, Kraid and Ridley, two space pirate chieftains located on opposite sides of the map, and both whom need to be defeated to access Mother Brain. Now, funnily enough, these two fights are actually very easy and won't provide any issue if you've even found a handful of upgrades, but don't let this trick you into a false sense of security. With the two defeated, the final zone, Turian, opens up, and in here Metroid's difficulty level blasts off into outer space. First, we have to deal with the titular Metroids, who the space pirates managed to replicate, and they are as fearsome as the backstory would have us believe, swarming in from off-screen, attempting to latch onto Samus, draining your health until you hit them with a bomb. On top of this, they're completely invulnerable to your standard gun, and have to be frozen with the ice beam before being destroyed with 5 missiles. It's a hefty chunk of ammo, and it really begins to add up, considering you fight 21 of them en route to the final boss. As if that wasn't bad enough, subsequent rooms in Turian are also full of these hoop bullets that fire in all across the screen, and each zone is separated by a door that requires 10 missiles to open. It's effectively a massive gear check, and unsubtly encourages weak players to go back out into the world and hunt for more resources. Now, even with a completely kitted out Samus, the final confrontation is a real controller smasher. In order to progress through the last room, you have to use missiles to blast through these pillars, and while you're trying to aim, you're being peppered from every direction by turrets and yet more hoop bullets, which regularly knock you all over the place and can trap you down in the lava below. What makes this particularly rough is that if you can't destroy the pillars quick enough, they regenerate health. By the time you finally make it through all 4 sets, you're most likely low on health and missiles, and that's before the boss fight even begins. At the end of the room, sitting above another pit of lava, is Mother Brain, a freakish biomechanical organism resting silently within a glass container. Destroying it requires a mere 32 missiles, which means if you ever run below that amount on your path through Turian, your attempt is over. Now frankly, you could have 400 missiles and this would still be a laughable fight thanks to just how badly Samus is knocked around and how little space you have to work with. If you're knocked backwards, you're almost certainly going to take damage from the lava and be hit multiple times trying to jump back, and being hit forwards traps you in a gap that you can't get out of without freezing a bullet to create a temporary platform. It's difficult not because of the complexity of its mechanics, but because of the sheer random amount of nonsense happening all around you. And remember, with each death, you're sent back to the start of the zone with just 30 health, and have to sit through a lengthy grind in order to be ready for another go. Now when you finally get lucky enough to land that perfect run, the feeling of sheer relief will be cut short as Metroid throws the first of 2 twists at you. Unlike most other games on the platform, defeating the big bad doesn't prompt a congratulatory cutscene, and instead you're met with a warning that the base is about to self-destruct. Behind the ruins of the hive mind is one final shaft, and with time ticking down and your adrenaline pumping, you have to make a surprisingly long series of jumps back up to the planet's surface. The reality is that you have more than enough time, but the sheer tension that you'll feel as you slip and miss jumps, desperate not to have to fight Mother Brain again, is an amazingly cruel but really quite exciting way to end the game. Up on the surface, we're greeted with a wonkily translated message of thanks. With the Metroids and space pirates destroyed, peace can return to the galaxy. But as ever, we have to remain vigilant for future threats. It's your typical 80s video game ending. But then, something unexpected happens. Samus Aran's armour begins to flash, and it's then revealed that he is actually a she. Now in 2023, this is no secret, but it was rather novel in 1986, and the team at R&D1 felt it would be an interesting subversion to have their lead character be a long-haired feminine woman. Strangely, this moment has been somewhat misremembered as the very first time a video game had a female lead character, and that's just factually incorrect, as there had already been many games like Return to Ishtar, Lode Runner's Rescue, Baraduke, and even arguably Mrs. Pac-Man. In fact, this revelation is really aimed squarely at the guys, as it ties into a mechanic that encourages you to dive right back into Zebes. You see, depending on how quickly you can go from that very first screen to the defeat of Mother Brain, large amounts of Samus's armour will disappear, with her stripping all the way down to not much at all if you can beat the game in under an hour. Now this might just seem like a cheeky reward for dedicated players, but this race against the clock is actually at the very core of how you're supposed to experience Metroid, and it's this element that's often missed by modern players and really contributes to that negative legacy. Almost all of the game's flaws seem like massive issues if you view Metroid as a singular experience, where you stop playing as soon as you've seen the credits. But that wasn't really how people approached video games in the mid-1980s. You see, you're meant to play this game over and over, hunting down that elusive sub-1 hour run and becoming an expert in all things Zebes. That grind to recover health isn't so bad if you only die a handful of times, and the labyrinthine map quickly becomes second nature on your second or third playthrough. The fact is, Metroid is at its best when you play nothing else for weeks on end, and this is a distinctly old school mindset that few people are going to be able to replicate. Now that all being said, in the 1980s, these criticisms simply didn't exist, and in both Japan and America, Metroid was considered a very successful game. This might lead you to believe that work would immediately begin on a sequel, but that wasn't really how R&D1 operated. And so, as soon as the game shipped, the team moved on to completely new projects, with Metroid intended to exist as a standalone experience. For Sakamoto and Kiyotake, their next stop was Kid Icarus, which built on a lot of the same ideas and paired up exploration and role-playing elements with a heavy dose of Greek mythology. After that, the two went their separate ways and produced both Famicom Detective Club and Famicom Wars, which were both critically acclaimed and impressively are still going today, with the former receiving a Nintendo Switch remake and the latter living on as Advance Wars. It was clear that the creation of Metroid had birthed some very talented developers with very large aspirations. Given how Gunpei Yokoi ran R&D 1, it's unsurprising that little thought was given to returning to Metroid. For the next 6 years, while Zelda and Mario established themselves as industry icons, Metroid existed as a single game, and any dreams of its future as a major franchise would have looked rather unlikely indeed. So our next chapter once again starts with Gunpei Yokoi, as after seeing his team's success in the home console market, he'd been inspired to rework the Game & Watch and incorporate some of the design of the NES. This led to the creation of the Gameboy, a portable device that allowed owners to change cartridges, and in conjunction with a fantastic battery life and an aggressive sub $100 price point, the device quickly became a hit in every territory when it released in 1989. Thanks to its success, Yokoi pivoted the entire R&D 1 department towards developing for the handheld, but the team quickly came up against a new challenge to their creative dominance. Just a handful of months before the device launched, Nintendo had secured the rights to Tetris, and the Russian-developed block-stacking puzzler became an instant classic, driving the Game Boy to over 35 million units sold globally, and even outselling Mario's handheld debut. Eager to not be outdone, R&D 1 had developed their own puzzler, Dr. Mario, and while it had sold a very impressive 6 million copies, it was still miles behind Tetris, which was by far the best-selling game on the platform. Now, this wasn't a major problem for Nintendo as a business, but it left R&D 1 in a funny position. They'd spent so much time chasing Tetris that they'd fallen behind the curve. Developers like Capcom, Konami and Square were beginning to create much more complex portable experiences, and it looked like the days of simple single-screen puzzlers were fading into the past. So in order to catch up, Gunpei Yokoi asked Hiroji Kiyotake if he could create something that would rival Final Fantasy Legend or Castlevania Adventure, a cinematic experience that would push the boundaries of the medium. It was a huge task, but Kiyotake had massively progressed as a designer and director, and so he felt it was high time that R&D 1 returned to the world of Samus Aran and the Metroids. Now before we dive into the aptly named Metroid 2 Return of Samus, we once again need to discuss its modern legacy, as just like with Metroid on the NES, Samus' first handheld adventure seems to have developed a similarly poor reputation. It's commonly referred to as the weakest game in the series, and at the risk of getting ahead of ourselves, it's had 2 high-profile remakes, which have only reinforced the perception that it's a flawed game with lots of areas that could be improved. Well, after having played through it a few times, I can say with full confidence that I have no idea where this reputation has come from, as Metroid 2 is easily one of the most creative games on the original Game Boy, and well worth your attention. Metroid 2 Samus Returns is a full-blown sequel with its own distinct identity. Not a demake or a reimagining or a port, but the next step in the saga of the Metroid story. And this was something rather uncommon for Game Boy games at this time. While Capcom, Tecmo and Konami produced stripped-back versions of Castlevania, Mega Man and Ninja Gaiden, Kiyotake and his team wanted to do something more, and instead Metroid 2 aimed for a level of complexity that was beyond anything else on the platform. Much like its console forebear, the setup is found in the instruction booklet, and once again it provides some additional backstory and the central goal of Samus's mission. After the events of the last game, where the galaxy came extremely close to obliteration, the Federation has become pretty restless, and hoping to calm interstellar nerves, the Council dispatches a research team to the planet SR3-88, the Metroid homeworld. Much to their horror, they quickly lose contact, and rumours begin to spread that there has been another parasitic outbreak. As the only bounty hunter with any experience of these creatures, Samus Aran once again takes the stage, and is given a brutally simple mission: travel to SR3-88 and exterminate the Metroids once and for all. Just like on Zebes, the mission objective is the entirety of the game. You start on the surface of the planet before descending into a complex of caverns and tunnels where you acquire power-ups in order to hunt down 39 Metroids that are hidden within the depths. At first glance, it probably looks and sounds very familiar, but Metroid 2 introduces a great deal of change and feels very distinct from the hardcore difficulty and disorientating exploration of Samus's last outing. Firstly, there has been a major uplift in visuals, and despite being developed for a low-powered handheld, Metroid 2 looks substantially better than the first game, combining much more detailed sprites with the same mixture of black backgrounds and environmental tiles. It's once again all in service of a claustrophobic and imposing underground atmosphere, but thanks to the increased detail, it's now much easier to make out what everything is supposed to be. Destructible blocks now have visible cracks, dead ends are much more clearly illustrated, and enemies aren't just random clusters of pixels. All changes which not only look nice, but help keep the focus locked onto the action and mood. The crowning jewel is Samus Aran's new chunky sprite, which, compared to the pixelated stiffness of Christopher Belmont in Castlevania Adventure or the chibi models of Final Fantasy Legend, look positively next generation. The actual design of Samus's spacesuit has always looked pretty damn cool, but this was the first time that it was really shown off in-game. With a whole host of smooth animations, Samus looks and feels like the powerful bounty hunter that we read about in the manual. Now this is particularly important because Metroid 2 has a very different tone to the first game, one which is much more intense and really leans into the finality of the mission to wipe out the Metroids. Here Samus isn't a weak Lone Ranger, but a silent Terminator, and where the lack of dialogue and NPCs in the last game made for an isolating and lonely experience, on SR388, Samus is now an invader, wordlessly tearing through the planet, gutting the ecosystem, and carrying out her orders with little hesitation. This is something that is excellently subverted during the finale, but before we reach that point, we need to talk about the gameplay, which has been similarly redesigned to suit this new tone. From the moment you step off Samus's ship, it quickly becomes apparent that our hero's starting power is much higher, and this makes the action and exploration a great deal more enjoyable. Upgrades like the long beam and the morph ball are available from the very start, and in combination with an improved set of movement abilities, like crouching and firing downwards, you don't feel at such a disadvantage. Critics might say this lessens the sense of danger and the impact of finding upgrades, but I think there's a line between accessibility and disempowerment, which Metroid 2 walks nicely. Now that isn't to take away from the new abilities, as they are all extremely creative and really redefine how you approach the planet's environments. Early on you find the Spider Ball upgrade, which allows your Morph Ball to stick to walls and ceilings. Instead of being simply used to get around obstacles, this is paired with a change in how the areas work, as from that point on they become much more open, and you need to think about using this skill to get up to overhanging outcroppings, or find secret tunnels in the ceilings. The same thing happens later on with the Space Jump, which allows you to chain your spin jumps and effectively causes Samus to fly. Seems like a huge advantage in a game that revolves around platforming, but from here, SR388 shifts into a series of monstrous caverns that balance this newfound power with hosts of flying enemies and perilous drops. Along with cramped tunnels that you have to roll through and a heavy dose of traditional action platforming, it just feels like there's much more variety in both the environments and gameplay. Nowhere is this more apparent than in its huge spread of boss fights. Where Metroid 1 had a paltry 3 unique bosses, the sequel comes loaded with 39 Metroids that come in 4 different classes. While that sounds like an absurd amount of encounters, it's really well paced and ramps up in tandem with your own increases in power. At first the Metroids are basic Alpha Metroids, which simply swarm towards you and need to be blasted with missiles, but as you progress deeper underground they increase in size and complexity, transforming from Alphas to Zetas to Gammas and finally ending up as huge Omega Metroids. What's particularly clever is how these encounters are hidden throughout the game. Sometimes you'll come across a broken Metroid shell that tells you there's a recently evolved one nearby, but often they'll appear without any warning, resting at the end of a tunnel or hidden away at the bottom of some chasm. Because you're so conditioned to hunt around for missile upgrades and new abilities, this adds a nice sense of jeopardy, but your exploration has another dimension to it. Now something we haven't addressed yet is the game's structure, which is usually the main point of criticism that comes up whenever anyone discusses Metroid 2. Instead of the game taking place across a large non-linear map, the world of SR388 takes Samus through a set of 10 areas that always play out in the same order, with each unlocking as you defeat a set amount of Metroids. For many people, especially those more familiar with games still to come in this video, this is an unwelcome change, as freeform exploration is a fundamental part of what makes the series so unique. The thing is, I think that the linearity in this game is often pretty massively overstated, and this change to the structure is not only necessary but executed really well. Most of the zones are pretty big and laid out in such a way that you do have to wander around and experiment with your abilities in order to fish out every single Metroid and open the path to the next area. For example, in Area 3, the bottom of the stage is a series of deep shafts full of Gamma Metroids, but just above that is a huge ruin that lies in a single enormous cavern, and there are all sorts of hidden upgrades in the structure and surrounding area. In addition to this, off to the side is an entirely different section that works more like an assault course, where you have to dodge fiery traps in order to hunt down a lone Alpha Metroid that's protecting an energy tank. That's a lot of potential non-linear gameplay for a single one of Metroid 2's levels, and almost every single moment of the game functions along these lines, with secret bosses, optional upgrades and hidden zones all ferreted away in the game's large areas. Even the way the zones flow together is designed with more care than you'd expect, as rather than separating the levels with load screens or title cards, each one runs seamlessly together, and it gives Metroid 2 a downwards momentum, with each level taking you deeper into the planet. As it stands, I think Metroid 2 does a really good job of balancing the open exploration of its predecessor with the limitations of the Gameboy, and frankly, I think it's not fair to criticise the design of its world when it achieves exactly what it sets out to do. Now, unfortunately, as much as I think this structure works well, it's not perfect. And really near the end of the game, a few strange design choices cause a bit of a wobble. Almost all of the areas are designed to contain a save point, a spot that regenerates your health, and a spot that refreshes your missiles, which means once you discover these, you can always backtrack in order to save your progress or reset after a particularly rough battle. Now, while this is very welcome after the punishing challenge of Metroid 1, for some reason they are absent from the later areas, and in levels 7, 8, 9 and for most of 10, there's no way to recover your health or save the game. This means you have to backtrack all the way up to Area 6, a journey that not only gets longer the further into the game you go, but becomes more frequent as the Metroids increase in difficulty. Getting all the way to the end of Area 9, defeating an Omega Metroid, and then having to travel all the way back across virtually half of the game really adds nothing to the experience, and I can't work out why they didn't just add a few more save points in the final zones. Similarly, if we're talking about areas where Metroid 2 falls short, I've got to mention the soundtrack, which is an extremely strange beast, especially when compared to Tanaka's iconic Metroid 1 compositions. There are only a few actual songs that play during your adventure, and they often don't really match the tone, coming across as joyful and uplifting, which is an odd choice in a game where you're crawling through a hostile labyrinth and eradicating vicious alien parasites. Even stranger are the cavern themes that play during most of your exploration. They're not even really songs and consist of a mixture of discordant clicks and beeps that I think are supposed to simulate a sort of ambient environmental soundscape. The problem is that they're so weird that they end up drawing attention to themselves, and really the atmosphere would have been better off had Kiyotake and his team just left these zones without music, with only the sounds of your laser to break the silence. Now, despite that, these are small issues when compared to the unique structure, the cool power-ups and the impressive graphics. But the most interesting part of Metroid 2 comes during its final moments, and it's surprisingly nothing to do with the gameplay or level design. As you progress through the areas, there's this really cool piece of environmental storytelling, where the higher levels of SR388 have far more flora and fauna than the lower levels. This is presumably because the adult Metroids are sucking the life out of everything as they grow, and as Samus approaches the location of the Queen, the levels become empty and lifeless, devoid of any enemies other than huge Omega Metroids. In Area 10, which is the den of the Queen Metroid, this then switches around, and the area is full of recently born baby Metroids, which are swarming all over the zone. Now, this might not sound like much, but it's a really impressive way to simulate a living ecological system with only the basic graphics of the Game Boy and absolutely zero text. We learn a lot about how the Metroid life cycle works and the danger they pose should they manage to latch onto another planet. But that isn't all we learn about these mysterious creatures. The final fight of the game is against the Metroid Queen, a hulking, fully evolved monster that requires a huge amount of missiles to kill, so you'd have best fully explored most of the areas before you take it on. When the beast goes down, the Metroid tracker ticks down to 0, and Samus completes her mission. The Metroids have been destroyed. or so it would seem. In the very next room, we come across a lone egg, and out of this is born a small baby Metroid. Despite the relentless slaughter that's been left in her wake, Samus's hand is stayed, and instead of killing the creature, she allows it to live. It's not clear if the Metroid understands this mercy or just instinctually believes Samus to be its mother, but it begins to float after her, following along as she climbs back towards the surface and even helps to destroy obstacles that stand in her way. Each time it does, it lets out a little chirp, and this quiet interaction, this wordless dialogue between two forces that had previously been in mortal combat, well, it's an amazing way to end the game. There's just so much to read into. Clearly there is more to the Metroid species than we first thought, and maybe even the potential for coexistence. And does Samus understand this? Does she feel regret at her actions, or is the extermination a sin that had to be committed in order to protect the rest of the galaxy? It's probably the single best piece of storytelling on the Game Boy, recontextualizing the entirety of Metroid 2 and ending things on a truly thoughtful note. Once you reach the surface and enter your ship, the game ends without any further revelation, and you're left to watch the credits and ponder the consequences of Samus Aran's actions on SR388. Metroid 2 is one of those games that desperately doesn't deserve the negative way it's been remembered, and really when it's taken for what it is, it's a supremely well designed game that both builds on what came before, while refining its ideas in ways that are perfectly suited to being a handheld experience. Whether you're locked in a deathly duel with one of the Omega Metroids, crawling across a vertigo-inducing outcropping with the spider ball, soaring through the air with the space jump, or quietly making your way back to the surface with the last Metroid in existence, this game simply serves up far too many memorable moments to ever be considered the weakest game in the series. As for where this left Metroid in 1991, well, funnily enough, it was pretty much in the same place that we left it in 1986. The series had a cult following thanks to its unique design ideas, but it had never really translated into the mainstream blockbuster sales that Nintendo were looking for. Metroid 2 would end up selling a respectable 1.7 million copies worldwide, but because of the platform's runaway success, this only has it sitting at number 32 on the list of best-selling Game Boy games. In a world where Link's Awakening shipped 4 million copies, Kirby's Dream Land shipped 5 million, let alone Tetris's towering 35 million, it simply wasn't enough to warrant a sequel, and so Hiroji Kiyotake once again decided to move on to other projects. Now luckily for him, the rest of his career turned out to be something of a booming success, as he became Nintendo's go-to Game Boy director, creating Super Mario Land 2 and then later designing Wario, and managing to turn him into a successful franchise and mascot in his own right. In the early 2000s, Kiyotake went into semi-retirement, content to advise on projects rather than driving them himself, and leaving behind a career that most developers could only dream of. He played a huge part in the creation of not just one, but 4 beloved franchises that are all still going today. Without his ambition and creativity, the industry would be a far worse place. As for Metroid, well, its future would lie with another founding father, and the path ahead would take it to soaring highs and some astounding lows. With all this talk of hugely successful Game Boy games and fledgling mega franchises, you'd be excused for thinking that Nintendo were in a pretty healthy position, but away from the handheld market, things were looking rather less rosy. While they'd been the dominant video game company in the mid-1980s, competition had quickly emerged, and between NEC's PC Engine and Sega's Mega Drive, they were being squeezed on both sides of the Pacific. It was clear that the NES and Famicom could no longer hold up to modern demands, and so a next-generation home console was developed, one that could handle advanced graphics, complex programming, high-quality sound, and even produce primitive 3D polygons. This was the Super Nintendo, and unsurprisingly it was a big hit, especially in Japan, where Nintendo quickly regained that #1 spot thanks to an early salvo of seminal titles like Super Mario World, A Link to the Past, Street Fighter 2 and Dragon Quest V. Unfortunately, things weren't quite as straightforward outside of their home market, as a launch delay had allowed Sega to build a massive following. With clever marketing, a focus on licensed games, and uncensored arcade ports, the Mega Drive was at points outselling the Super Nintendo by almost 2 to 1, and it left the big ends departments scrambling to create games that could help win back that American market. So it's here that we find the spark that reignited interest in Metroid. Both of the previous games had sold better in America than back in Japan, and while that had meant low internal enthusiasm for sequels in the 1980s, suddenly this Western popularity was a big asset. With Hiroji Kiyotaki knee-deep in Gameboy development, R&D 1 manager Makoto Kano turned to the man with the second most Metroid experience, Yoshio Sakamoto, and asked how interested he'd be in writing and directing an all-new game for the Super Nintendo. As it turned out, he was very interested, as just a year earlier Sakamoto had played through Metroid 2, where he'd been stunned by its wordless and emotional ending, and desperately wanted to further explore the relationship between Samus and the baby Metroid. Now, despite this desire to focus on narrative, Metroid 3, or Super Metroid as it quickly became known, was conceived as more of a pseudo-remake, with the goal being to further develop the ideas and structure of the first game, rather than reinvent the wheel. That might seem strange for a high-budget sequel, but it was actually fairly common for studios to approach SNES development from this direction. Many of the finest games of the era, like Super Castlevania 4, Contra 3, Super Ghosts and Goblins, and Earthbound, all followed this strategy of beefing up visuals and adding deeper complexity, and it was even something Nintendo had done before, with Super Mario World and A Link to the Past both sticking close to their NES forebears. So having the foundations of their game already laid out should have made for a straightforward development, but Sakamoto and his team were deeply ambitious. The project quickly grew into something much more than Kano had originally envisaged, and it began to develop quite the reputation at Nintendo's head office. Sakamoto and his crew regularly stayed in their studio for days on end, spending so many nights in a row that the cleaners began to complain that they couldn't properly do their jobs. And when Gunpei Yokoi heard that members of his team had spent almost 2 years working on a single game, he was so angry that he threatened to close the project down. Deadlines were missed, budgets were spent, but Sakamoto knew that they were working on something special, and so the team pushed on despite the downward pressure. Super Metroid was finally finished in early 1994, and it became almost instantly apparent that the long development cycle had very much been worth it. Early previews in magazines and at conventions were absolutely glowing, and it was named Best in Show at CES 1994, which created a wave of hype that only intensified when reviews finally came out. Its game rankings aggregate is 96 out of 100, which makes it one of the best scoring games not only on the Super Nintendo, but of all time. And within a year of its release, Super Metroid was often being described as the greatest action-adventure game ever made. Funnily enough, years later, Sakamoto would recount how the only review he ever really cared about had been from Gunpei Yokoi. Thankfully, despite his threats of closure, Yokoi ended up loving it, and apparently would sometimes even hide in his office so he could sneak a few extra minutes of game time. The release of Super Metroid and its critical reception marks the moment that the franchise transformed from underappreciated cult classic into one of the most influential and legendary franchises in Nintendo's arsenal. And so it's high time that we work out what exactly made this strange mixture of sequel and reboot such a monumental success. The most upfront improvement is that Super Metroid has a real sense of drama, as one of Sakamoto's main objectives was to create a video game that people would compare to a movie. Take the start screen, for example. Where previous Metroid games settled for a title set against the night sky, here we get tense music and a view of the baby Metroid, trilling and twitching in captivity, surrounded by what looks like dead bodies. Even before the game begins, questions are being asked, and this cinematic flair continues during the game's infamous prologue sequence. Everything opens with Samus recounting the events of the previous games, how she defeated Mother Brain on Zebes and later exterminated the Metroids on SR388, only to find herself unable to slay the last remaining larvae. Instead, she delivered it into Federation custody, where scientists discovered that these energy-consuming parasites could potentially be harnessed for the good of all. Satisfied that her time with the Metroids was over, Samus left the station to hunt for a new bounty, but within minutes of her departure, the research facility was transmitting a distress signal. So we take control as she steps aboard the Ceres colony ship, and it becomes quickly apparent that something has gone terribly wrong. Now, Super Metroid is one of those games that's become so famous and so well known that even if you haven't played this, you probably already know how this sequence plays out. After wandering the ship's abandoned hallways, Samus discovers that the baby Metroid has been taken by a rejuvenated Ridley, and after a short, unwinnable boss fight, the ship begins to self-destruct and we have to escape before a timer expires. Now, unfortunately, the fame of this opening often robs it of its intended effect, which is to make you suspect that the Metroid has broken free and caused all of this damage, tempting us back into that conflicted state of mind from the end of Metroid 2. In previous games, our objectives were simple and straightforward: destroy the threat to galactic safety, but in Super Metroid, without the use of a single line of exposition, Samus's motivations are far more murky. We're chasing after Ridley, but are we doing this to rescue the Metroid or destroy it? So once we land on the planet, you'd expect to begin the ability hunting exploration, but surprisingly, we have one more linear sequence before the brakes come off and the world opens up. In order to acquire your basic abilities, the Morph Ball and missiles, you have to pass through the ruins of Turian from Metroid 1, heading through the shattered hall that once contained Mother Brain. With very little music and a scrolling mist effect, it's a tense reminder of battles gone by, and all helps to establish the core idea behind Super Metroid. This is a remake in spirit only, and for players that go in expecting to understand exactly how its world and rules work, well, there are going to be a great many surprises in store. Now, before we go on any further talking about atmosphere and design, we have to speak about Super Metroid's presentation, as the astoundingly long development time produced one hell of a beautiful looking and sounding game. It is shipped on a whopping 24 megabit cartridge, which at the time made it the largest console game ever produced, and frankly, from just a few seconds exploring Zebes, it's clear that the team have used every inch of the hardware. Continuing the style of Metroid 2, Samus and her foes are once again rendered with large detailed sprites. But where previous games surrounded these with black backgrounds and sparse environmental tiles, Super Metroid is much more maximalist. Brinstar and Crateria aren't just claustrophobic hallways, but complex cavern systems and crumbling ruins, and the SNES's effect chip is used very tastefully to simulate the shimmer of heat in Norfair or the slosh of water while exploring Meridia. There's just so much more visual variety, and while this obviously helps Zebes feel like a living and breathing planet, it also has a palpable effect on navigation, as memorable landmarks and crossroads make it much harder to get lost. Now, while this is all very impressive, the biggest winner is the music, which was put together by Kenji Yamamoto and Minako Hamano. Both had been sound engineers before joining R&D 1, and this understanding of the relationship between sound and gameplay resulted in a soundtrack that is amongst the greatest ever composed. Thanks to the SNES's far more advanced sound chip, which allowed for the simultaneous playback of samples, Yamato and Hamano were able to craft multi-layered tunes full of cinematic flair, using melody to communicate the narrative and make up for the lack of dialogue. Certain songs like Brinstar Underground Depths and Crateria Surface have become as iconic as anything created by Koji Kondo or Nobuo Uematsu. And while Yamamoto is rarely mentioned as one of the industry's greatest musicians, his work on Super Metroid clearly deserves its legendary status. Now, despite all the work that had gone into updating the visuals and sound, it was in the gameplay where Sakamoto was most keen to make improvements. Samus can now aim in 8 directions, and by pressing the shoulder buttons, you can fire at a diagonal angle. This tiny change hugely improves the flow of combat, which is particularly welcome as Super Metroid contains far more of it than either of its predecessors. Along with constant gunfights against different ranks of space pirates and assaults by the planet's wildlife, we now have to defeat 4 bosses to access the heart of Ridley's stronghold. And this is in addition to a spate of mini-bosses, which all have unique mechanics and usually guard crucial upgrades. Now, this level of combat would have made previous games pretty intolerable, but thankfully Super Metroid incorporates traditional save rooms and adds in energy recharge rooms, which means that death only ever sets you back by a small distance, and there's no longer any need to grind back your health after a game over. The other major change is the inclusion of an in-game map, which is plotted out automatically by exploring new rooms or by finding a map station. These small but impactful changes make the experience far more accessible than its 8-bit ancestor. But the biggest improvement is its most subtle change, and that's how it's structured. In concept, Zebes is the same in both Super Metroid and Metroid 1. It's a large, non-linear area that you explore to find upgrades which allow you to open new paths, but in the 16-bit version, you can feel the directorial hand at play rather more often. The map now has quite a few points of no return, which lock you into a sequence of rooms and can often make Super Metroid feel more like its linear Gameboy cousin. That might sound pretty bad for those of you entranced by the series' open-ended reputation, but it's done to prevent the player from being overwhelmed before they have the tools to fully explore the world. For example, early on in the game, in the upper Brinstar area, you quickly unlock missiles, super missiles, the morph ball, and the morph ball bombs, but most of the connecting pathways require upgrades from later zones. The only direction you can head in takes you down into the halls of lower Brinstar and towards the fiery caverns of Norfair. Exploring this route nets you the Ice Beam, High Jump Boots, and the Speed Booster, which allow you to take on the game's first two bosses, the Crocomire, which you have to push back into a lake of lava, and a reimagined version of Kraid, which now towers multiple screen heights above Samus. This guided sequence eventually leads you to the Power Bombs, which open yellow doors, and with this combination of abilities, you can head back up through the map's central elevator, which dumps you back at Samus's ship, right where you started. This not only marks the halfway point in your mission, but it also marks a shift in the game's structure, as from this point on, everything runs much closer to the non-linearity of Metroid 1, allowing you to head off in whatever direction you want and explore to your heart's content. The game is effectively split into two acts, but it does this so subtly that most players likely won't even realise, and it makes for a game where you feel like you're constantly exploring, even if you actually aren't. Now, with all that being said, Super Metroid isn't just a more complicated and accessible version of a 1986 NES game, as it manages to throw quite a few interesting mix-ups into the equation. After gaining the grapple beam, we can head across the surface of the planet to the wrecked ship, which is a small self-contained area that functions differently to anywhere else on the map. Instead of a sprawling maze of interconnected rooms, it's a tightly designed linear sequence, which has more in common with the highly directed drama of the game's opening. The wrecked ship has clearly been abandoned for some time. Its hallways are dimly lit, wires hang disconnected from the ceilings, and most disturbingly, its save room no longer works. As we explore its rooms, strange ghost-like beings creep towards Samus, and against the backdrop of the tension-fueling soundtrack, it's hard not to view this as Metroid switching from action-adventure to something more akin to horror. Now, this only intensifies when you discover, hidden away at the bottom of the ship, Phantoon, this zone's freakish boss. With its tentacles and single bloodshot eye, it's almost Lovecraftian, which stands in real contrast to the animalistic designs of every other creature we've encountered. Its hostility towards us is completely unexplained, and it will undoubtedly result in quite a few deaths, as Phantoon has a strange set of mechanics that can present a real challenge to unprepared players. Once it's defeated, the ship's machinery springs into life, and we now have to retrace our steps amid an onslaught of activity. Electricity bursts from broken wires, robots charge through hallways, conveyor belts spin underfoot, and balls of energy bounce around newly illuminated rooms. The wrecked ship is only a very short section of Super Metroid, possibly only taking 10 minutes if you know what you're doing, but it's so dramatic and atmospheric that it ends up being one of the most memorable sequences, and stands as a real testament to the creativity of Sakamoto's team. Now, so far we've only really had positive things to say, and given the game's legendary reputation, that should come as no surprise. But the truth is that Super Metroid does have flaws, and honestly they rear their head quite often and are quite hard to ignore. Firstly, despite us now having a screen that shows all of the upgrades you've unlocked, and even allows you to turn them off if you want, there's no in-game explanation for how any of these items function. Some of it can be easily worked out through experimentation, but if you don't have the instruction manual, there's no way to know certain information, like that the gravity suit also protects you from lava, or that the grappling hook can be used to hang off of vertical walls as well as horizontal ones. The most criminal of these hidden mechanics is how shine sparking works, which has a whole bunch of different applications that you could very easily miss. Basically, if you press down during a speed boost, you can store your momentum, and then by pressing jump with different directions, you can fire Samus off in a huge boosted leap. The only way to know that this is in the game is to either accidentally do it, or to stumble across a single room in Upper Brinstar that's only accessible late on in the game. Here, a friendly animal shows you the maneuver, but again, I'm not sure that every player would necessarily know that this relates to a specific series of button presses. Now, this could be seen as a nitpick, but what can't be so easily dismissed is the constant use of the select button in almost every single moment of gameplay. Just like in Metroid 1 and 2, Samus switches between her arm cannon and her missiles by pressing the select button, and with only 2 modes of fire, this is really no big issue. In Super Metroid, however, you have a much larger arsenal, with the select button also taking you to the super missiles, the power bombs, your grappling hook, and later on the X-ray visor, which is supposed to help you discover hidden pathways. Considering just how often you have to switch between these items as you open doors and travel around Zebes, it does get old having to mash the select button every 10 seconds as you constantly change ammo type. This is at its very worst in the game's combat, where you have to take your thumb off of the directional pad in order to switch, and this obviously opens you up for cheap damage or accidentally firing off super missiles when you meant to fire a regular one. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure that the inclusion of super missiles and power bombs really adds all that much to the open world structure. Functionally, they're identical to their weaker counterparts, but just open different coloured doors. They just serve as a variation of a lock and key, and that's not exactly very exciting. Now, my final gripe might be the biggest, and that is Super Metroid's map. As while it's a huge deal that we even have one, the information it contains isn't often all that useful. For starters, rooms aren't marked with entrances or exits, which means there's no way to see at a glance how an area connects together. This is made all the worse by how upgrades and abilities are tracked, which is through white dots on the map, which don't disappear when you collect the item. This all combines into a really messy system that makes working out when and where to go very challenging, and probably still requires an element of outside tracking. Now that might sound like I'm insinuating that Super Metroid has aged badly, but that isn't the case. There are still plenty of creative moments that will surprise even the most veteran Metroidvania players. 2 that really stand out come in the game's final zone, Meridia, which is a partially submerged complex of underwater pathways which you can access after gaining the gravity suit in the wrecked ship. Now, it's a complicated area that's very easy to get lost in, but even if you carefully plot your journey and judiciously scan every wall, you'll eventually run out of paths to follow. What you're supposed to do is notice that one of the rooms contains a shattered glass chamber, and just a few screens away is one that's intact. This might just lead you to try and destroy the glass yourself, and when you see the windows crack and the chamber burst, 2 new pathways open up, that sense of satisfaction that you solved this little environmental puzzle really is pretty hard to match. That same surprising design is also found in the zone's boss, the underwater menace Dragon. For some reason, I just couldn't seem to nail Dragon's pattern. When I was complaining to a friend, he mentioned that I should try out the grappling beam. Now, at first this seemed like a joke as it clearly did nothing, but with the beast holding Samus in the air and me wildly firing the beam in hopes of it doing something, Super Metroid delivered another unexpected surprise. You see, if you destroy the turrets on the sides of the wall, you can open up some exposed wiring, and if your electrical grappling hook touches these points, power begins to flow down the line, damaging Samus but utterly destroying Dragon. It's moments like these that make Super Metroid still worth experiencing, even in a world where more modern games have taken its ideas and spun them into far more polished experiences. It might not have a perfectly laid out map, or an arsenal of tools that are all as creative as one another, or a control scheme that feels perfectly natural, but what it does have is an almost endless supply of these little creative moments that show just how invested Sakamoto and his team were in making something special. It's deeply cliche to say, but Super Metroid is just dripping with soul, and for all its flaws and antiquated quirks, that is something that will always be timeless. Now for me, Super Metroid's finest moment comes right at the end, where Sakamoto takes the ideas of both Metroid 1's action-packed climax and Metroid 2's wordless emotional ending, blends the two together in perfect harmony. The last boss of the game is of course the Metroid kidnapper himself, Ridley, who's once again found in the depths of Norfair, right at the lowest point of the map. He's a crazy difficult battle, and if you don't have almost every single energy tank and super missile upgrade, you're simply not going to be able to defeat him. Now unfortunately your hard-earned victory doesn't take you to the end of the game, as in the next room we find the baby Metroid's canister, but the little critter is nowhere to be seen. This leaves one final location to explore, the heart of the space pirate stronghold, a rebuilt Turian. Now interestingly, unlike in his 8-bit form, Turian in Super Metroid is nowhere near as difficult, and I think this comes from an understanding that you can't really push things further than the Ridley fight without turning your game into a brutal slog. Final moments of Metroid on the NES are some of the most punishing and unenjoyable of its generation, and so to avoid this, Sakamoto pivots into something wholly different. As we push deeper into Turian, we find that the floor is covered in a sandy substance that's revealed to come from the lifeless shells of various creatures that crumble to dust with the faintest touch. The perpetrator is a monstrous Metroid, and in front of our eyes, it drains one of the strongest enemies in the game until it is nothing more than a husk. Immediately it turns its attention to Samus, and after shrugging off her fire, it latches on and begins to leech away her life force. Everything seems lost, but on a single point of HP, the monster lets go and begins to cry out in an all too familiar trill. It is the baby Metroid that Samus rescued on SR388, and it recognises her. Whether from shock or some other unknowable emotion, the creature flees, leaving Samus beaten and bruised, but able to press on into the complex, where she discovers a recharge station that brings her back to fighting fit. And that's very much needed, as in the next room is Super Metroid's version of the Mother Brain fight from Metroid 1. Now while it looks much the same, it's thankfully been redesigned to be substantially easier. Without much effort at all, you'll be pumping missiles into its casing and watching its master plan come crashing down in flames. Only Sakamoto has another surprise for us. Instead of meekly dying, Mother Brain instead transforms into a deformed skeletal titan. We're thrust into the game's true final boss, where all of the brakes are off and you have to unload every last scrap of ammo in the hopes of surviving. Sadly, regardless of how many super missile upgrades you've found, it's impossible to defeat Mother Brain, and eventually she strikes Samus with a powerful laser that leaves her incapacitated. All seems lost, and just as the monster is about to land a mortal blow, the Super Metroid returns and attacks its captor, latching onto its head and draining away its energy amidst a hail of blood-curdling screams. The Metroid then moves across to Samus and begins funneling that energy back into her. But while this is happening, Mother Brain awakens and begins unleashing attack after attack on the Metroid's body, all while it recharges and protects the being who spared it. Eventually it can take no more, and as the background turns to black, the last Metroid in the galaxy dies. Now we don't get a single moment to process this, as Samus, now glowing with infused Metroid power, unleashes a hail of hyper-powerful laser attacks on Mother Brain, making short work of the terrifying monster, which once and for all disintegrates into nothing. The final task is to escape Zebes, as just like in the NES title, the Hive Mind's death triggers a self-destruct order, and we're given 3 minutes to complete a sequence of complex platforming in order to get back to the surface and the safety of our ship. If you remember, this wasn't actually all that hard in the original, but here they've really ramped up the challenge, and I actually managed to fall short on my first few attempts thanks to some really sneaky dead ends that do an excellent job of creating panic as you desperately search for the door. Anyway, as Samus' ship streaks away from the exploding Zebes, we're told that the mission was a success, and with that, the credits roll and Super Metroid ends. Considering that Sakamoto took on the project with 2 goals in mind, reimagining the first Metroid and building on the ending of Metroid 2, you've got to say that Super Metroid is a resounding success. Everything that could have driven you mad about the original NES Metroid has been carefully redesigned, and that extended development period led to so many memorable moments that helped the game transcend its more antiquated design choices. It's very easy to see why it was considered such a legendary experience for such a long time, and the fact that it now sits at the centre of a beloved indie-driven genre isn't really surprising at all. But even with the innovation of its gameplay, it's that ending that once again leaves the biggest impact. When the Metroid gives its life to Samus, it's impossible not to feel a pang of emotion, a genuine sense of sadness for this creature that the Galactic Federation clearly don't properly understand. Where Kiyotaka's game ended with hope for the future, a world where Metroids and the Federation could coexist in peace, Sakamoto decided that his story should end with tragedy. The mission may have been a success, but it is tinged with loss, and a looming feeling that all of the violence and bloodshed that Zebes has seen might not have actually accomplished anything. Now, an even greater tragedy is that despite the monstrous critical acclaim that Super Metroid received, the series once again failed to deliver blockbuster sales, with just shy of 1.4 million copies sold worldwide, which was a far cry from the monster success of Super Mario, Donkey Kong, and Zelda. Despite all of the glowing reviews and the innovation that would later spawn a legion of imitators, in the mid-90s, Samus was still distinctly middle of the road in terms of popularity, and so once again, there were no immediate plans for a sequel. Instead, Sakamoto and his team drifted back towards R&D1's bread and butter, portable gaming, and this sadly brings us to the end of that team's legendary run under Gunpei Yokoi. In 1995, he'd unveiled his next great innovation, the Virtual Boy, and to Nintendo's horror it proved to be a huge critical and commercial failure, losing the company millions and badly damaging Yokoi's reputation. Shortly after its release, he decided to leave Nintendo, and then tragically, just 2 years later, while standing at the side of the road waiting for a repair service to arrive, he was struck by a car and died of his injuries. Sakamoto and Kiyotake might have been responsible for making the series into the critical darling that it became, but Yokoi was its patron saint. Without his guiding hand, Metroid may never have existed at all. It was a painful loss for everyone left at Nintendo, but with a new console on the horizon and the handheld market in a vice grip, there was no reason to think that this golden age would ever come to an end. By the late 1990s, the video game landscape had fundamentally changed, and those halcyon days where Nintendo ruled the world were beginning to feel like a distant memory. Their next home console, the Nintendo 64, had been roundly trounced by Sony's new PlayStation, and despite the release of generational titles like Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, it seemed there was very little they could do to get back on top. Thanks to some rather unorthodox design choices, like the use of low storage cartridges, overly complex dev kits, and one of the strangest controllers ever made, third-party developers were abandoning Nintendo in droves, and they struggled to convince publishers to support the platform. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, that dislike of the console also existed within Nintendo's own departments, and when Yoshio Sakamoto sat down to test it out, he simply concluded that there was no way they could twist its unique quirks to suit Metroid. In tandem with the franchise's markedly average sales, this led to an entire generation passing by without a Metroid game. And despite magazine rumours that GoldenEye and Banjo-Kazooie developer Rare had been poised to take over the franchise, none of this ever resulted in anything meaningful. Now, ironically, it was this period that began to see the series gain mainstream recognition, and that was thanks to the exploding popularity of Super Smash Bros. Samus was included as one of the default characters in the All-Star Brawler, and this gave her a new kind of aura, making her feel as if she was one of the company's major characters, important enough to sit alongside icons like Mario, Donkey Kong, and Pikachu. Super Smash Bros. Would go on to sell 5 million copies, making it the 5th best-selling Nintendo 64 game, and it meant that despite the complete drought of Metroid content, a whole new generation had been introduced to Samus Aran. So let's fast forward into the 2000s, where things had only gotten worse for Nintendo. Their follow-up to the N64, the GameCube, was trapped between the runaway success of Sony's PlayStation 2 and the financial might of Microsoft's new Xbox. It sat in a distant third place, barely scraping past 20 million units sold worldwide, and the situation was as close to critical as the company had ever come. Their only hope was to create a strong catalogue of exclusives that might tempt people into picking up the console, and in order to achieve this, they turned their attention to developers outside of Japan. Based in Austin, Texas, Retro Studios had been set up in 1999 by ex-Acclaim producer Jeff Spangenberg, and with promises of American sports titles, Western RPGs and racing games, Nintendo had given him massive amounts of capital in the hope that his studio could help round out the GameCube's library. It was a reasonable idea on paper, but in practice, Spangenberg was rather more of a talker than a doer. He'd initially promised Nintendo 4 games, but as the years ticked by, and Retro Studios continued to spend money and hire new staff, there was conspicuously little being produced. Eventually, the Nintendo leadership got tired of waiting, and so a delegation led by Shigeru Miyamoto was sent over to the States in order to assess what they were actually getting. And the results were not pretty. Miyamoto found that despite spending millions, Retro had almost nothing playable, and certainly nothing that Nintendo wanted to put their name to. Shockingly, it also seemed that Spangenberg rarely even came into the office, and many of his hires were friends that barely knew anything about video game production. The decision was quickly made to scrap everything and massively scale back the operation, with the leftover employees focusing on the sole thing that Miyamoto actually did approve of. One of the promised games was Meta Hunter, a first-person sci-fi title which for some reason Miyamoto decided should be repackaged as a new installment in the Metroid series. Now to this day there is still absolutely no explanation for why he did this, but given that he'd also asked Rare to turn their action-adventure Dinosaur Planet into a Star Fox game, my suspicion is that Miyamoto was being slightly crafty and trying to make sure that these games couldn't go cross-platform. So Spangenberg was fired, Nintendo bought out the remaining Retro Studios stock, and the team was heavily reduced, from over 200 employees to a tight-knit group of less than 40. The layoffs meant that only the most talented and driven people were left behind, and with a clear goal that was closely monitored by Miyamoto himself, they now had a much-needed focus that produced very high-quality work. The only problem was that 40 people was nowhere near enough for a project of this size, and so it led to one of the most notorious crunch periods in video game history. Retro were now being led by Steve Barcia, who placed Mark Pacini in charge of their Metroid game, and while they were both very talented developers and managers, they were merciless in the work ethic they expected. And in interviews years later, ex-employees describe a culture of mandatory unpaid overtime and staff members regularly going days without sleep. By all accounts, it was a horrible place to work, but rather awfully, as with many stories of industry crunch, the end product was seen to justify the human cost. Retro's Metroid project was first announced at Space World 2000, and while the idea of a first-person Metroid game was initially met with skepticism, explanations that it would be closer to Super Metroid than Quake or Doom quickly turned people around. Ultimately, that long wait since the last Metroid game, and the exposure from Super Smash Bros. Had given the series a sense of mystique, and by the following year, most magazines were running excited previews. At E3 2001, the first proper trailer was shown off, and here the game was finally given a title: Metroid Prime. Well, when the game finally hit shelves on November 18th, 2002, the response was beyond what anyone could have imagined. 9 out of 10 from Edge, 10 out of 10 from EGM, 9.7 from GameSpot, 9.8 from IGN, an average score of 97 out of 100. The series had long been considered a critic's favourite, but this was on another level, and the exhausted team at Retro Studios soon found themselves the recipients of not just one, not two, but 6 Game of the Year awards, making Prime one of the most lauded titles Nintendo had ever published. Now, while its sales might not have been enough to rescue the ill-fated GameCube, Metroid Prime shipped just shy of 3 million units, which was by far the most in the series, and almost as much as GameCube's Zelda and Mario games. Even in 2023, Metroid Prime is considered one of the greatest games ever made, but sales figures and review scores can only ever tell a tiny portion of a video game's story, and so to fully understand the miracle that emerged out of Retro Studios, we need to set foot on Talon 4 and see things through the eyes of Samus Aran. Before Metroid Prime released, Retro Studios executive Michael Kelbar told journalists that early on in development it was decided that the team's primary goal should be to faithfully recreate the themes and concepts of the series' 2D ancestors. Now that might seem like an obvious route to take, but the harsh lesson of the 1990s had been that 2D and 3D games needed to be designed in very different ways. Some franchises made the jump with ease, but for every Metal Gear Solid and Ocarina of Time, there was a Prince of Persia 3D or Mega Man X7, and often it was platformers that had the most difficulty adapting to 3 dimensions. So with this in mind, Retro Studios deserve a huge amount of credit, as Metroid Prime is one of the most impressive 2D to 3D conversions in the history of the industry, managing to retain almost everything that makes the series so iconic, but with a completely new twist. Prime opens with Samus investigating a ruined space pirate frigate, the Orphean, and as her ship docks and we see our hero emerge from the cockpit, the camera pulls in behind her and we find ourselves looking out from behind her visor, seeing the world as she does in first person. Now, Retro had been keen to emphasise that this was not a first-person shooter in the style of Halo or Medal of Honor, and this is really hammered home by this opening sequence, which acts as both a mechanical tutorial and an introduction to the sort of experience that Prime will offer. Rather than throwing us into complex exploration or frenetic combat, the first few minutes of Metroid Prime have us wandering the ruined corridors of the Orphean, immersed in a tense atmosphere and posing questions about what exactly the space pirates were doing. At its core, it's extremely similar to the opening of Super Metroid, even going as far as to conclude with a virtually unlosable boss fight and then a self-destruct sequence, but viewed through the eyes of Samus Aran, the emotions it conjures are much more intense. By placing us, the player, into the game world, rather than having us as an omniscient third-person observer, everything feels so much more real. Isolation of being alone, the scale of the pirates and their monsters, the panic of a space station blowing apart around you. It's just so much more immersive, and for a franchise like Metroid that trades so heavily in atmosphere and mood, it's an inspired decision. Now, despite the change in perspective, it isn't long before we find ourselves in that familiar Metroid gameplay loop. As Samus is escaping the Orphean, she runs into Ridley and chases him down to the planet below, Talon 4. Unfortunately, her hunt is slightly waylaid, as on the way back to her ship, she's caught in a blast that damages her suit and deactivates many of her powers. These twin setups are the premise for the rest of the game. Explore Talon 4 so you can recover your lost power and track down Ridley. It's simple, it's effective, and it's all you need to begin your adventure. Now, while the first-person perspective obviously has a big impact on how it feels to roleplay as Samus, it does raise some big questions about how you control her, and Retro has done an equally good job of taking this into 3 dimensions. At the centre of it all is the decision to prevent the player from freely looking around, something which you can only do if you stand still and hold the R button. Now that might sound restrictive, but it works because the more limited perspective enables the developer to have a better understanding of what you can see, and therefore design easily recognisable puzzles and platforming sequences. Gauging distance and momentum is astoundingly easy, and this is paired with a very subtle camera lean as you jump, which allows you to better judge your landings and really makes Prime's platforming feel natural and comfortable. Now obviously this also means in combat you can't freely aim, but again this seemingly odd decision is actually to the game's benefit. Instead of pinpoint shooting and quick reactions, you lock onto enemies with the L button, and in tandem with some very generous aim assist and missiles that home in on your foe, it's pretty easy to fight your way across Talon 4 without feeling like you need another analog stick. Now being unable to miss your shots has a big effect on the design of the gameplay, and so in combat, Metroid Prime is really more of a puzzle, where the challenge comes from working out how to damage enemies rather than the execution. You face ice beasts which have to have their shells blasted off, giant lava creatures that can only be hurt when they reveal their weak spot, and of course you fight legions of colour-coded space pirates that can only be damaged by specific beams. It's a very creative way to interpret the series' classic run-and-gun gameplay, but the most impressive conversion comes in the form of the Morph Ball. By pressing the X button, Samus will squash herself down into a small orange marble, with the camera seamlessly switching into third person. It's yet another inspired decision, and by creating rooms that are clearly designed to be tackled with the Morph Ball, Retro are able to manipulate the camera so the 2 viewing modes feel complementary. It's rolling around under space pirate machinery, working your way through mazes and even getting a host of its own upgrades. Between the creative approach to combat, excellently designed first-person platforming, and the gameplay variety that the Morph Ball offers, every single element of Metroid's 2D foundations are present, but reimagined in a way that feels perfectly at home in a totally different mode of presentation. So on that note, we need to switch gears and talk about something that Metroid Prime doesn't do particularly well, and that's the structure of its world and the flow of exploration. Just like in Super Metroid, Talon 4 is made up of a series of distinct rooms that are all connected by coloured doors that make up 5 unique areas: the grassy wetlands of the overworld, the crumbling hallways of the Chozo ruins, the fiery Magmore caverns, the snow-covered Phendrana drifts, and the mechanical labyrinth of the Space Pirate mines, which are all connected by the series' iconic elevators. On the surface, it looks like another triumphant 2D to 3D conversion. You explore the world looking for upgrades, and then use those upgrades to open up further sections of the map, just like we always have done. So, what's the issue? Well, there are a handful of upgrades from Super Metroid that haven't made the jump into 3D, namely the wall jump, shine spark, speed boost, and screw attack. And on top of this, both the grapple beam and space jump have been reworked into contextual moves that are only useful in specific locations. Now, you'll probably have noticed that this is almost all of the movement upgrades, and that's because in Metroid Prime, your methods of moving from A to B are surprisingly restricted. As almost every room is designed around a specific mechanic, and combat functions more like a puzzle, the pace which you move through the world is rather slow, and without the movement upgrades, it never actually increases from the moment Samus lands on Talon 4. Now, in a linear game, this wouldn't matter in the slightest, but just like in its 2D ancestors, Prime involves a lot of backtracking, and this does get rather draining as you constantly pass through the same rooms at the same speed, always using the same tactics and the same solutions. This frustration is only amplified by the surprising lack of shortcuts, and how certain zones only have a single entrance or exit. This means that a journey from the Chozo ruins to Phendrana drifts will always force you to pass through Magmore caverns, and it can make for a repetitive experience as you weave back and forth. Almost as if they knew this was an issue, Retro have implemented a hint system, and every now and then your suit will perform a scan of the world and point you in the direction of the next required upgrade. Now, considering that Prime is at its best when you know exactly where you need to go, this is quite a welcome addition, but it does dramatically reduce that emergent sense of discovery, and almost entirely removes the satisfaction of working things out for yourself. Now, that might sound quite disappointing, but really it's not in the gameplay where Prime shines the brightest, and personally I don't believe this is why it enjoys such a legendary reputation. Where Metroid Prime was really ahead of the curve was in just how immersive and atmospheric of an experience it is, and the unique way that it delivers its story and world building. Let's start with the HUD, which is so much more thoughtfully designed than the basic health bars and ammo counters that most first-person games used in the early 2000s. Yes, we have information like our health, our missiles, a mini-map and the weapon we have selected, but it serves a secondary and much more important role, and that's to draw us into the character of Samus Aran. Thanks to little details like being able to see the inside of her helmet, or the small animations that play as you change beams, it feels like we're actually looking out from inside of the power suit, and instead of just providing information, the HUD becomes part of the experience. Now, that on its own would be enough, but Retro have also designed a huge amount of contextual animations that make you feel like you're genuinely connected to a body. When you walk through blasts of steam, the visor will mist up. When rain pours in overhead, droplets run down the glass, and bright flashes of light let you see Samus's eyes reflected back at you. There are just so many moments like this, and each one serves to suck you deeper into the experience of being alone on a hostile alien planet. When an enemy blasts you with a wave beam and causes your HUD to deactivate, you feel blinded. And when Samus throws up her hands after taking a particularly large blow, it makes the impact feel like so much more than just points off your health bar. Now, that being said, this pursuit of immersion is found in far more than just impressive animations, and was the basis for almost all of Prime's technical design. Thanks to some ingenious programming tricks concealed by the game's doors, there are absolutely no load screens, which means you're never ripped out of the experience, and as this keeps the frame rate at a rock-steady 60 FPS, it's very easy to maintain your suspension of disbelief. Similarly, Prime's soundtrack works overtime to complement the immersion and might well be the greatest collection of songs in Metroid history, despite being born out of real challenge. Nintendo had asked series veteran Kenji Yamamoto to act as a musical producer, but he wasn't able to spend much time in Austin during development, so the team had to spend hours in video conferences and working via email across a big time difference. It was a chaotic process, but ultimately it produced pure magic, managing to both recreate the thematic style of Super Metroid while adding a unique spin that augmented the somber direction that Prime was headed in. While each zone has its own distinct theme, with songs like the Talon Overworld and Phendrana Drifts rivaling anything from the series' 2D heyday, Yamamoto and his team also crafted ambient versions, formed out of sparse drums and stripped-back synth work. These ethereal alternatives mean that backtracking could have a different emotional impact to your initial exploration, and in the depths of Magmore Caverns or the Chozo Ruins, it's almost as if you can hear the hum of the planet, all formed out of nothing more than clever sound design. Simply put, in 2002, there was nothing else on the market like Metroid Prime, and for Retro Studios to create such an enthralling video game experience on their very first attempt, well, it is nothing short of miraculous. Interestingly, the game's focus on immersion through sight is also the crux of one of Prime's new systems, which was born out of a particularly odd episode in the game's development. Apparently, after having looked over a prototype, Miyamoto had asked the dev team to consider what the game would look like if Samus could have the head of a bug. Now, for days they were completely baffled about what this was supposed to mean, until they realised it was a mistranslation. Miyamoto had said, "What if Samus's perception changed?" This offhand comment led to the creation of the visor system, which is a way to add more depth to the simple act of looking around. You see, in the bottom left corner of your HUD are different visors, and they're used in a variety of different ways, from gating progress to small puzzles, and even have a role in combat. The first you find is the thermal visor, and while it's primarily used to see in pitch black areas of the map, it also doubles as a way to find cloaked enemies, or trace power lines to find hidden switches. Later on you find the X-ray visor, which similarly has you scanning environments, but now for time-warped invisible platforms and secret doors. Both of these add an entirely different dimension to how you look at the world, and it's incredible that a mechanic that plays such a critical role came from such a flippant remark. Now this takes us onto Metroid Prime's second great strength, which is how it delivers its story, and this is focused around another visor type that you have from the very beginning, the scan visor. By switching to this mode, you lose the ability to attack, but in exchange, you can scan almost everything in the game, which reveals a snippet of information about what Samus is looking at. At its most basic and functional level, it's used to scan enemies in order to work out how to defeat them, but really it is so much more than this. Through judiciously scanning all manner of computer terminals and ancient carvings that are scattered all across each zone, you can piece together the tragic story of Talon 4 and discover what exactly happened to make this planet so hostile. Samus discovers that Talon 4 was at one point a Chozo garden planet, which is particularly notable as they are the race of bird-like creatures whose ancient statues she was interacting with on the planet Zebes. While those relics were a testament to the Chozo's technical prowess, the Talon faction rejected this way of life and attempted to live in harmony with nature, creating a planet that celebrated all forms of life. Tragically, this utopia came to an end when a meteor hit the planet and brought with it a parasitic substance known as Phazon. It quickly began to corrupt everything on Talon 4, turning creatures into hostile monsters, the sanctuaries into poisonous ruins, and all but confirming the destruction of the Chozo's beautiful home. While those who survived were eventually able to create a barrier around the meteor, enough Phazon had leaked into the environment that the fate of the planet was sealed. But before all hope could be lost, a Chozo with the gift of foresight received a prophecy. It foretold of a luminescent warrior who would come to the planet and deliver them from the great poison. And so, with joy in their hearts, the survivors prepared weapons for their saviour to use when they eventually came to deliver them. Now, Samus is obviously the hero, but heartbreakingly, by the time she arrives on Talon 4, it's clear that many decades, if not centuries, have passed since this prophecy was told, and instead of the welcoming arms of the surviving Chozo, she finds nothing but tombs and ghosts. Talon 4 is a dead planet, one where the battle has already been lost. And while we explore its hallways and chasms and vistas, taking the tools that the Chozo left behind and eventually destroying the Phazon infection, there is a shadow of death that hangs over everything. I'm loath to make this comparison, but this is exactly the sort of storytelling and world building that would win Dark Souls so much acclaim over a decade later, and arguably Prime does it with just as much dramatic flair. Now, that isn't the only story you can discover, as of course the primary driver for Samus even being on the planet is to chase down Ridley and put a stop to the plans of the space pirates. This narrative is a little more overt, and even without scanning a single terminal, it's clear from the environmental clues that they're attempting to use Phazon to augment their foot soldiers and reassert some of the strength that was lost when Mother Brain died. In this sense, it's actually quite similar to Super Metroid and Metroid 2, in that there's quite a strong story present if you're willing to look for it, but it never asserts itself at the cost of the gameplay, with Retro perfectly content to let uninterested players walk by if they want to keep the focus on the action. So therein really lies the explanation for Metroid Prime's incredible legacy. It is considered to be one of the greatest games of all time because it adapts a classic 2D series into 3D in a supremely creative way, but then also layers on a degree of thoughtful storytelling and immersion that was incredibly uncommon for the time. It's an assessment that you'll likely have heard before, but it's also not the entire truth about Metroid Prime. The game has a dark secret, one which people rarely discuss in detail and which reveals itself only as you approach its final moments. Near the end of the game, at the depths of the Phazon mine, we gain our last upgrade, the Phazon suit, which protects Samus from the effects of the deadly substance. Now, in every previous Metroid game, this would have marked the point that we hit peak power and are thrust into a challenging final zone, but Prime takes a different approach, and one which sort of destroys the game's pacing. The only place left for us to explore is the impact crater, which houses the Phazon meteor, but it's been locked away by the Chozo and requires us to traverse all over the world, collecting 12 artifacts with only vague clues as to their locations. Now, I think the purpose of this was to give you a sort of victory lap, where you're free to find any missing upgrades while you hunt down the artifacts, but in practice this just doesn't work. Thanks to the structure of the world, the lack of shortcuts and the lack of movement upgrades, this sequence results in about 2 hours of slow-paced mandatory backtracking, forcing you through the same zones over and over as you travel between the artifacts and the impact crater. What's particularly annoying is that this structure is perfectly suited for a side quest, and if the artifacts rewarded you with a late game beam or a powerful new suit, it would be a great addition to the Metroid formula. Unfortunately, in the form Retro chose, it's one of the most infamous examples of video game padding, with most players choosing to either write down all the clues at once or simply turn to a walkthrough. Now, this isn't a totally new criticism, but what a lot of people neglect to mention is what comes after this scavenger hunt. You see, Metroid Prime has a pretty serious boss fight problem, and again, it stems from something we've already touched on, which is the highly directed way that its combat functions. Each enemy has to be dispatched in a particular way, usually after being scanned for weak points, and this same formula is writ large in the climactic end zone brawls. Take the boss of the Chozo Ruins, the malevolent plant Flagra, who requires you to deactivate a set of solar panels while keeping the boss stunned, and then rolling up into certain pipes and damaging it with a morph ball bomb. You follow this pattern 4 times, always having to deactivate the panels and plant the bombs, and there's no way to do additional damage or skip any section of the fight. You just execute the mechanics in the way the developers intended. Now, against Flagra, this is really of no issue, but this early fight marks the high point of the game's boss design, and from this point onwards they decrease in creativity to a very surprising degree. Thardus the living rock formation, Sheegoth the ice mutant, and the Omega pirate are just monstrous walking health pools that wander slowly around the arena, only able to be damaged during certain windows and functioning more like a test of patience than skill. Unfortunately, the 2 worst fights come right after you've found the artifacts, first against Meta Ridley and then against the titular Metroid Prime, which is the source of the Phazon infection found within the meteor. Both just take so long, with health pools that feel multiple times larger than they need to be, mechanics that really are nowhere near complex or engaging enough. Against Ridley, you have to shoot at him a few times, doing a tiny amount of damage, and then he flies off and you have to stand around waiting for him to come back to the fight. The second phase is just as tepid, as you can only damage him when he opens his mouth, but this happens randomly, so you can spend literally minutes dodging in place, waiting for an opening. The Metroid Prime is thankfully a little more involved, as you have to match your beam to the colour of its carapace, but this relief quickly evaporates once you realise that unless you land perfectly chained super missile combos, this fight can last anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes. Once that's finally done, you're thrust into a second phase against its ghostly form, and here you can only damage it by channeling Phazon into a hyper beam attack. It looks extremely cool, but frustratingly, you can only do this when the boss drops a Phazon pool on the floor, and once again, this is totally random, and can lead to long sections of the fight where you're just standing around, waiting for a chance to actually do something. It is a very rough backend. So rough in fact that I think it genuinely does detract from the total experience of playing through Metroid Prime. Yes, it's an incredible achievement of 2D to 3D conversion, and yes, it's astoundingly immersive for a game from 2002, but it's really hard to escape from the cold hard reality that as a video game, Metroid Prime does have quite a few issues. The question of if these problems prevent Prime from living up to its reputation is something I'll leave you to ponder. But I think Retro already knew that they could do better, which is why Prime has a secret ending that hints at a future sequel. When you defeat Metroid Prime, we're treated to a cutscene where in its death throes it attempts to absorb Samus, but ends up simply stripping away the Phazon that had fused with her suit, dissolving the creature into a puddle and leaving our hero to race back to her ship. Now if you finish the game with 100% completion, which means finding every single item in the game, after the credits we cut back to the impact crater, and out of the remains of the Great Poison, a Phazon encrusted power suit arm reaches towards the sky, and from an eye embedded on the back of its hand, it begins to look around. Clearly the folks at Retro dreamt of the opportunity to make a sequel, and given the rapturous critical reception and the biggest sales numbers in the franchise's history, what might have at one point been wishful thinking became a very concrete reality. In 2001, before the game's release, there were rumours that Nintendo had only purchased Retro in order to get something out of their investment, and regardless of how Metroid Prime performed, they were planning to shut down the studio. Nobody could have foreseen that this ragtag bunch of survivors, a team drained from over a year of crunch, working on a title that originally had nothing to do with Metroid, would become the custodians of the franchise for the next decade. Now while a 3D Metroid revolution was happening in North America, the series had also come back to life in 2D, and this was thanks to a rather fortuitous change inside of Nintendo's R&D 1. In 2001, Hiroji Kiyotaka's handheld team had completed work on Wario Land 4 for the Game Boy Advance, and after almost 10 years of working on portable games, it seemed that this was their masterpiece. Reviews were really positive, sales were looking great in all markets, and it had even been nominated for a Game of the Year award, so Kiyotake felt this was the opportunity he needed to go out on a high and retire. The talented team would need a new leader, and within their ranks there was only one possible choice: a veteran of 2D design with over a decade of experience, Super Metroid's director, Yoshio Sakamoto. Now for Sakamoto, this new job represented the ideal opportunity to return to the franchise he loved, as while he'd famously disliked the Nintendo 64's blocky polygons, the Game Boy Advance felt like the perfect place to create a Super Metroid sequel. Now his first job was convincing his team, as it had been 8 years since Super Metroid had come out, and by his own account, there was now a perception that the series was hardcore old school Nintendo, and wouldn't allow for any creativity or innovation. So it was decided that they would strike a compromise. The team would go ahead with a new Metroid game, but only on the proviso that it broke from series tradition. And in interviews years later, he would often joke that despite him constantly stressing that they needed to keep the series' identity, his efforts often fell on deaf ears. Now, you might imagine that such drastic changes would elicit quite the fan backlash. But in reality, when Metroid 4 was announced at E3 2001, it was pretty much ignored by the entire industry. Thanks to a very wonky early build, it failed to capture any attention, And between first glimpses of Halo, Final Fantasy X and the reveal of the GameCube, Samus Aran's big 2D return passed by with almost zero fanfare. Thankfully, 12 months later, at the next E3, opinions had done a complete U-turn, and thanks to a highly polished demo that showed off the team's design skill, Metroid Fusion, as it was now called, began to enjoy a raft of positive previews, excitedly discussing this next phase for the series. Nintendo realised that Fusion had some real commercial potential, and so in order to capitalise on this wave of interest, they decided to pull a rather unique marketing move. Metroid Fusion and Retro Studios' Metroid Prime would release on the same day, November 18th, 2002, and for fans that bought both, they could use a link cable to unlock a secret costume in Prime. After 8 years of silence, it was all pretty hard to believe. Fans were not only getting Metroid back, but 2 entirely new games at once, both in 3D and 2D. A move that's virtually unthinkable these days and served to really ramp up the hype. Now we already know the story of Metroid Prime, but what about Fusion? Could Sakamoto deliver a 2D successor to Super Metroid, while leading a team that wanted to break all of the rules? While Sakamoto had tried to inject more substance into the narrative of Super Metroid, storytelling was never really something that the series was particularly known for. Fusion represents a big break from this tradition, and opens with an introductory cutscene full of lengthy world building and exposition, all entirely critical to the story we're about to experience. Everything begins with Samus accompanying a research team to the surface of SR388, where she's attacked by an unknown life form. While initially thinking nothing of it, she later collapses while flying her ship and has to be pulled from the wreckage and thrust into emergency surgery. It turns out that the mysterious life form is a parasite called X, and its infection has spread throughout her body and power suit, baffling scientists and all but condemning the bounty hunter to death. Just as all hope is lost, salvation emerges in the form of a vaccine synthesized from Metroid DNA, a last gift from the hatchling which Samus saved in Metroid 2. Now the irony is not lost on our hero, and she muses that this makes it twice that she's been spared by the creature's intervention. But this connection to the past runs even deeper. As we'll discover, the X-Parasite's presence is directly related to her actions on SR388, and the relationship between the two alien species is central to Fusion's plot. Now despite her recovery, all is not well. The healing process required her power suit be dismantled, and along with samples of the parasite, it had all been sent to a research facility called the Biologic Space Laboratory, or BSL. Upon regaining consciousness, Samus is given grave news. As the shipment arrived, the BSL was rocked by a huge explosion, and as communication has been lost, she is to head there and investigate. Now this would usually be the bounty hunter's bread and butter, but here things are different. Without her suit, Samus is far weaker than we've ever previously seen, and thanks to the vaccine, she's inherited Metroid DNA, which makes her weak to cold temperatures. As if that wasn't debilitating enough, a condition of the treatment was that she operate under the guidance of a Federation AI, a coordinator charged with directing Samus's mission and reporting back to HQ. It's a situation that Samus is uncomfortable with, and upon arriving at the station, she finds herself deep in introspection, remembering the last time she served under a commanding officer, a man who looms large in her past, Adam Malkovich. Now very quickly it becomes clear that the explosion was caused by the X-Parasite, which has managed to take control of Samus's old power suit and is now wielding her abilities to wreak chaos. The AI, which Samus decides to call Adam, refers to this creature as Samus Aran X, or SAX, and the mission objective becomes preventing this monster from escaping the BSL and finding a way to destroy it for good. Now, an oft-repeated criticism of Metroid Fusion is that it contains far too much narrative, and that the prominence placed on dialogue is somehow un-Metroid. It's something I've always found to be rather perplexing, as to me, the premise of Fusion is one of its strongest ideas, and in a series that at this point was just 3 games long, it seems odd to cast aside quality in the name of convention. Simply creating a portable version of Super Metroid would have been the easy option, and I think it's far more admirable that Sakamoto and his team tried to push the series into new places, rather than just retreading the same old ground. Now, for as different as its opening moments are, it's in the gameplay where Fusion really goes out on a limb. bringing a host of small changes to the action platforming formula and a single, very large change to the wider structure. In a 2003 interview, Sakamoto claimed that the driving force behind his team's thinking was a desire to make Metroid easier to play, and this means that Fusion is full of changes that make the action run smoother. Samus can grab hold of the edge of platforms, which can correct for mistimed jumps or act as a mechanic within the platforming, and missiles are now fired by simply holding the R button and shooting as you would normally. These might sound like small things, but they have a big impact on how Fusion feels to play, almost entirely eliminating the fiddly controls that define Super Metroid. In fact, that game's issues have been doubly addressed, as in Fusion, your beam and missile upgrades now stack, and this means you don't have to hunt for multiple kinds of ammo every time you reach a locked door. Obviously, these serve to speed up the gameplay quite dramatically, and that's also aided by a redesigned map, which does a far better job of communicating where you are, where you need to go, and what obstacles are in your way, with everything from boss locations to the types of locked door and even upgrades all marked and waiting to be discovered. Now, to the Metroid hardcore, this will be pure heresy, but it brings us onto Fusion's most controversial change: the layout of the research center and the structure of our exploration. Rather than a single large interconnected map, the BSL is split into 7 separate zones. The main deck, where we dock our ship and conduct our initial investigation, and then 6 laboratory sectors, which are accessed via an elevator room. Now, this represents a pretty major departure from how we explored Zebes and SR388, but this in of itself is not the complaint. You see, in addition to save rooms and recharge rooms, we now also have navigation rooms, and inside of these, Samus connects to Adam and receives not only information about her mission, but directions for how to achieve it. In gameplay terms, this quite literally puts a marker on your map and tells you exactly where you need to go, with the entire game playing out in a linear sequence of events with almost zero room for broad exploration. To those people who love Metroid for its hands-off approach, this is an unthinkable change, taking Fusion far away from the formula that had made the series successful. And to this, I have no counter-argument. It genuinely is a dramatic shift, and in reality, Samus' time on the BSL is more akin to a traditional action-adventure game, and really shares very little in common with her sprawling underground odysseys. Now, after 8 years spent pining for another 2D Metroid game, I can see why this might have gotten under the skin of loyal fans, but from our modern vantage point, we can be slightly more generous. If you remove comparisons to other games and take Fusion for what it is, you'll find a lovingly crafted game, bursting with creativity and more than able to stand shoulder to shoulder with its ancestors, even if it is on slightly different terms. The one big positive to all this linearity is that Fusion is jam-packed with engaging ideas, and every time you head down into one of the 6 sectors, you'll find some interesting spin on the 2D Metroid formula. Early on, you're eased in with simple objectives like finding a security room which will allow you to open yellow doors, or hunting down 5 jammed up heat sinks, which are impacting the station's environmental controls. While Adam gives you the objective, you rarely know where your target is, and this essentially means these missions are a small slice of classic Metroid gameplay. You're still exploring a map, still fighting enemies with your laser and missiles, still hunting down energy tanks and dueling massive monsters, and really everything that makes up Super Metroid is still here, but just on a smaller scale. Now, what makes Fusion so interesting is how it plays around with these conventions, and the further into the game you get, the more experimental these missions become. We race against a timer to prevent the station from self-destructing, hunt down a monster that's electrifying all of the station's water, and even at a later point, head outside of the map when power goes down, and we have to blast our way into the service tunnels. Just like Metroid 2 10 years earlier, I think almost all of the criticism is focused on what the game isn't, rather than what it is, and Fusion simply has far too many interesting moments to ever be considered anything less than a fantastic GBA title. In fact, that's something else that's often forgotten when weighing up its legacy. This was a handheld game, and was ostensibly supposed to be enjoyed in short bursts, rather than in lengthy play sessions sat in front of a TV. When viewed from that perspective, the mission-based structure and smaller digestible zones make even more sense. And I think if Sakamoto's aim was to create a Metroid game that could be enjoyed on the bus or on a lunch break, well, you've got to say that him and his team have achieved that with flying colours. Now, all this would be more than enough to make Fusion a worthwhile addition to the Metroid pantheon, But there is another element that makes it stand apart from its brothers. Early on in the game, as you first head down to the elevator room, you see the SAX blast through the wall, and for just a second, the screen shifts to a close-up of the monster's lifeless eyes, a hideous imposter inside of Samus's iconic suit. Metroid always had a faint air of horror. You're usually alone, usually in the dark, and with aesthetics that take influence from H.R. Geiger and Alien, it's certainly no stretch to say that the series has long traded in an unsettling atmosphere. Fusion takes all this and runs with it, delivering exquisitely twisted imagery and mechanics that really lean into the series' potential for cosmic horror. As we push further into the station, Adam and Samus discover that the X-Parasite has not only stolen Samus's power suit, but the bodies of the BSL research team. And throughout the sectors, we constantly see reminders of this disturbing body snatching. Sector 1 is haunted by twisted human-like beings wearing lab coats, and later during the self-destruct sequence, we find that it was activated by a crazed scientist, who upon being damaged bursts into a monstrous parasite that serves as a mini-boss. It's surprisingly gruesome stuff, but the worst of it is saved for the various experiments that have broken free amidst the carnage on the station. A few of the bosses are strange hybrids of man and machine, either revealing distinctly human elements upon defeat or decomposing mid-battle, a decidedly unnerving spectacle that makes you question what exactly you are destroying. It's a dark tension that's not present in any of the other Metroid games, and is enhanced by Fusion's strange soundtrack, which feels nothing like its thematic cousins, eschewing memorable melody in favour of brooding ambience. There are vast periods of silence, punctuated only with odd effects, and when we do hear repeating motifs, they're almost always made up of discordant noise. Now that might seem like quite a wild change, but there's actually a clear explanation. Composition duties were once again handled by Kenji Yamamoto of Super Metroid fame, and if you'll remember, his background was in sound design, so it was totally natural for him to use music as a tool to elevate the horrors found aboard the BSL. It all makes for a very intense atmosphere, but Fusion saves its most terrifying moments for the SAX. Beyond acting as the main antagonist driving the plot forwards, this corrupted version of Samus is an ever-present threat in the moment-to-moment gameplay, and functionally feels more like something you'd find in Resident Evil, rather than anything Nintendo have ever made. You see, at various points, you run into the SAX, and thanks to its stolen power and your weakened state, you'll have no choice but to run away, often having to hide until the monster leaves, and invariably dying multiple times while trying to escape its guns. As these moments happen seemingly at random, almost acting as jump scares, it creates a real feeling of unease, as you're never sure when you might enter a door and find yourself staring into a twisted mirror. It's yet another creative twist on Metroid's classic formula, turning the hunter into the hunted, a perfect realisation of the Ridley Scott influence that sparked the entire franchise. Now, to go hand in hand with this increased visual and narrative intensity, Fusion also ramps up the difficulty, something that perfectly complements the themes of the game. The moment-to-moment action platforming now carries a real risk of death if you're not being careful, as regular enemies hit much harder, and a single energy tank can be wiped out in just 1 or 2 hits. Obviously this has been done because the game is far more linear, and the amount of time spent travelling between save and recharge stations is actually quite low, so enemies have been given a big boost in power. Now, the most interesting consequence of this relates to the parasites, which factor into the gameplay quite heavily. You see, when you defeat a foe, its parasite will be left behind, and if you don't absorb it, which returns either a small amount of health or missiles, the enemy will revive and you'll be thrust back into battle. What makes this mechanic all the more deadly is that the parasites can fuse onto other enemies, causing them to evolve and develop new abilities like increased speed, laser invulnerability, or even birth entirely new monsters. It's a wonderful expression of the story through gameplay, reinforcing just how dangerous and unpredictable this creature is, without a word of dialogue. Another area where the challenge has been cranked up is in the boss fights, as Fusion marks the first point where a proper balance has been struck between making the player feel powerful and giving them a stern test. Rather than the bullet sponges of the past, each climactic encounter now has unique mechanics, usually based around complex movesets and weak spots that are vulnerable to specific weapons. It's a lot of fun to work out exactly how you're supposed to bring each one down, but you'll need to steel yourself, as this collection of beasts can be eye-wateringly difficult. Bosses like the Guido Spider, Ceres Serpent and Planet Core can kill you in seconds if you don't know what you're doing, and the Nightmare's combination of screen-wide laser attacks and massive floating hitbox have caused many players to simply give up. It's a challenge well beyond the previous 3 2D games, and it's made all the more brutal as every single boss also contains an X-Parasite that needs to be destroyed if you don't want to find yourself repeating the entire fight. So if it wasn't clear already, there's obviously a lot more going on aboard the BSL than Samus initially realises, and throughout the game we constantly stumble upon things that don't quite make sense. Beyond the horrific bio-organic experiments, you can discover an animal testing laboratory, and hidden away in a warehouse is a frozen clone of Samus's space pirate nemesis, Ridley. The whole game revolves around this atmosphere of mystery and suspicion. And once you've finished all of Adam's objectives and visited each one of the 6 sectors, the narrative curtain lifts and we get some answers. Behind a thick blast door at the bottom of the BSL lies the restricted laboratory, and inside our heroine makes a shocking discovery. We find row after row of cylindrical vats, each one full of baby Metroids. As we progress further into the complex, it becomes painfully clear that the Federation has been breeding and researching these dangerous creatures, and it's highly likely that the vaccine which saved Samus's life had long been in secret development. It's a revelation that has huge ramifications, but before we can ponder it any further, the laboratory is rocked by an explosion, and when we head back to the entrance, we find the SAX attempting to destroy the Metroids. Amidst the carnage, a self-destruct sequence is triggered, and as we leap to safety, a short cutscene plays where both the Metroids and SAX plunge into space and are obliterated. Back inside the BSL, Samus races to a navigation terminal and demands answers from her AI companion, but there is little reprieve as the situation is actually far worse than she realises. Adam reveals that not only had the Federation been experimenting on Metroids, but this was the sole purpose of the entire station, and all 6 sectors that we've explored were designed to replicate environments from SR388. We have been exploring a microcosm of Metroid 2, but this is not the only connection to that game. The X-Parasite and the Metroids are incompatible predators, both competing for a place at the top of the food chain, and when Samus wiped out the latter, it allowed the Parasite to take control. It's this battle that has been driving the SAX's destruction of the station, a mindless quest to eliminate the one species that could threaten it, and one that unfortunately did not come to an end in the laboratory. Adam informs us that we have not been hunted by just one SAX, but 10, and this number is increasing as the parasite replicates itself and prepares to spread beyond the station. With Federation ships on course to dock in just a few moments, Samus begs the AI to call them off, but it has orders to allow them to board in order to try and obtain an X-Parasite sample. Despite her protestations, it can do nothing to aid Samus. Now this thrusts us into the final section of the game, where after an encounter with the cloned Ridley, Samus makes one final plea to the computer, accidentally using the name Adam as she does. Surprisingly, this confuses the machine, and he asks more about Adam Malkovich. What would he have done? Would he have trusted Samus's judgment? Would he have carried out the orders he was given? To this, Samus tells the AI that Adam died so that she could live, and at this, something changes. Suddenly the computer informs her that if she can reach the navigation deck, she could program the BSL to collide with the planet below, destroying all of the SAX and any trace of them left on SR388. The only response we see from Samus is a single scream as her eyes widen in realization, and with that, we have our final objective. Now, just like in the rest of Fusion, this sequence presents a serious challenge, and it comes in the form of a one-on-one duel against an SAX. And with no gimmicks or places to hide, it is a true test of your skill and how many energy tanks you've managed to collect. Apparently there is a way to use ice missiles to freeze it in place, but it's a strategy I could never get the hang of, so in my playthrough it turned into an intense dance of movement and timing, a final boss fight that is ludicrously challenging, but unlike in the past, feels genuinely fair. It would be a more than fitting place to end the game, but in true Sakamoto style, there is always slightly more. Once the crash course is set, we have to race against the clock to get back to our ship, and when we arrive, we're ambushed by an Omega Metroid. a being so powerful that it takes Samus down with a single swipe. With no baby Metroid to save the day, it looks to be the end, until assistance arrives from an unexpected place. Into the hangar bursts one of the SAX, and seeing the fully developed form of its mortal enemy, it dives into battle, only to be instantly destroyed. It's another futile gesture in this long-running war, but it allows Samus to reabsorb the parasite, and this returns her to her former Super Metroid level glory, complete with a fully upgraded eye speed. Just like she did many times back on SR388, Samus unleashes hell upon the fully evolved Metroid, and in a matter of seconds, obliterates the monster. With this, her ship arrives, she beams aboard and makes her escape, as both the station and planet disintegrate behind her, preventing the abuse of both the Metroids and X-Parasites, once and for all. The galaxy is once again at peace. Now that's a lot of dialogue and drama for a Metroid finale, and once again it often draws a lot of criticism. It's about as far as possible from the wordless and gameplay-driven conclusions of the past, and this is particularly surprising considering Sakamoto is on record as being deeply inspired by Kiyotaka's minimalist style. The thing is, for the franchise to avoid another decade-long hiatus, it needed to evolve, and I'm sure Sakamoto cared far more about being able to make another game than sticking to notions of tradition. Even with that being said, I think the story he told is genuinely really good, and it manages to walk the tightrope between new and expansive world building and remaining true to the series' roots. We learn so much more about the Federation and how it might not be the force for good which we saw in the original game's manual, and that Metroid ecosystem which dominated the second game is now further fleshed out with the inclusion of the X-Parasite. Even the additions to Samus's backstory are purely complementary and don't conflict with her stoic warrior personality. The moments of introspection are never moments of doubt, and instead we're painted a picture of a powerful being with a conscience, an ever so slight change that makes her sparing of the baby Metroid all the more believable. While Fusion's gameplay might present a substantial departure from series convention, its plot is so intrinsically tied to the events of the previous games that I find any accusation of it being un-Metroid to be laughable at best. Instead, it is evidence that Metroid had the potential to be more than just action exploration, offering up possibilities for complex adventures that went beyond simple heroes and monsters. In a way, Fusion would set the tone for much of what was to come in the rest of the series. But before we get to that, it's time to revisit the past. As Yoshio Sakamoto had decided, it was time for a rebirth. Much like Metroid Prime, Fusion had been a big critical success and a moderate financial one, shipping 1.6 million copies, which, while hardly record-breaking, was more than enough to confirm the franchise was here to stay. Almost immediately, both Retro Studios and R&D1 began work on a set of sequels, and it meant for the first time in Metroid history, fans would be getting multiple games on the same systems. Now, given that Sakamoto's team was working on the Game Boy Advance, it'll be no surprise that they got to market first, but the direction they elected to go in was not what anyone expected. As a student of Gunpei Yokoi, Sakamoto didn't want to simply make Metroid Fusion 2, and instead asked his team if they would be interested in something a little more unconventional, a top-to-bottom remake of Metroid 1. Apparently the thought process was that while Fusion and Prime had brought the series to a new generation, their various reinventions meant that most people were unfamiliar with the series' roots. Sakamoto wanted to introduce Game Boy owners to the iconic freeform exploration of the past, and thought this was a perfect opportunity to update an older game that had started to feel slightly outdated. Now, considering that they were working with the same engine that they built for Fusion, you'd imagine this would be a pretty straightforward process. But ever the creative, Sakamoto wanted to make changes. In interviews before its release, he described how the development had two key goals. Firstly, to update the original's gameplay by smoothing out its rough edges, and secondly, to increase the amount of storytelling, diving into Samus Aran's backstory and introducing cutscenes to better flesh out her adventure. For what could have been a copy and paste job, it was genuinely ambitious, and Sakamoto claimed that around 40% of the game would be entirely new content, a quote that did the rounds on various websites and managed to build up quite a lot of interest. Clearly this wasn't just going to be Metroid Advance, and so to reflect that, the project was given its own unique name, Metroid Zero Mission, a clear starting point for a series that had suddenly found itself on the precipice of mainstream success. Now before we discuss the game, we have a little oddity to investigate, and that is the 2-volume Metroid prequel manga that came out as part of the marketing campaign for Zero Mission. Funnily enough, printed media had already played quite an important part in the series' history, as for the longest time, the only way to discover Samus's backstory was to read a 1994 Super Metroid comic that had been released in Nintendo Power. This version of the story broadly followed the game, but it did have its own identity. Samus adventures with a partner called Armstrong Houston. Federation and Space Pirates both get much more screen time, and most importantly, it contained the first explanation for the bounty hunter's exceptional power. In issue 4, Samus heads to a planet called Nest, where she discovers a living Chozo called Old Bird. This encounter reveals that not only is her power suit of Chozo creation, but that Samus herself was raised by this ancient race, with the goal of creating a galactic protector. For over a decade, this comic was the only place fans could turn if they wanted to learn about Samus's past, and unsurprisingly this was something Nintendo wanted to change. So the comic was declared non-canon, and in its place, Nintendo commissioned a 16-chapter manga. Released in the popular publication Magazine Z, Metroid was written by Koji Tozawa and illustrated by Kenji Ishikawa, and attempts to characterise Samus's early life in a way that provides greater context to the events we see in the games. Ironically, many of its ideas are similar to those found in the Nintendo Power comic, but at over 300 pages long, the manga presents everything in much greater detail and does feel like an indispensable part of the series' mythology. We learn that Samus is an orphan, the daughter of 2 miners who died at Ridley's hands during a space pirate raid, and that she was rescued by a Chozo called Old Bird, who raised her as one of their own. The Chozo see the pursuit of galactic peace as their solemn duty, but as their ancient race decays and diminishes, they find themselves taking ever more extreme measures, and this brings them into conflict with a more grounded and forgiving Samus. Surprisingly, these early scenes take place on the planet Zebes, which before the events of Metroid 1 was a Chozo stronghold operated by a powerful AI called Mother Brain. It's an ever so slight retcon, as in the NES game, Zebes was a space pirate base, but this change does a better job of explaining the presence of the Chozo statues that are compatible with Samus's power suit. Similarly, we also learn that the Metroids were genetically engineered by the Chozo in order to combat a deadly new threat that they had discovered on a planet called SR-388, the malignant X-Parasite. Now, this does remove some of the enticing mystery surrounding the series' iconic monsters, but you have to give Tozawa some credit for managing to come up with a prequel that ties into both Metroid 1 and Metroid Fusion. So as the story progresses, we see a growing divide between Samus and the Chozo, which results in her leaving Zebes to join the Federation Police. Here she serves under Adam Malkovich, the ghost that haunted her conversations in Fusion, and we see her engage in her first battles with the Space Pirates. From this point on, there's all sorts of scheming and action, but it culminates in the Space Pirates attacking the Chozo, and Samus disobeying her orders so she can try to save her adopted family. Upon arrival at her previous home, Samus of course discovers that Mother Brain has betrayed its masters, and in true Skynet form has decided that the best way to secure galactic peace is to take over the Space Pirate forces and use them to destroy all sentient life. Now, to anyone that's played Metroid or Super Metroid, this is no surprise, but the story does use this obvious twist in a very interesting way. The series has always been full of familial themes, whether between Samus and the Hatchling, or Samus and Adam, or even the Mother Brain and the Pirates. And the manga brings this to the forefront and makes it a core part of Metroid's origin. Both Mother Brain and the Chozo see Samus as their successor, the heir to their ideology, and as an orphan with no clear place in the galaxy, she's torn between these two conflicting destinies. Considering that we know from the games that she rejects Mother Brain, but also loses the Chozo, it adds a sense of tragedy to her wandering as a bounty hunter. That aimless pursuit of work for the Federation is really quite sad when you consider she's lost multiple chances to belong. In fact, this relationship with her past becomes even more painful, as during the battle on Zebes, she comes face to face with Ridley, and rather than heroically avenging her parents, she freezes, mentally transported back in time, a little girl unable to fight back. Where so many other video game protagonists simply shrug off the tragedies that haunt their past, Samus is presented as a real person who can't so easily press on, and her struggle to move past the trauma of losing her parents dominates the latter sections of the manga. Ultimately, with the aid of the remaining Chozo, she's able to find the strength she needs to defeat Ridley. But this small character arc adds a lot of depth to the person we see in the games. Is her stoicism a defense mechanism against the hurt she still carries? Is her attachment to the Adam AI because of a fear of losing people close to her? Does she spare the last Metroid because she sees something of herself reflected in the last of its kind? For a manga that is full of retcons and prequel style revision, it's astoundingly cohesive with the rest of the franchise, and it's this surprising quality that makes its release all the more perplexing. You see, for some reason, it was only ever published in Japan, and never saw an official English translation, with the panels I've been showing only available thanks to the hard work of dedicated fans. Considering that Metroid's primary market was in the West, where its sales numbers dwarfed those in Japan, it's a confusing decision, and one that gets all the more strange as you dive into the game it was designed to accompany. During Zero Mission's introductory cutscene, we see Samus heading to Zebes in order to destroy Mother Brain and the captured Metroids, and we're casually told that she is returning to the planet that she once called home, something that would leave English-speaking fans utterly bemused. As we'll soon discover, this relationship makes for a peculiar game, a remake that is the perfect introduction to everything that makes Metroid special, except for its narrative. Now, at first glance, Zero Mission appears to be the straight-laced remake that most people were expecting. The opening moments replicate that same shot of the planet's surface, and we begin our adventure with the infamous sequence of heading left to discover the Morph Ball, and then right and into the rest of the game. Now, this is no bad thing, as visually and aurally, Zero Mission takes the sparse bones of the original and fleshes it out into something that feels completely at home, alongside the very best of the Game Boy Advance. Continuing the style of Super and Fusion, sprites are chunky and detailed, environments pop with colour, and parallax scrolling backgrounds create a sense of depth that add a distinct character to this third Zebesian visit. Along with a super smooth frame rate, it's a really wonderful reimagining that manages to capture the look of the original without going overboard with changes. This is probably best exemplified in the soundtrack, which was once again handled by Kenji Yamamoto. Now, unlike Fusion's drab and downbeat score, Zero Mission was a chance to get back to the series' traditional thematic melodies. And while there are a handful of new songs, it's mostly made up of wonderful reinterpretations of Tanaka's legendary 8-bit tunes. Classic songs like the Brinstar Melody or Kraid's Lair are full of additional detail thanks to the console's 2 extra channels, and while some people lament the GBA's poor sound quality, they're made with such compositional flair that it's hard to care about the lo-fi output. So before long we found the closed off entrance to Turian, discovered our early upgrades, and have set off to find Kraid and Ridley, all very much playing out like Metroid 1 with a fresh paint of coat. Now, that being said, this early point is where the familiarity ends, as despite Sakamoto claiming that only 40% of the game had been changed, almost every single second has been suffused with new ideas. Shortly after entering Brinstar, we end up in combat with a giant cave worm, a boss fight that absolutely wasn't in the original, and instead of heading down into Norfair, we find ourselves in an entirely new zone called Chozodia. Of course, to those players unfamiliar with the manga, this is going to come as something of a surprise. But with full knowledge of Samus's backstory, this area adds a new sense of mythos to our journey, and allows the team to include new upgrades like the ledge grab, which wouldn't have fit naturally into the original's map design. Now, all this might sound like quite a lot, but really the bulk of the changes have been done in the name of accessibility, and make it abundantly clear that Sakamoto and his team wanted to update rather than recreate. The most obvious difference is in the controls, as Samus moves and fights just like in Metroid Fusion, with highly responsive 8-way aiming, a shoulder toggle for missiles, and the inclusion of the aforementioned ledge grab, which makes platforming substantially more forgiving. In combination with frequent save rooms that refill both your health and missiles, and well, it's just a much less punishing experience, creating gameplay that's focused on keeping you in the action rather than constantly throwing up barriers. Now, while that might be music to the ears of Metroid 1 critics, it gets all the sweeter when you discover that we now have a detailed map and a hint system that provides a dose of Fusion-style direction. Early on, you'll stumble across these Chozo statues that don't bestow an upgrade, but instead place a marker on your map, and that provides you with a general direction to head in. Far cry from the aimless wandering and dead ends that characterised the original. For purists, I'm sure this is horrifying, but it's hard to argue that it doesn't make the early game much less frustrating. And as you progress deeper into the labyrinth, this system undergoes a clever shift. In later zones like Kraid and Ridley's lairs, the Chozo map markers are extremely vague, showing you a location that's usually pretty far away and then leaving you to work out exactly how to get there. By doing this, the open exploration of the original is slowly introduced, and as you gain more abilities and resources, and in turn feel more comfortable in control of Samus, the training wheels come off and the game trusts you to make your own way through its darkened halls. In fact, in the game's final moments, we discover that the statues have been destroyed altogether, a symbolic gesture that indicates that you're now on your own. Now, another major redesign comes in the form of the zones themselves, as if you'll remember, a big issue Metroid 1 suffered with was a tendency to feel quite repetitive. Thanks to the NES's low power, you rarely saw much beyond floating platforms, walls of destructible blocks, and a handful of enemies, so a big aim with Zero Mission was to inject some variety. Much like in Super and Fusion, each room now comes with its own idea, either based around a unique enemy to fight, or a puzzle to solve, or leading you to another part of the map that you might need a specific upgrade to access. It keeps everything very engaging, with rooms strung together into complementary sequences, which often have you heading in one direction to gain a new ability, and then using this new power to find an alternative route back. As Zeba's has been updated to include the speed booster, super missiles, morph ball jump, and shine sparking, there's just a lot more to do, and it rarely ever feels like you're simply going from A to B. Now, ironically, this type of level design really minimises the amount of required backtracking, and as it makes individual rooms quite memorable, the detailed map and hints aren't actually as necessary as you might think. The cumulative effect of all this is a game that is far less frustrating, but it comes at a cost. Zero Mission doesn't really replicate the sense of isolation and confusion that's central to the Metroid 1 experience. If I'm being totally honest, it is quite an easy game. This is often framed as a criticism of Sakamoto and his team's work, but I think it misunderstands their aims. While there's no concrete evidence, I think they weren't looking so much to remake Metroid 1, but remake the start of the series, and provide players with a friendly jumping on point that could act as a gateway to other games in the franchise. Prime and Fusion had become the most popular titles, but neither really replicated the fast-paced and open-ended structure of Super Metroid or the expansive linearity of Metroid 2. And I think it's admirable that Sakamoto wanted to make a game that might inspire people to look backwards. Now, while all these structural changes can sometimes be a hotly debated topic, one element that received universal praise was the game's approach to boss fights, as it continued the trend towards mechanically challenging and visually impressive endgame encounters. Both Kraid and Ridley appear in forms reminiscent of their Super Metroid incarnations, featuring huge sprites, multiple attacks, coloured phases that increase their speed, and of course their iconic screams that punctuate the battle. They're two of the series' most notorious villains, and are both treated with the reverence they deserve, each getting their own little cutscene that introduces them, and really adds to the drama of the encounter. It's all good stuff, but as this is the third time we've done battle against the space pirate captains, Zero Mission clearly needed some fresh blood, and this comes in the form of the planet's corrupted wildlife. In the original game, the setting was a space pirate stronghold, but Zero Mission has reimagined this into a more natural environment, transforming the black backgrounds into crumbling Chozo ruins that have been reclaimed by the planet. This then influences the boss fights, which are made up of freakish monsters that make Zevas feel like a truly hostile place. We battle against the Diorem and Mua, two vicious worms that burrow through the earth and lurk in acid lakes. And later on we find ourselves in a running battle against the Kiru-Giru, a monster that we fight 3 times, once as a larvae, once in its cocoon, and then finally as a fully evolved wasp. Much like Kraid and Ridley, all the fights have their own unique mechanics and movement patterns to learn, and present a vast improvement over the original, which outside of Mother Brain was rather light in this area. So on that note, let's discuss the ending. This was one of the original's worst parts, and probably the section of the game most in need of a rework. While funnily enough, not that much has changed, and Turian is pretty much identical to the version we saw back in 1986. You still have to fight your way through a horde of Metroids, still have to blast regenerating walls, and the climactic boss fight still works in much the same way. Now what has changed is Samus Aran's toolkit, and it's this that makes Turian much more tolerable. With 6 directions to aim in and super missiles easily accessible on the R button, individual Metroids no longer pose as much threat. And even when you're fighting 4 or 5 at once, it feels like the stakes aren't weighted so massively against you. Similarly, the area now has 3 save points, and as they restore your missiles and health, it's no longer the endgame gear check that it once was, and places the emphasis squarely on player skill. Now in order to counterbalance that increased player power, Mother Brain can now fight back, which in tandem with the bullets does make for a pretty chaotic encounter. Thankfully it's nothing on its 80s incarnation, and while it'll certainly chew through a lot of energy tanks, a handful of well-placed super missiles will see you conquer the Chozo traitor. So this triggers the self-destruct sequence, and we race back up to Samus's ship in order to enjoy a well-earned victory screen. Only, the game doesn't actually end there. In orbit above Zebes, with her mission accomplished, Samus allows herself a moment of reflection, and with her guard lowered, disaster strikes. A space pirate fleet appears out of nowhere, and within seconds, Samus's ship is shot down, and she finds herself back on the surface of Zebes, without her power suit or a way home. What follows is a section of gameplay unlike anything else in the series. Clad only in her Zero suit, Samus has virtually no abilities and only a small pistol, which means she can't fight anything head on. Instead, she has to slowly creep through the space pirate mothership and adjacent Chozo ruins, timing her movements to avoid detection, leaping between security systems, and if necessary, running for her life. Now according to Sakamoto, the team had decided to continue the game after the defeat of Mother Brain fairly early in development, but the form this would take didn't come together until very late on. It was the product of a few different ideas, namely a desire to experiment with disempowerment and a chance to build on the SAX chase scenes from Fusion, which the team were particularly proud of. It's a genuinely massive gamble to mess with the format of such a well-known game, but what makes this work is just how fun this sequence is. The more linear structure allows the team to flex its Wario Land 4 design muscles and create some fast-paced platforming that we don't usually see from Metroid. Much like everything else about Zero Mission, its inclusion is sometimes criticised by those who would rather have a pure remake, but I think it's implemented really well, managing to deliver both a surprising twist and a fresh chunk of content, and all without having to mess with the original adventure. Now eventually this sequence does end, and Samus finds herself in an ancient hall, standing before a massive Chozo mural. It depicts ancient warriors and a proto-power suit, and as she gazes across it, Samus is drawn back to her childhood and the lost beings that raised her. It's a poignant moment, but once again it only really hits home if you've read the manga, and without the knowledge of her familial relationship with the Chozo, and the pain of losing both them and her parents, this emotional moment doesn't really land. Well, manga or not, things get even weirder, as in some sort of spiritual test, the mural comes to life, and Samus has to do battle against it. This contest eventually rewards you with a powerful new suit that enables the use of a strange set of Chozo artifacts that we found while in Chozodia earlier on in the game. Now armed with the gravity suit, plasma beam and space jump, along with her previously discovered upgrades, Samus is now well beyond the power level we were at when we fought through Turian, and this leads into a final section of satisfying revenge. We head back through the Chozo temple, but instead of sticking to the shadows, we're now taking the fight to the pirates, blasting through their troops and carving a path up to the control deck of their mothership. Here we confront the true final boss, a mechanical version of Ridley that, despite being half finished, is easily the toughest fight in the game. With a complex attack pattern, a huge health pool and a tiny weak spot, it's a suitably climactic battle, but I've always felt like this is an odd place to conclude a reboot of Samus's first adventure. For the longest time, the theory was that this actually was the real Ridley, who, having been rescued from the depths of Zebes, undergoes extensive cybernetic surgery, which transforms him into this hulking machine. Now, considering this is the beast responsible for Samus's entire backstory, that would make a lot of sense. But in a fan Q&A, Sakamoto confirmed that this was just meant to be a robot that the space pirates had randomly decided to build, which is far less dramatic and honestly a little underwhelming. Anyway, with Mecha Ridley defeated, we're thrown into another self-destruct sequence, but this one is substantially longer and even throws enemies and obstacles in your way. cranking up the tension especially as you don't get an opportunity to save after you take down the big boss. Eventually Samus makes it back to the hangar, and with everything exploding around her, she commandeers a space pirate ship and blasts off into orbit. The mission complete and her escape successful. Now, just like in the original, depending on how fast you beat the game and how many items you discovered, you'll be given different images of Samus as a reward for your efforts, but I think there are some key differences in how this feels. As Metroid on the NES revolves entirely around player knowledge and navigation, it really lends itself to time attack gameplay, in a way that the more controlled structure of Zero Mission doesn't really. It's odd to be timed in a game that so regularly locks you onto linear sequences, and I think this similar yet different relationship is ultimately what defines Zero Mission as a remake. While it tells the same story in far greater detail and does make a valiant attempt to replicate its atmosphere, I really think that the experience of playing Metroid 1 and Metroid Zero Mission are fundamentally quite different, and it's clear to me that Sakamoto and his team had very different goals to Kiyotake, Matsuoka and Okada back in 1986. Now, funnily enough, when you complete Zero Mission, you actually unlock an emulated version of the NES original, which is something that I think should be included in every single remake, and which is also a potential admission that despite its age, it still had enough unique ideas to be worth a look. So, if the job of a remake is to replace the original, it's hard to say that Zero Mission is a success. And if that's purely what you're looking for, I imagine Sakamoto's second GBA game will leave you feeling a little hollow. But if we look at it from a different perspective, as a game that's meant to provide a jumping on point for new fans, to introduce them gently to the ideas behind the series and allow them to dive into more complex experiences afterwards, well, it couldn't really be any better. Similarly, Sakamoto's desire to add more depth to Samus's backstory is largely successful, and while many elements might not make complete sense away from the context of the manga, when considered together, Zero Mission is a pretty compelling origin story. As the credits finish rolling, we're treated to a final scene. The camera pans down that towering Chozo mural, and at the very bottom, we see a scribbled picture. Samus as a child, holding hands with her adopted family. A symbol that perfectly encapsulates this new beginning, and hints at where the franchise could go next. Now, despite all the clever reinvention found in Fusion and Zero Mission, the foundation of the 2000s Metroid revival was Retro Studios' work on the GameCube, and the series' future was always going to be defined by what they did next. Now, that being said, there was another home console title that had elevated Samus's reputation, and arguably it did more than both Sakamoto and Retro to bring Metroid to a new audience. I'm of course talking about Super Smash Bros. Melee. The original Smash Bros. Had been a popular N64 game, but its sequel, which was released in 2001, took the series to a whole new level. With more fighters, more stages, more items, more modes, and a heavy dose of museum-style history, Melee turned the franchise from a fun gimmick fighter into a blockbuster Nintendo showcase. Thanks to its astronomical 7 million units shipped, which made it the best-selling game on the platform, its characters were thrust to a level of exposure that they'd never come close to, and for many, it had a real lasting impact. Earthbound's Ness went from a niche RPG character to a beloved fan favourite. F-Zero received the mascot it had always needed in Captain Falcon, and most famously, the popularity of Roy and Marth led to future Fire Emblem games being released outside of Japan. For Samus, the effect was also massive. Just as it had done back on the N64, the inclusion of her as a default character, sitting alongside giants like Mario, Donkey Kong and Link, gave her an air of Nintendo royalty, and through stages like Brinstar and Brinstar Depths, even people who'd never played Metroid became familiar with its concept. I think this was a big contributing factor in the surprise success of Metroid Prime, as unknowingly, Nintendo and Retro Studios were releasing their experiment to an audience interested to discover what the franchise was all about. Now, the fact that Prime had blown the socks off critics only served to capitalise on this momentum, and by the time Sakamoto had released his Game Boy Advance games, the series had never been more relevant. So this brings us to Retro Studios' next project, which for the first time in series history was releasing into an environment of genuine expectation. People wanted another Prime game, and it was on director Mark Pacini and his team to deliver. Now, despite being on the other side of the Pacific and having very different ideas about the future of the series, Pacini and Retro shared one thing with Yoshio Sakamoto, and that was ambition. In spite of the studio having been cobbled together at the last minute, and Prime emerging from a brutal period of crunch, its reception had given the team a lot of confidence. And now that Retro was properly established, they wanted to put their own stamp on the series' legacy. In interviews about the development process, Pacini spoke about how they wanted to move away from some of the series' foundational concepts, reducing the role of space pirates, Metroids and the Chozo, and building a story based on new ideas. This thinking led them to a premise rooted in the push and pull between light and dark, a concept inspired by a link to the past, and something that the team felt had strong potential for both fresh storytelling and creative gameplay. Now that was all well and good, but it was in stark contrast to what Nintendo wanted out of Prime 2. While Shigeru Miyamoto had produced Prime 1, he was busy with projects back in Japan, and so oversight was passed to Kensuke Tanabe, a man who would go on to have quite the impact on the Metroid series. Tanabe had made his name as Nintendo's chief fixer, often finding himself working on strange projects like the conversion of Doki Doki Panic into Super Mario Bros. 2, or supervising unique titles like Pokémon Snap and Cubivore. By the early 2000s, this adaptability had meant that he was the go-to third-party manager, and had spent most of the 6th generation fleshing out the GameCube's libraries with studios like Intelligent Systems, Crystal Dynamics, N-Space, and now Retro Studios. Unfortunately, the relationship between Retro and Tanabe wasn't always smooth, and his view of what a Prime sequel should be was really quite different to the cinematic vision of Pacini and his team. The first big clash was that Tanabe was obsessed with tightness, a concept that refers to the game's challenge, and he constantly pushed Retro to increase the game's tightness wherever they physically could. It was something that the developers were quite annoyed about, but this paled in comparison to Tanabe's other big idea, which was that the game should include a comprehensive deathmatch multiplayer mode. In hindsight, this seems like a crazy idea, as multiplayer had never been a part of the Metroid equation. But as Prime was a first-person game that involved shooting, Tanabe imagined a world where it could go head-to-head with Halo and Quake. With only 2 years to cram together so many new and conflicting ideas, I wouldn't blame anyone for expecting Metroid Prime 2 to be Retro's difficult second album, an over-ambitious sequel caught between the desires of fans, developers, and publishers. But remember, Retro were not a typical studio, and their team was not made up of typical developers. Amidst a sea of complaints about the crunch culture that defined Metroid Prime 1, Steve Barcia had been removed as studio lead, and his replacement, Michael Kelbar, was extremely well liked and made big changes to the company's processes that meant much higher morale and much improved working conditions. The studio was riding high, and despite the challenges that Prime 2 presented, the team was more motivated than ever. So this brings us to November 2004, where Metroid Prime 2 Echoes released worldwide, and while the subtitle might give the impression of a transient imitator, it was clear that another developmental miracle had happened in Austin, Texas. Now, considering Pacini's desire to inject a greater sense of cinema into the game's narrative, everything begins in a rather straightforward manner, and wastes no time in getting you into the action. Prime 2 opens with a mission briefing. Samus has been ordered to head to the Dasher system and investigate the disappearance of a Federation Marine unit on the mysterious planet of Aether. We see her ship descend into its stormy climate, and as soon as she lands, we're thrust into a brooding sequence where we're hunting for clues and trying to work out what has happened to the Marines. We soon discover bodies lying broken at their stations or hanging limp from ceilings. By scanning them, we can build a picture of what is going on. Something had been hunting the soldiers, driving them into a paranoid frenzy and causing comrades to turn on one another. It's a disturbing introduction, and it gets even worse when a malignant power takes control of the Marines' bodies, and Samus finds herself in a running battle against the very people she was sent to save. Confused and unsettled, we press deeper into the planet, and here the situation really comes unstuck. Upon entering a mysterious portal, Samus finds herself in a mirror of Aether, a twisted and dark place where the very air is poisoned, and caught off guard, she's attacked by a pack of shadowy beasts that strip her suit of its upgrades and leave her in a weakened state. Spat back into the world she came from, Samus pushes on, but is rewarded only with more bad news. In a clearing, she discovers the Marines' ship, but tragically all of their equipment has been junked and there's nobody left alive. By interfacing with the ship's logs, she can see what happened. They were chasing a space pirate frigate, but upon landing, realised they were trapped as the planet's stormy atmosphere prevented all communications or escape. Eventually, the perpetrators of the massacre are revealed, the same shadowy creatures that attacked Samus earlier on. With her mission failed, her suit severely weakened and no way to return home, Samus can only push on. But in the centre of Aether lies hope. At the top of a tall temple, she finally encounters a friendly face, a being called Umos, a Luminoth. Umos tells us that Aether was once a peaceful planet ruled by the technologically advanced Luminoth, but just like on Talon 4, a calamity had fallen from the stars. A vicious meteor strike had shorn the planet in two, only this hadn't happened in a physical sense. Aether had been split into two competing dimensions, a light version populated by the Luminoth, and a dark one swarming with the beasts that killed the Marines and took Samus's power, the Ing. Umos begs Samus to aid him. The Ing have stolen almost all of Aether's planetary energy, and should they claim it all, the light side of the planet would perish. But if she's able to invade the Dark World and reclaim it, the tide can be turned and Aether saved. So the mission changes. Samus now has to travel across both versions of Aether, recovering her stolen power and locating 3 dark temples, which should allow her to defeat the Ing within and escape this fractured planet. Now, on the surface, this might seem like a perfectly reasonable setup for a Metroid Prime sequel, but really when you consider the narrative and the style of its presentation, it represents quite a break from Retro's previous game. Where Prime 1's narrative was virtually optional, hidden away in scan logs and environmental clues, here it is front and centre, dished out not only in cutscenes but in character dialogue, clearly spelling out both the state of the world and our objective. It's certainly much more dramatic and impactful, but I can see an argument that it reduces some of the mystique that comes from discovering these things yourself. So while that's certainly a step backwards, what can't be criticised is the injection of fresh ideas, and Retro really deserve credit for being brave enough to step away from the tropes of the past. While Sakamoto was taking the 2D series ever deeper into Space Pirate and Chozo lore, it's refreshing to discover other parts of the Metroid universe, and the cataclysmic war between the Luminoth and Ing makes for a fascinating backdrop. Now, what makes Prime 2's narrative particularly interesting is that this battle between light and dark is not the only conflict raging on the planet, as there is another threat that Samus needs to deal with, an echo of a past battle back on Talon 4. This is Dark Samus, a being we first saw reaching from the primordial ooze left behind by the Metroid Prime. Apparently influenced by the SAX in Metroid Fusion, Retro had wanted to create an antagonist that felt less like a monster and more like an equal. Something that would be more than just a boss fight or a chase sequence, but a real part of the light and dark story. Interestingly, there's very little dialogue to explain Dark Samus's actions, and just like back in Prime 1, it's largely left up to the player to piece together its motivations and goals. So after our meeting with Umos, we're thrust into the core of Prime 2, that familiar blend of first-person combat, puzzle solving and platforming, all based around the hunt for upgrades in order to open up more of the map. Now, given just how popular this was in Prime, it's no surprise to see it back, but that doesn't mean it's exactly the same. Retro have made some pretty big changes to both the moment-to-moment gameplay and wider world structure. Let's start with the latter, as Aether and Talon 4 feel pretty different in how they are laid out, and this has quite a big impact on your adventure. In order to recover the light energy from Dark Aether, Samus has to visit 3 areas which surround the Luminoth Temple: Agon, Torvus and the Sanctuary, and the process of exploring these zones makes up the bulk of the gameplay. Where things deviate is that each of these areas has a twin dark version. By heading between both light and dark portals, Samus can explore both dimensions, meaning that Prime 2 is actually made up of 8 distinct areas. Now, the dark areas are laid out in exactly the same way as their light counterparts, but that doesn't mean they're any easier to explore, as they come with their own unique mechanics. You see, Dark Aether is a poisonous and toxic place that drains your health at all times, and the only way to protect against it is to hop between bubbles of light energy. This means that every journey into the dark world is an oppressive mixture of dreary aesthetics and punishing mechanics that almost feel like you're underwater, gasping for the air of the light world. Obviously the risk with design like this is you create levels that simply aren't fun to explore, but I think this is nicely counterbalanced by quite a big change in level design that moves Prime 2 away from the expansive backtracking that dominated Prime 1. Rather than quickly being introduced to every zone and then zigzagging between them as you unlock more upgrades, Prime 2 has a more controlled flow. You first head to the Aegon Wastes, then Torvus Bog, and finally the Luminoth Fortress, and in each zone you're always looking for 3 Dark World keys, which take you to the zone's boss and the area's light energy. Now don't let that fool you into believing that this is a Metroid Fusion style linear adventure. We might have a predefined route through the game, but the zones themselves are more sprawling than ever. This is really where Pacini's promise to deliver a more challenging sequel comes to fruition, as the 3 areas we visit can get very complicated. Between dimension hopping and a much greater degree of verticality, Prime 2 is by far the most intricate game space in the series. This also applies to the art design and aesthetics, as while Prime 1's levels tended to be based around a single idea, like the fiery caverns of Magmor or the crumbling architecture of the Chozo ruins, Aether is far more holistic, and its levels are based around lots of complementary ideas. Take Torvus, which begins with a sequence where you're switching between an overgrown Luminoth facility in the light world and a poisonous bog in the dark world. Eventually this gives way to an environmental control centre, with the upper levels housing a few boss fights, large platforming sequences, and the lower levels submerged in water and requiring certain upgrades to explore. There's just much more variety and flow to the zones, and while some people might miss the broad graphical variety found in Prime, I think it's a small price to pay for some of the best level design in the entire series. Now, that isn't to say that planet-wide backtracking is totally gone, but this brings me on to another very welcome change. In the second half of the game, deep within the shadow version of the Luminoth Fortress, you defeat a boss and reclaim the Spider Ball. But rather than head back to the fortress to explore new spaces, you're supposed to take this all the way over to the Torvus Bog and down to the very bottom of the level in order to grab the Power Bomb. Just like in Prime 1, this is a pretty long journey that involves backtracking across most of the game world, but thankfully Retro have seen the light, and we now have shortcuts between every zone that speed up these journeys. The whole design of Aether just feels like it comes from a studio that knows what it's doing. It's the definitive sequel in this sense. The levels are more complex and detailed, but also far easier to understand, perfectly walking that line between guiding players to objectives and leaving them to their own ends. Now, to go hand in hand with increased complexity in exploration, we also have a slight rework to combat, and while it might not look any different from these images, it has quite an impact on how it feels. Rather than repeating the more puzzle-driven encounter design of Prime 1, we instead get rather more traditional shooter gameplay, where all weapons are viable against all enemies, and concepts like ammo conservation and cover play a much greater role. Instead of enemies only being vulnerable to certain attacks, or having to be brought down with a specific strategy, everything is now based around strengths and weaknesses, which unsurprisingly tie into the theme of light and dark. Pretty quickly Samus ends up with both a dark beam and a light beam, and the idea is that depending on the enemies you fight, the beams are either stronger or weaker, but importantly, never useless. Now this matters because along with your missiles, the beams require ammo to use, and so there's a new dimension to combat, where you still have to work out the optimum way to approach each conflict, but also have to balance this against the resources you have, and sometimes make the best out of a bad situation. And that's something that will happen quite frequently, as along with these new systems, the difficulty has been cranked up a notch. Now even regular enemies can quickly chunk through your health. It makes for gunfights that actually carry some tension, and particularly in the Dark World, as your health drains away and you frantically run between light bubbles, the gunfights can get pretty intense. Now this is probably an appropriate place to discuss the game's new modes, as while the gameplay changes make for more immediate and exciting single-player combat, it's pretty clear that they're rooted in Kensuke Tanabe's multiplayer desires. With the benefit of hindsight, this is all pretty ridiculous, and Retro developers have since revealed that there wasn't really much faith in its prospects as a LAN party hit. In an interview with a fan site years later, lead technical engineer Jack Matthews spoke about how enthusiasm for this mode was not particularly high, and they had to do lots of fiddly work with their engine to allow for multiple players and had to spend lots of time polishing animations so they could be viewed from third person. Given so much time was spent simply getting the multiplayer to work, it massively detracted from time spent designing and fine-tuning its mechanics. and that's really evident in what's shipped on the disc. Prime 2 comes with just 2 4-player modes, a traditional deathmatch and bounty hunt, which is a timed score variant where you have to collect coins from around the map or steal them from your opponents. With just 6 maps to choose from, there isn't a great deal to sink your teeth into, and compared to the likes of Time Splitters or Call of Duty, it's very thin pickings. Now that's not strictly a bad thing if the core gameplay is fun enough, but unfortunately even with the changes to Prime 2's combat, it's not enough to make Metroid work in a competitive setting. The issue really stems from the inability to freely aim, which means everything is tied to your lock-on and really removes any element of skill. Gunfights always boil down to whoever shoots first, and while there are power-ups that can give you an edge, these spawn just infrequently enough to feel like they don't play a big part. Fans have long since theorised that its inclusion impacted the development of the single-player portion, but considering how little there is on offer and how low effort most of it looks, I find that to be quite hard to believe. Now while the multiplayer was clearly a misguided idea, it unfortunately isn't the only place where Kensuke Tanabe negatively affected Metroid Prime 2, as his influence can also be felt all over the game's boss fights. This was an area that clearly needed improvement from Retro's last outing, and what's frustrating is that broadly speaking they've done a great job. Where battles in the past took up a ridiculous amount of time and usually lacked any strategy beyond scanning for weak points, here everything has been improved, and Prime 2's boss fights are some of its most memorable moments. There are highly cinematic fights built around spectacle, a battle against the monstrous Amorbis that burrows in and out of the earth, or the terrifying Alpha Bog which can only be damaged if you strike it just as it bears down on you. These are pulse-pounding fights, but what's really impressive is just how creative Retro gets with some of the later encounters. At the peak of Torvus Bog, we fight the Chukka, an Ing abomination that morphs from a larvae into a winged adult and then becomes overloaded with dark energy, with each transformation forming a different phase and presenting entirely new mechanics that the player has to react to. Similarly, at the peak of the Dark World version of the Sanctuary, we have to bring down a huge security robot, which has us blowing apart its legs, then taking out its communication systems, before flinging ourselves up onto its malfunctioning core in order to deliver the final blow. Even when the scale is stripped back, the intensity is always retained, and in the game's duels against Dark Samus, the gameplay completely switches into a tense dance of dodging and super missiles, attacking and then counter-attacking, almost like two fencers looking for chinks in each other's guard. The problem is that for all this good work, these satisfying and creative bosses are overshadowed by 2 fights that can only be described as complete mistakes: the notorious Boost and Spider Guardians. Now the issue with these stems from Tanabe's tightness philosophy, and late on in development he became obsessed that these bosses weren't tight enough, and so despite protests from the designers, the fights were cranked up in difficulty to a level that is far beyond reasonable. The Boost Guardian fight takes place not only in the Dark World, so you're constantly losing health, but in a tiny room that makes dodging its attacks extremely hard. With additional enemies that spawn in and a boost attack that breaks your lock-on, you'll often lose 50 to 100 health in a matter of seconds. And as this comes early in the game, you'll only have a couple of energy tanks to work with. It's eye-rakingly frustrating, but really it's nothing compared to the pain that is found in the Spider Guardian. It takes place entirely while in Morph Ball form, and the aim isn't to take it on directly, but activate different switches that prompt it to run headlong into a power outlet and take damage. On the surface this might sound interesting, but in practice it is agonising. The timing on the switches are far too narrow, and as the Morph Ball movement isn't really designed for this sort of precision, you'll endlessly miss the window to do any damage. As if that wasn't bad enough, for some reason the fight is made up of a ludicrous 7 phases, and as the boss does a huge amount of damage with each hit, it feels like this fight was purposefully designed to get people to stop playing. I don't even want to think about how many attempts it took me to get past this travesty of a boss, and just like with the Boost Guardian, when I finally emerged victorious, it didn't feel like a rewarding achievement, but just the product of sheer luck. These 2 fights are such astronomical difficulty spikes that they genuinely do spoil the flow of the game, and overshadow all of the excellent level and gameplay design, artificially adding hours of frustration that absolutely doesn't need to be here. It particularly smarts because, away from Tanabe's influence, Prime 2 is one of the most exquisite sequels ever created, masterfully reworking concepts that didn't quite fit, retaining things that did and injecting just enough fresh ideas that it never feels derivative. Nowhere is this more keenly felt than in the game's final few hours, as once again we have a game-wide scavenger hunt, but here the results are very different. After visiting all 3 Ing temples and recovering the Luminoth's light energy, Samus returns to the temple and is informed by Umos that there is one last task. In order to access the heart of Ing territory, Samus has to recover 9 Sky Temple keys, which were lost during a last-ditch attempt to save the planet. Just like before, it involves scanning 9 pillars for 9 clues, and then diving back out into the world to hunt for the keys, which would be a disappointingly familiar conclusion if Retro hadn't implemented some major redesigns. For starters, Umos gives you the Light Suit, an extremely cool looking set of armour that prevents you from taking damage while in the Dark World, and this opens up a lot of exploration possibilities that had previously been closed off. Before this, any journey into the Dark World was a hurried and frantic affair, but now you're free to explore at your own pace, and this leads to another positive change. In Prime 1, the Chozo artifacts were usually found in secret corners of rooms that you'd already visited, but in Prime 2, the Sky Keys are all hidden behind doors that you're yet to open. This means that even if you totally ignore the clues, it's possible to find all of the keys by simply filling out your map, and this is something that Retro has made much easier. Along with the greater interconnected design of both light and dark aether, which obviously speeds up getting around, we finally get some movement upgrades, which are a very welcome addition. This takes the form of the screw attack, which you get right at the end of the sanctuary and allows you to fly across rooms, immune to damage and skipping over intended pathways. When taken together, this increased speed of movement, the removal of barriers, clear destinations and shorter distances to travel, it all makes for a scavenger hunt that is actually quite fun, and it provides a good chunk of gameplay where you truly feel like you've become the master of this world. And that's very welcome, as once you have all 9 keys, you're thrust into a final boss fight that is amongst the most challenging in the entire series. At the centre of the Dark Aether Hive lies the Ing Emperor, the central nervous system of the Luminoth's great enemy. Just like the other boss fights in Prime 2, it is a lengthy and complex affair, made up of 3 equally challenging phases that could all be boss fights in their own right, and push your resources right to the very edge. You'd best have found all of the ammo upgrades, the extra energy tanks, the optional beam super attacks, and have quickly understood how to damage each version, because this is a final boss that offers no quarter and will cause many restarts before it falls. Now, an element of some controversy is that the Ing Emperor is not actually the final boss, and after it's destroyed and the Dark World begins to collapse, we find Dark Samus standing in the way of our escape. I'm a little torn on this encounter because while it looks really visually striking, and it gives the game a very dramatic conclusion that plays on the themes of duality, the fights of the mechanic aren't great, and it's something of a drop in quality after the epic war against the Ing Emperor. You see, you can't actually damage Dark Samus directly, and the only way to hurt it is to absorb a specific phase-on attack with your charge beam and turn it back on your nemesis. Not only is executing this kind of clumsy, with it not always registering that you've absorbed enough phase-on, but actually working out that this is what you're supposed to do is pointlessly obtuse. Frustratingly, the entire battle is also on a timer, and if you don't beat Dark Samus before the clock runs down, you're sent all the way back to the last save point, which is before the Ing Emperor. It means another lengthy battle before you can even try again. When you know exactly what to do, it's kind of a cakewalk, but in a game that otherwise seems very concerned with making sure the player has clear objectives, it's an odd misstep in an otherwise fantastically climactic ending. So with Dark Samus destroyed, Samus leaps from Dark Aether just as it dissipates, which finally returns the planet to its natural state. On the other side of the portal, our hero is saluted by the Luminoth, who as it turns out were hiding in stasis all along. And so, with a casual wave of her hand, our heroine heads back to her ship and leaves Aether in their care. It's an uncharacteristically positive ending, and where Samus had previously left planets like Talon 4, Zebes and SR-388 scarred from her apocalyptic showdowns, in Prime 2 she streaks off into the future, having inarguably made Aether a better place. Now I think whether you believe Prime 1 or 2 to be the better game really depends on what you love about Metroid in 3D, as despite their similarities, I think they excel in very different places. Despite its Tanabe-inflicted difficulty spikes and the frankly pointless multiplayer mode, in my opinion Prime 2 is a much more polished video game, and has both the level design and gameplay changes to fully realise Metroid's 3D potential. Everything from the puzzle design to the flow of exploration to the climactic boss fights just feel like Retro firing on all cylinders, clearly having learned huge lessons and coming back to the market with a sequel that fixes almost every issue. Now that might make it sound like it totally invalidates its predecessor, but I'm not sure that's true. While Prime 2 is clearly the mechanically superior game, the focus on player clarity and the tightening of the gameplay loop means a lot of the immersion has been lost. And if I'm honest, the tale of the Luminoth and Ing doesn't quite match up to the tragic history of Talon 4. There's just something special about getting lost in the Chozo ruins, or stepping out onto Phendrana drifts and having genuinely no idea what to do. As you piece together the tale of that ruined world, it gives context to your actions, and this muted but powerful form of storytelling is lost in the more direct cutscenes and dialogue of Prime 2. Ultimately, it boils down to personal preference. If you want immersion and atmosphere, Prime 1 is still the king. But if you're happy to sacrifice some of that in the name of mechanical design, well, there aren't many adventure games that do it better than Metroid Prime 2. When it was released, Prime 2 received a similarly rapturous reception, and with extremely high review scores from both magazines and websites, Retro's transformation from upstart newcomers to an established major studio was finally complete. After such a chaotic few years, that probably sounds like the team would have been pretty happy, but disappointingly, sales didn't quite follow the critical adulation. While Prime 2 shipped well over 1 million units worldwide, this was still less than half of what Prime had managed. And in Japan, sales of under 50,000 copies meant the franchise was effectively dead outside of America. Now there are lots of theories as to why this happened. Some argue that 2 more years of lagging GameCube sales had caused the player base to shrink, and others point to Prime's low completion rates, theorising that quite a few people who picked it up weren't interested in returning for a sequel. I think the explanation is rather more simple. November 2004 was a ridiculous month in terms of video game releases, with a near constant conveyor belt of all-time classics that created an absurd level of competition. That month saw the release of Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike 2, Halo 2, World of Warcraft, Metal Gear Solid 3, Need for Speed Underground 2 and Spider-Man 2. And in between these juggernaut releases were titles like Killzone, Medal of Honor, Legend of Zelda the Minish Cap, and Super Mario 64 DS, any of which could have been a bestseller at any other time of the year. Metroid was bigger than it had ever been, but compared to these industry monsters, it was still pretty small. No amount of critical praise could prevent it from being swallowed up by the exciting things happening on other platforms. Retro were undeniably masters of the action exploration genre, but with Nintendo failing to compete in the world of traditional console video games, the future of Metroid and the company that owned it looked more uncertain than ever. So by the mid-2000s, we find the franchise in a strange position. Metroid was in the midst of a golden age, with more games released in the last 5 years than in the last 2 decades. But this success was in stark contrast to the fortunes of its parent company. Nintendo had been on the receiving end of almost 10 years of disappointing console sales, and by 2005 they'd found themselves in a distant 3rd place, miles off of the pace set by Sony's PS2, and struggling to compete with the muscle of Microsoft's high-definition Xbox 360. As early as 2002, Nintendo leadership knew things had to change, and so director Satoru Iwata devised an ingenious plan. Rather than competing directly with these 2 technological giants, Nintendo would go after new markets in something called the Gaming Population Expansion. Now this plan had a massive effect on the Metroid series, which we'll explore over the next few sections, but for now we're going to dive into its effect on the series in handheld. This was an area where Nintendo still ruled the roost, as the Game Boy Advance was the world's #1 portable by some distance. But Operation Gaming Population Expansion called for more. In 2003, it was announced that they would be releasing another portable device, one with 2 screens and 2 separate processors. A device which Iwata claimed would put Nintendo back at the forefront of video game innovation, thanks to a touchscreen control system would bring gaming to a more casual audience. This was of course the Nintendo DS, and in many ways its release was the most important moment in modern Nintendo history. and President Hiroshi Yamauchi reportedly said that if the DS succeeds, we will rise to heaven, and if it fails, we will sink to hell. There was big pressure on internal Nintendo developers to put together software that would guarantee the DS had a strong launch, and given the critical acclaim of the past 5 years, Metroid had to be a part of this. The only problem was, Nintendo had nobody to do the work. Retro Studios were busy with Metroid Prime 2, and after the release of Zero Mission, Yoshio Sakamoto's handheld team had gone back to working on Wario, delivering first WarioWare Twisted and then shifting towards WarioWare Touched, which would be a high-profile DS launch title. This lack of resources meant that Nintendo would have to look to third parties, and that meant handing the series over to their go-to third-party guy, the producer of Metroid Prime 2, Kensuke Tanabe. Now, Tanabe was more than happy to take the reins and had big plans for the future of the series. He saw Metroid following in Mario's footsteps and branching out into genres beyond 2D and 3D action-adventure, and it was through the Nintendo DS that he was going to achieve this. So 2 new games from 2 new studios were commissioned, Metroid Prime Pinball and Metroid Prime Hunters, and both are just as strange as each other. Now, Pinball has its roots in another series altogether, as back in 2004, Nintendo had published Mario Pinball Land, a Game Boy Advance game made by Fuse Gaming. Fuse had quite the pedigree in this genre, as while Mario Pinball Land was technically the studio's first game, it had been founded by Adrian Barrett and Richard Horrocks, who'd been responsible for the Pro Pinball series, which had sold pretty well on both PC and PS1. Looking to branch out, they pitched a Mario Pinball game to Nintendo, who were impressed by their work and gave the project the go-ahead for a worldwide release. Now, unfortunately for Barrett and Horrocks, this game's reception wasn't all that positive, and Mario Pinball Land's unique concept drew quite a lot of criticism. You see, it's not really a pure pinball experience and is structured more like an adventure game, with you needing to complete mini-games, collect stars to unlock further levels, and defeat bosses, but just all in ball and flipper form. The problem is that for more casual pinball players, it makes for a somewhat random game and can often feel like you aren't responsible for any success or simply lose because the ball falls in a certain way. Barrett actually acknowledged this problem after the game's release and hoped that if they were able to make a sequel, they could tone down the challenge, but with fairly underwhelming sales, it seemed an unlikely proposition. Or at least it did, until Fuse were contacted by Kensuke Tanabe. Apparently, after seeing Mario Pinball Land in action, Tanabe had become obsessed with the idea of the morph ball being used in this way, and after hearing that they were getting another chance with another Nintendo franchise, Barrett and Horrocks jumped at the chance. With a small amount of support from Retro Studios and Nintendo's American office, the small team at Fuse set about taking the ideas of Mario Pinball Land and converting them not only into Metroid form, but into something that would work across 2 screens. When it was first revealed at E3 2005, the response from journalists and fans was one of confusion, and to be honest, it's hard not to blame them. It was an odd idea that presumably only had very niche appeal, and for the first Metroid game on Nintendo's fancy new handheld, well, it was a little underwhelming. Now, it would be pretty easy to channel that confusion into this review and simply trash Metroid Pinball for not being a handheld version of Metroid Prime. But that is not what this channel is about, and so instead we're going to judge it for exactly what it is, an adventure pinball game where you play as Samus Aran. Now, the first thing to mention is that this game looks pretty damn great, and thanks to Retro Studios sending Fuse assets and texture maps, it really does look like a Metroid game, with each of the boards based on an environment from Prime 1. Even though it's on a lower powered handheld, areas like the Talon Overworld, Magmore Caverns and Fendrana Drifts are all immediately recognisable. There are quite a lot of 3D models that make for a real improvement over the sparse and boring stages of Mario Land Pinball. Now, obviously the biggest change is that Metroid Pinball takes place over 2 screens, and surprisingly this works really well and helps simulate the vertical length of a classic pinball table. As the gap between the screens is incorporated into the board, there's no disorientation from the ball passing between them, and as you control the flippers with the L and R buttons, it does a pretty good job of feeling like pinball should. While you can just play on a single board and try to get as high a score as possible, the real reason to play is found in Adventure mode. Here you start on either the Space Pirate Frigate or the Talon Overworld, and by collecting Chozo artifact keys, you can move between the boards, with the aim being to get hold of 12 and unlock the Impact Crater. Now, rather than being rewarded with the keys for hitting certain score thresholds, you get them by activating various challenges, and here is where Metroid Pinball's more video game elements are found. Depending on different circumstances or on the board you're playing on, sometimes enemies will appear that you have to destroy by slamming the morph ball into them, or a gate will open that takes Samus off into a little wall jumping minigame. There's even something called combat mode, where Samus stands up in the middle of the board and you have to blast away rampaging hordes of monsters, momentarily transforming the gameplay into an arcade-style shooter. Given the only reason you choose a pinball video game over the real thing is to see creative twists like this, I think Fuse have done a good job. And there are even entire boards based around boss fights, where you collect power-ups and health packs and try to aim your shots to take out Thardus or the Omega Space Pirate. Now, the one downside is that there is still a clash between the skill-based progression of a video game and the random nature of pinball. Actually getting all 12 of the artifacts and progressing into the Chozo Temple feels a little all over the place, with some runs feeling doomed by poor luck and others seemingly going on forever despite you doing nothing different. This variation is part of the design of pinball, and it's an odd thing to see in a video game, as it rather lessens the sense of satisfaction that victory brings, and makes failure feel all the more frustrating. Regardless, Metroid Pinball is still a pretty fun pick up and put down game, and while it might lack the mechanical depth or narrative ambition of its franchise cousins, as far as creative pinball video games go, well, this is about as good as it gets. Now, that's all very well when we're purposefully trying to see the good in it, but what was the reception like when it released in 2005? Surprisingly, critics were actually pretty positive, typically handing out scores of 7 or 8 out of 10, and even delivering a glowing A grade from oneup.com that called it a must-buy. For Fuse, this was everything the team had ever wanted to hear about their unique approach to pinball, but heartbreakingly, these sentiments weren't shared by consumers. In its opening month, the game barely sold 10,000 copies worldwide, a brutally disappointing return that looks even worse compared to other DS launch titles like Super Mario 64 DS and WarioWare Touched, which both sold hundreds of thousands of units in their first week. Given that both Metroid and video game pinball are rather niche markets, it certainly seemed that by combining the two, you narrowed that appeal even further. And for Fuse Gaming, this pretty much marked the end of their time working with high-profile franchises. As Nintendo were uninterested in commissioning another, the quality of their projects took something of a nosedive, and their next two releases were put together on tiny budgets. Over the next few years, they only managed to release a small DSi game called Pinball Pulse and a Carol Vorderman licensed health tracker, neither of which brought in enough money to keep the lights on. By the end of 2009, Fuse were bankrupt, and even though Barrett and Horrocks were able to transition to a Phoenix company, Silverball Studios, we would never again see Japanese video game icons being converted into pinball form. So the first of Tanabe's great Metroid experiments had colossally failed, at least from a financial perspective, but thankfully for DS fans, this wasn't the only launch title set to feature Samus Aran. Despite the multiplayer in Prime 2 receiving pretty poor reviews, it was an idea that Tanabe wasn't prepared to give up on, and as the DS was being positioned as the first online-capable handheld, it seemed a perfect opportunity to revisit the concept. Now, just like with Pinball, neither Retro Studios nor Nintendo R&D1 were able to take on the project, which meant another new studio. Although, unlike with Fuse Gaming, Tanabe was able to bring on board an extremely talented team with quite the pedigree. In late 2004, it was announced that Metroid Prime DS would be developed by Nintendo Software Technology, an American-based studio that was led by the legendary developer Masamichi Abe. Abe had originally started his career at Namco, where he'd been a vital part of the Tekken team, and had eventually become the series director, overseeing both Tekken 2 and 3, which had both been enormously successful in both Japan and America. In 1997, he jumped ship to Nintendo and immediately made an impact as the director of 1080 Snowboarding, and then later Miyamoto's GameCube passion project, Pikmin. The game's strange blend of quirky characters and real-time strategy proved to be a big hit, and after an equally acclaimed sequel, it was clear that Abe was one of the most talented directors in the business. So it's not a surprise that when he relocated to America in 2004, Nintendo moved heaven and earth to keep him and offered him a job in charge of their lone non-Japanese division. Nintendo Software Technology, which was based out of Seattle, Washington. The studio had existed for some time, mainly producing ports, but during the GameCube era, they'd been upgraded to Nintendo's primary sports developer, and had released games like 1080 Avalanche and Wave Race Blue Storm. Unfortunately, neither had done all that well, and the studio needed a restructure, which led to Abe being placed in charge and a switch to focus on Nintendo's new 2-screen handheld. So while Metroid was being passed into new hands, it was all actually rather exciting, and in interviews at E3 2004, Kensuke Tanabe and producer Richard Verodi entranced the media with tales of the game NST were working on. It would have online multiplayer, a full single-player campaign, next-generation 3D graphics, and would be produced by a team of 35 developers, the largest ever assembled to work on a handheld game. Clearly, it was a major project, and along with Super Mario 64 DS, Metroid Prime Hunters, as the game was soon titled, was being positioned as an important DS release. Now that was all well and good, but it put Abe and NST in a bit of a tricky situation. This was the first major project for many of the team, and was on hardware that nobody had any experience with, which made for a development process that was a lot slower than expected. By late 2004, it was clear that Hunters was nowhere near ready for release, and would require at least another year's worth of development, a decision which prompted one of the strangest publishing decisions in Nintendo's history. Rather than simply delaying the game, it would instead be released twice. Once as a partially finished pack-in demo, and then again when its development was complete. This odd choice meant that despite the full game being nowhere near ready, every North American Nintendo DS came with a copy of Metroid Prime Hunters First Hunt, a kind of physical early access that was designed to give players a taste of the full experience. On this cartridge was a series of training missions that would introduce you to the controls, and then a surprisingly fleshed out multiplayer mode, which allowed you to play with up to 4 friends with only a single cartridge. It proved to be quite a hit, and magazines were quickly filled with positive reviews that praised both First Hunt's quality and the decision to give DS owners a game straight out of the box. So by December 2004, it was clear that Nintendo's new console was going to be a monster hit. By the midway point of 2005, the DS had an install base of almost 7 million units, with big releases like Mario Kart DS, Animal Crossing and Advance Wars all helping push the platform forwards. By the end of the year, that number was closer to 17 million, but amazingly, despite this booming new audience that Nintendo had unlocked, Metroid Prime Hunters was still nowhere to be seen. It wouldn't be released until March 2006, a staggering 17 months after players got their hands on First Hunt, and unsurprisingly, this had a pretty dramatic impact on its reception. While reviews were almost universally positive, with the game receiving a raft of perfect scores and End of the Year awards from IGN and Nintendo Power, sales proved harder to come by. VGCharts.com has the game listed as selling 1.1 million units, but it provides no source, and as Nintendo's official numbers only state 400,000 copies sold in its first year, it's pretty unlikely that Hunters more than doubled this number 12 months on from its launch. It made for a bitterly disappointing return, not only because NST and Abe had spent almost 3 years on its development, but because by mid-2006 the DS had an install base of over 30 million units, and Hunters was supposed to be a premier release. Metroid had been finally placed at the front and centre of Nintendo's grand publishing strategy, and unfortunately, despite the best efforts of some of its best developers, the opportunity had been squandered. But what about the game itself? Is Hunters a tragically misunderstood hidden gem, or another Tanabe vanity project? Well, the only way to find out is to dive into the game itself, and attempt to unpick the mystery of the mainstream Metroid game that never quite was. Now at first impressions, it's not hard to see why critics were so entranced, and that's because its 2 strongest elements are clearly visible from the moment you start playing. Let's begin with the game's graphics, which for the Nintendo DS are frankly astounding. You see, while Nintendo had originally advertised the console as a 3D handheld powerhouse, it quickly became clear that its hardware wasn't perfectly suited to this, and led to many developers opting to stick with 2D. Big series like Ace Attorney, Castlevania and Trauma Center all closely resembled their GBA counterparts, and even within Nintendo's own studios, high-profile games like Advance Wars, WarioWare and Mario & Luigi were all created in 2 dimensions. While there certainly were DS games that managed to make the transition, like Square's Kingdom Hearts or Nintendo's Mario and Zelda, they were almost always third person, and carefully used space and camera angles in order to cover up the platform's shortcomings. So given this context, Hunters is all the more impressive, as NST somehow managed to take the look of the GameCube Prime games and almost perfectly recreate it on a low power handheld. While the resolution and texture detail are obviously a lot worse, this is still unmistakably a Prime game, and as you wander the halls of space stations or dusty corridors of ancient temples, it's impossible not to be impressed that this is all running on a device that only has 4 megabytes of RAM. What's equally impressive is how smooth the performance is. We can transition between first person and morph ball instantly, and even when the screen is full of huge bosses and lots of colourful effects, everything is locked to 30 FPS. It really is a technical marvel, and while the 3 years of development might have run amok with the game's marketing, it's clearly done wonders for its presentation. Now this is all well and good, but the big question hanging over Hunters wasn't about its performance but about its controls. Considering that both Prime 1 and 2 opted against dual analog aiming, you might think this wouldn't be an issue on the DS, but there was a problem that needed solving. If you cast your mind back to Prime 2's multiplayer, its big issue was that the lock-on system didn't really mesh with a competitive shooter, and it made everything revolve around power-ups and ambushes, rather than player skill. As Hunter's main focus was its comprehensive multiplayer offering, this obviously had to change, and so Abe and his team came up with an ingenious control scheme that allowed for free aiming. On the bottom screen of the DS is a targeting reticule, and by using the console's stylus, you effectively create a touchscreen analog stick that allows you to freely look around. Movement and firing are done with your left hand on the D-pad and L button, and everything else from jumping to changing weapons to switching into the morph ball are done with various taps on or around the aiming screen. It's a very strange setup that asks you to hold the console with one hand, but somehow it works really well and allows for a surprising amount of precision in your aiming and pretty fast shooter gameplay. So with that in mind, how is the multiplayer? Well, that's a pretty hard question to answer, as unfortunately in 2014, Nintendo shut down their Wi-Fi connection service, which meant that all DS and Wii games lost the ability to access online play. This means that you can no longer use Hunter's matchmaking, and pretty much removes the main reason to purchase the game. Now thankfully you are still able to set up games with bot characters, and while this means we can't get the true experience of playing against other humans, it is possible to at least get a taste of what that might have been like. The first thing you'll notice is that there is a lot of available modes, 7 in total, and these can be played across an absolutely whopping 26 different maps. Now here we run into our first criticism, as you only start with 8 of these unlocked, with a further 6 gained by playing the adventure mode and then 12 more awarded after various multiplayer milestones. Obviously without Wi-Fi, these 12 are now lost forever, and this disappointingly means it's not possible for us to see everything that NST had made. Luckily there are no such restrictions on the gameplay modes, and out of the gate we have access to a raft of familiar classics. There's Deathmatch, Stock-Based Deathmatch, King of the Hill, Capture the Flag, One Flag CTR, and even a territory-based mode that resembles the Battlefront games, each with a set number of maps that have been custom built to suit the gameplay. Compared to Prime 2's paltry offering, it's pretty impressive, but what really makes Hunter's multiplayer tick is the way that NST have implemented its cast of playable bounty hunters. You see, before each match, you get to choose one of 8 characters to play as, and this actually has quite a large impact on the game. Each hunter has its own variant of the morph ball that all come with unique powers. For example, Spire can transform into the Diavalanche, which damages enemies and can travel over lava, while Weevil the space pirate can split in 2, with its bottom half racing around the map and the top half acting as a turret. On top of this, each hunter has its own affinity weapon, which is essentially their version of Samus's missiles, and they range from all sorts of things like Sylux's shock coil, which drains enemy health, or Candon's Volt Driver, which fires very slowly but does huge amounts of damage. These systems not only make the individual hunters feel very distinct, but they also present a deeper mechanic, as depending on the map you're playing on, there are affinity weapons that anyone can pick up, and depending on the bounty hunter you're playing as, you'll either get a boost or reduction in damage based on their relationship with the weapon's creator. If it all sounds a little complicated, you needn't worry, as in practice, Hunters is less about careful planning and much more about accurate shooting, and knowing where powerful weapons spawn. In fact, with its sprawl of maps and gameplay that doesn't revolve around complex progression systems, it's a delightful throwback to a time when multiplayer FPS games were focused solely on getting together with your friends and just having fun. I think this makes that inability to play online all the more tragic, as despite Metroid and multiplayer seeming like strange bedfellows, you've got to say that Abe and NST have managed to make that long-standing Tanabe vision a reality. But what about its chops as a single-player experience? As after all, this was widely touted by Tanabe as a game that would satisfy both kinds of gamer. Well, in this area, things are a little less impressive, and Hunter's adventure mode feels like something of an afterthought, a campaign that's been cobbled together out of the bones of the multiplayer, rather than its own distinct experience. The premise is that the Galactic Federation have received a telepathic message from the mysterious Alimbic solar system, an offer of ultimate power to whoever can assemble the legendary Octolith artifacts. Obviously the job of investigating this falls to Samus Aran, but her orders are intercepted by 6 other bounty hunters, and the bulk of the adventure is made up of visiting different locations, hunting down the Octoliths, and then fighting off various ambushes from the other hunters. Now, unlike Prime 1 and 2, there isn't much more to the story, and this is the first indication that the single player mode is a little thin. Eventually we discover that the Alimbic civilization was destroyed by an intergalactic monster called Gorilla, and the reason we're collecting the Octoliths is to open its prison and destroy it for good. A pretty average storyline that doesn't really add anything to the overall Metroid mythology. You could argue that the inclusion of other bounty hunters is the game's big lore innovation, but considering that they would have all still been there had we only gotten the multiplayer, Hunters has a real filler atmosphere that it never really shakes off. Unfortunately, the same is true for Adventure Mode's gameplay, as the stages don't really live up to the kind of level design that we've come to expect from games in this series. The Alimbic system is separated into 4 locations: the Celestial Archives, Alinos, Arcterra, and the Vesper Outpost, and you constantly travel between them on your quest to confront Gorilla. Now, with Hunters set across 4 planets, that might give the impression of a sprawling game space, but we never really do any exploration. While you are free to travel between the different locations, each visit is a self-contained linear level. In fact, it's arguably even more unimpressive than that, as each level plays out in exactly the same way. You arrive on the planet, fight through a series of rooms to get to the Octolith, before fighting one of 2 bosses, and then running back to your ship before a timer expires. This is the formula for every single level, and it is repeated 9 times before we face Gorilla, with no optional areas, no hidden power-ups, no unlockable visors, no complex puzzles or backtracking, and really very little to actually do. Beyond finding energy tanks and missile upgrades, which are placed obviously on branching paths, the gameplay during level 1 is almost identical to the gameplay during level 10, and that's extremely underwhelming. Ultimately, it just comes across as something that's been put together not because of any real passion, but because the game needed a single player mode. And I think this was likely a big contributing factor to the game's financial failures. You see, it's this single player mode that's the core difference between the pack-in demo and the full release. While there were of course more maps and modes and bounty hunters designed during Hunter's delay, it's hard to believe that NST would require 17 months for this. And so if the long wait is to blame for wasting all of the hype, I think we can lay the guilt squarely at the feet of Adventure Mode. Now, that being said, I think there was another contributing factor, and that was the decision to even release a demo at all. As the 2 main attractions of Metroid Prime Hunters were found in its impressive graphics and engaging multiplayer, First Hunt essentially gave people everything they wanted, and meant that many people had already had their fill by the time the full game was released. It guaranteed millions of people would play some form of the game, but gave them almost no reason to buy the full package. And when you combine this with a monstrous delay, well, it's really a miracle it sold as many copies as it did. During the aftermath, I can only imagine that NST feared the worst. Their big project had fallen on its face, and after a generation of middling GameCube releases, I'm sure it felt as if the sword of Damocles was looming. But salvation appeared in an unlikely form. While most of the team had been working on Metroid Prime Hunters, a tiny group had been tasked with producing a Nintendo DS sequel to their Mario vs. Donkey Kong Game Boy Advance puzzle game. The result of this project effectively saved the studio. Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2 March of the Minis released in October 2006 and was a quiet success, shipping 1.5 million copies at a fraction of Hunter's cost and providing the studio with a route forwards. While Masamichi Abe decided to move into localization and translation, enjoying a sort of semi-retirement, the rest of the team became focused on this new franchise, and are still producing Mario vs Donkey Kong games to this date, with a remake of the very first game announced as recently as 2023. In the end, Metroid Prime Hunters had proven to be a dead end in multiple ways. Its financial failure spelt both the end of Tanabe's multiplayer obsession, and with the series disappointing compared to its peers, we wouldn't see another handheld Metroid game for over a decade. Looking back, it's a real shame, as what it does well, it does extremely well. But in 2006, the video game industry was changing, and the Metroid series needed to find fresh footing if it was going to survive in Nintendo's new world. Now, while Tanabe had been dragging Samus into the world of handheld pinball and online multiplayer, Retro Studios had been busy working on the next major installment, a project of particular importance because it would be their first game developed for next generation hardware. As they'd always been a studio that had prided themselves on their technical skill, this was something they were very excited about, and inspired by the high definition specs of the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3, they began pre-production on an ambitious new game. Apparently, Mark Pacini's big idea was to see the series' iconic exploration become much more free-form, doing away with Prime 1's web of small rooms and replacing it with a seamless open world that required Samus' ship to get around. It was a highly ambitious vision, but the team weren't content to tread water, and after 2 critically acclaimed releases, they felt it was time to push the formula into new places. So this brings us to E3 2005, and the moment where these plans came crashing down. Designs for Nintendo's next console had undergone a dramatic shift since the release of the DS, and buoyed by its massive sales, Iwata and Miyamoto had instructed their hardware team to follow a similar philosophy. Technical muscle would be deprioritized, and in its place, they were told to create something completely unique. A platform that wouldn't even attempt to compete with the Xbox and PlayStation, but strike out for pastures new. The result was the Nintendo Wii, a tiny white console no bigger than 3 DVD cases, with a controller unlike anything the industry had seen before. Where Sony and Microsoft used complex dual analog gamepads, the Wii was based around a simple motion-sensitive remote control. And as tech demos emerged, it was clear that Nintendo would be aggressively going after a rather more casual audience. Now, this move proved to be a masterstroke, and backed by titles like Wii Sports, Wii Play, Wii Fit and Wii Party, the console was a phenomenon, dominating the 7th generation and going on to sell over 100 million units worldwide. Along with the Nintendo DS, it effectively put the company back at the top of the industry. An incredible turnaround, but one that put Retro Studios in a very awkward position. According to lead designer Brian Walker, when the team got hold of the Wii's technical specs, they were unbelievably disappointed. It was hardly much more powerful than the GameCube, and meant Pacini's vision of a sprawling open world would certainly not be possible. Large amounts of work had to go in the bin, and after 9 months of development, the project was effectively restarted. Now, as if that wasn't bad enough, the controller also presented a real issue. Prime 1 and 2 had been built around a very specific control scheme, and the challenge was to somehow replicate this with just a pointer and a nunchuck, a setup that had almost half the amount of inputs. All this meant that development didn't really get moving until early 2006, and while Nintendo had originally told fans that Prime 3 would be available alongside the Wii's launch in the November of that year, that deadline came and went without any sign of Samus. Eventually, media got wind of a new release date, June 2007, but that too had to be pushed back. And while previews and interviews assured everyone that the development was going well, it certainly felt like Retro were having some trouble. So it came as no surprise when, in an interview with Yahoo Games, Mark Pacini announced that after Prime 3's release, Retro would be taking a break from the series and moving on to new projects. Now, this gave the game a real sense of gravitas, as along with being Retro's last hurrah, it was also announced that its story would round out what Nintendo were calling the Prime Trilogy, a final battle between Samus and Dark Samus that would tie back into the events from Talon 4 and Aether. Even with the delays, these parallel conclusions made for a pretty enticing prospect, and as the years ticked by, and the Wii's lack of traditional hardcore games started to become an issue, Prime 3 was always there in the back of people's minds. Surely Retro would hit another home run. So the question is, what happened when it finally released in August 2007? Had the console chaos held Retro back, or was Prime 3 a glorious swan song for both Samus and studio? The obvious place to start is with the controls, as unlike on any other system, where graphics or design might define the experience, on the Nintendo Wii, everything revolves around that little white remote. Now, despite Retro originally having zero interest in developing a motion control-led game, you wouldn't know that after playing Metroid Prime 3, as somehow it feels like a perfect adaptation of the control system from Prime 1 and 2. Movement and locking on are still governed by an analog stick and the left shoulder button, both of which are found on the Wii's nunchuck adapter, but everything happening in your right hand is very different. Unlike the fixed perspective of the past, we're now free to look around in all directions, and this is done by pointing the remote at the screen. Now this might sound odd, but it's actually a pretty natural way to control a first-person game, and in practice it's no different from how you'd use a mouse and keyboard. Obviously this means you're now free to take in all of the wonderful vistas that Retro have crafted, but its biggest impact is on combat, which now involves much more precision than in past Metroid games. Rather than just locking on, you now need to carefully place your shot, and with enemies arriving from the sky in dropships or robots bearing down on you in shielded formations, accuracy becomes a far greater consideration. Now don't let that fool you into thinking Retro have gone full first-person shooter, as most of Prime 2's combat innovations have been reverted. We no longer have to worry about ammo or high-powered enemies or multiple weapon types, as things have been simplified in order to work with the Wii's limited buttons. On the remote we have fire on the A button, jump on the Z button, which leaves just the directional pad and the 1 and 2 buttons. Not a huge amount to work with if you want to include a wide variety of upgrades. Now for the beams and missiles, this isn't such a big issue, as just like in the 2D games, upgrades now stack, which means rather than gaining options, you're adding functionality, like the ability to freeze enemies or melt obstacles. For these abilities, the new control scheme works quite well, but other ideas aren't quite as well implemented. The visors, for example, have had to be put on the minus button, a tiny little node next to the Wii's home button, and one which is easy to mispress in the heat of a battle. Similarly, the map is now found on the 1 button, which is right at the bottom of the remote, and is almost impossible to comfortably press with your right thumb unless you're double jointed. They're compromises that have had to be made, and for as smooth and natural as the aiming feels, it's clear that not every element of the 3D Metroid formula translates across to the Nintendo Wii. Now, this is all the more clear in the game's motion control specific moments, little sections of gameplay that attempt to replicate in-game actions with Wii remote movement. To anyone who has seen a Nintendo Wii game in action, their inclusion will come as little surprise, but in Prime 3 they aren't quite as cynical as you might think. For example, you now enter Samus's ship, and when you're sat in the cockpit looking out at the expanse of space, using the Wii remote to punch in security codes or activate the thrusters, it genuinely is quite engrossing, and it complements the experience rather than detracts. Now the issue is that while these moments elevate the game, there are just as many that take you out of it, and usually it's in more intense gameplay sequences where they feel poorly implemented. For example, there's a sequence where you need to pump fuel into an engine, and this is done by pushing and pulling the Wii remote in the direction of the screen. It's a simple gesture, but sometimes it just won't register, and as you're working against the clock, it leads to a ridiculous amount of frustration as your movements seemingly trigger at random. Unfortunately, this isn't the only place where this happens, and trying to time really inaccurate gestures to match with NPC instructions or tracing lines across the screen while the reticule wobbles and weaves just doesn't make for satisfying or immersive gameplay. Really, Prime 3 is the perfect example of the motion control problem. When they're forced into the normal flow of gameplay, they almost always add nothing of value, but when they're used sparingly, and as a way to enhance the tactile qualities of a game world, well, they can be so much more than just pointless waggling. So the transition from GameCube to Wii was a somewhat successful one, but what about the rest of the game? Well, interestingly, there's a lot more than just the control scheme that breaks from the past, and rather than acting as a culmination of the ideas from Prime 1 and 2, this final installment feels like something altogether different. For starters, Prime 3 continues the trend away from indirect storytelling towards a much more traditionally presented video game narrative. Prime 3 is set in the Federation solar system, an area of the galaxy that is positively teeming with life, and we find Samus Aran answering a call from Fleet Admiral Castor Dane, before joining a mission to repel a space pirate attack on the planet Norian. Now, rather than just jumping into the action, we first play through a non-combat sequence, where we board the GFS Olympus and have to make our way up to the command center, passing through checkpoints, scanning security codes, and incredibly even speaking with NPCs. Given the hoorah space military setting and the high quality cutscenes, it'll be no surprise to hear that Bungie's Halo was a big influence on Prime 3, and this is something important to bear in mind when we finally get around to talking about Kensuke Tanabe. So after the mission briefing, we find ourselves in a running battle on Norion, where Samus and her fellow bounty hunters discover that a phazon meteor called a Leviathan Seed is headed straight for the planet, which means the plans change from repelling the invasion to averting Armageddon. Now, while you're progressing through the map, solving puzzles and fighting enemies, it's all interspersed with high-octane cutscenes. And while the gameplay is pure Metroid, the presentation is much more cinematic, with the sequence culminating in a dark Samus ambush that takes out the entire squad. Samus awakens 1 month later back aboard the Olympus and is informed by the ship's Aurora AI that while she was comatose, phazon meteors struck every planet in the solar system, and there was only one person powerful enough to save the day. This is our main objective, to travel between the different planets, working out how to destroy the phazon seeds, and this brings us onto the next major departure in Prime 3's design. Rather than taking place on a single planet, we now use Samus' ship to travel between multiple different locations, and rather than having one loose objective, we're given various missions by friendly NPCs, and it's these that guide our progress through the game. In this respect, Prime 3 shares far more in common with Metroid Fusion than either of the previous Prime games. The levels are much smaller and usually linear in their construction. We have companions that mark important locations on our map, and the mission-based structure makes everything feel a lot more segmented, a real departure from the interconnected webs of Talon 4 or Aether. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, but Prime 3 implements these ideas in a slightly different way to Sakamoto's handheld experiment, and it often feels like the game is working against its roots. You see, as the game spaces are so separate, with some planets even made up of multiple disconnected zones, natural backtracking doesn't really occur. It makes for these jarring moments where the game gives you an upgrade and then immediately tells you where to use it. Take the Space Pirate homeworld, which is a location you visit around 2/3 of the way into the game. When you arrive there, there's only really one direction you can head in, and this takes you through a lengthy series of rooms that eventually end with a boss fight and an upgrade for your grapple beam. Now, rather than using this to unlock another section of the map, instead your Federation AI simply radios you and tells you you can't go any further, head over to the planet Elysia where you can use this to get the next upgrade. Considering that the linear level design already dissuades exploration, and well, it means that Prime 3 really lacks those light bulb moments where you discover the path forward thanks to experimentation, rather than following directions. Now, for fans of the previous two Prime games, this will likely be very disappointing, but it does have to be said that Retro haven't made this change without justification. The pace of the game is now much quicker, and you spend far less time wondering where you should be going or pondering what to do next. While that might mean less intelligent level design, it inarguably makes for a very fun video game, and that's because it's constantly pushing you into engaging puzzles, creative boss fights, thrilling combat sequences, and even scripted set pieces. That's right, for the first time, we're treated to moments of gameplay that break away from the classic Metroid formula, and really lean into the sort of cinematic high-octane style that was becoming popular on other consoles. We have a boss fight against Meta Ridley that plays more like a rail shooter, framed as if Samus and her nemesis are plummeting towards the planet's core. We participate in a Federation invasion of Space Pirate headquarters and have to protect a squadron of sappers tasked with blowing open its defences. We platform inside of a frozen pocket dimension, battle against bounty hunters infected with phazon, and even pilot Samus' ship on bombing runs as she destroys Leviathan seeds. These sequences are always so well realised, and they're seamlessly woven into the design of Prime 3's planets, which help make up for the lack of meaningful exploration. Now, the best of these moments comes on Elysia, a beautifully realised level made up of golden machinery floating in a luscious cloudscape. On our second visit here, the planet's command AI sends us into the Alien Research Centre, and once we set foot inside and discover it to be full of drained space pirate corpses, it's pretty clear that the tone is about to shift. Lining the walls of the facility are various containment fields that hold, you guessed it, baby Metroids. When you reach the end of this zone, you make a terrible discovery. In order to access the Seeker missile upgrade that you've been sent to claim, you have to deactivate the building's power system, and this both frees the Metroids and turns off the lights. It's such a simple idea, but it totally changes the atmosphere, channeling games like Dead Space and Resident Evil, and giving us a glimpse of what a horror-driven 3D Metroid could one day look like. It's all completely scripted and all completely linear, but damn if it isn't enjoyable, and really that is the trade-off at the heart of Prime 3's gameplay. If you're happy to accept some quite massive change to the 3D Metroid formula, you'll find a sci-fi action-adventure that has been lovingly designed and is absolutely one of the best games available on a very strange console. While it might not be a great sequel, it's certainly a great game. Or at least it would be, were it not for the influence of a man that had a real habit of making poor Metroid decisions. You see, as we've already discussed, Kensuke Tanabe wasn't all that happy with the Western-style direction that Retro were headed in, and so he constantly pushed the team to include mechanics and ideas that would make it seem more uniquely Nintendo. The result of this was Hyper Mode, an unescapable mechanic that unfortunately puts a bit of a dampener over Metroid Prime 3. The idea is that during her encounter with Dark Samus, regular Samus becomes infected with Phazon, a sickness that would kill her were it not for the Federation fitting her suit with a Phazon enhancement device. Now that's nice and all, but the real benefit is that it allows our heroine to sacrifice an energy tank in order to go into Hyper Mode, a state where you can't take any damage and your attacks are massively empowered. The downside to this is that you have to use up the energy you convert, and if you allow the bar at the top of the screen to fill up all the way, Samus will fully corrupt and transform into another Dark Samus. Apparently Tanabe imagined this risk and reward mechanic would form the core of all of Prime 3's combat, but this was at odds with the more traditional first-person shooter style wanted by the dev team, and this disagreement causes quite a few mechanical issues. For starters, Hyper Mode is just way too powerful, utterly destroying every single enemy in the game in just a few beam blasts, and thanks to the reduced complexity of the levels, it's very easy to end up with lots of energy tanks, meaning Hyper Mode is virtually always available. Outside of the first few areas of the game, whenever you enter into a lengthy combat sequence, it's almost always faster to just blow them away with Phazon. And for a mechanic that is supposed to revolve around risk and reward, there isn't really much risk at all. Annoyingly, the mechanic is also central to most of the game's boss fights, which typically involve using your beam or missiles to trigger a weakened state, and then unloading Phazon attacks while in Hyper Mode. Once again, I think this is supposed to create a tension as you time your use of the ability, but in practice it's so overtuned that you can destroy basically every boss in just a few cycles. Along with the guided exploration and smaller zones, Hyper Mode makes for a game that is very easy. And while Retro developers had spoken about how they wanted to tone down the challenge that had defined Metroid Prime 2, it's pretty obvious that the conflicting development ideas have pushed this a little far. And that's particularly disappointing because Retro have otherwise done a very good job of addressing criticisms aimed at Prime 1 and Prime 2, especially in regards to their scavenger hunts. Once we finish up on the Space Pirate homeworld, there's nothing left but for the Federation to strike at the heart of Dark Samus's power, a mysterious planet called Phase, but we're not able to get there without the use of a Leviathan seed, and we can't control one without a set of Space Pirate master codes. Conveniently, Aurora Unit 242 locates a set on the ruined Federation battleship Valhalla, which was destroyed by the Space Pirates just before the events of the game. Now, just like on the planets, you're not free to wander the ship's halls, as you'll quickly discover that the pirates have looted a collection of power cells, which have sealed off various areas, and surprise surprise, they prevent us from recovering the Leviathan seed codes. This is Prime 3's scavenger hunt, although there are quite a few changes made that make it nowhere near as complex as those in Metroid games gone by. Firstly, you don't need to find every single power cell, and it only takes 8 to get from Samus's ship to the Valhalla control room, with all the other cells rewarding things like additional energy tanks or missile upgrades. This is pretty great news for players who want to get straight to the final battle, but the process is actually even faster than it initially seems. Before you even step foot on the Valhalla, you'll have already collected a fair few power cells by simply progressing through the other planets, and as the ship appears in the Federation solar system around halfway through the game, you're free to start the hunt at a much earlier point. In my playthrough, as I'd combed over every corner of the system looking for more energy tanks, I only needed a single additional power cell, which made the scavenger hunt last a grand total of around 15 minutes. For fans that had fallen in love with the series' hands-off exploration, I imagine they won't enjoy this change, but it's hard to say that it doesn't suit Prime 3. And just like everything else in the game, it keeps a relentless forward momentum, even when you're ostensibly supposed to be backtracking. So with the scavenger hunt complete, and Samus and the Federation bearing down on the planet phase, we arrive at the final thing I want to discuss, and that is Prime 3's conclusion and its strange relationship with storytelling. As our allies pour through the wormhole, everything gets very Star Wars, and as Federation ships and space pirate fighters explode around her, Samus flies down to the planet's surface in order to confront the shade that has haunted this trilogy. Once we land, the gameplay shifts. Turns out the phase is nothing more than a monstrous chunk of living Phazon, and by coming into contact with it, the corruption inside of Samus dramatically accelerates, forcing her into a permanent state of hyper mode that we have to carefully manage as we plunge into the heart of the planet. Now this might sound challenging, like a sort of Turian mixed with Dark Aether, but thanks to the plentiful health drops and a surprisingly short distance to the final boss, it's not much of an issue at all. Before long, we're locked in a titanic struggle against Dark Samus and then the Aurora unit that was stolen from the Valhalla. Both fights pretty much follow the expected Prime 3 formula. Incredible spectacle, clever mechanics and pulse-pounding action, but rather lacking in actual challenge. And armed with a permanent state of hyper mode, they both fall easily beneath the guns of our Phazon-infused bounty hunter. And that's it. That's where the story ends. As Dark Samus fades away, the Phazon within regular Samus is purged, and if that wasn't fortunate enough, the defeat of the corrupted Aurora unit not only erases all of the Phazon in the galaxy, but it also causes the destruction of the Space Pirate Armada, saving the Federation from both threats forever. It is as definitive of a conclusion as you could possibly write, but as Samus gives the thumbs up to Admiral Dane and heroically streaks off into the stars, I can't help but feel that this hasn't really done the trilogy justice. It's both very abrupt and very thin, concluding with a fight against the boss that we didn't even know existed until the game's final act, and somehow it still manages to leave most of Prime's mysteries unanswered. While we discover that Phazon originated on Phase, we never really get a concrete explanation for its destructive crusade, or why it's singularly obsessed with creating evil copies of Samus. Both end up feeling like they only exist to provide the series with recurring villains, and it's a deeply disappointing place to leave two concepts that felt so ominous and threatening in Metroid Prime 1 and 2. As a grand conclusion, it's rather lacking, and that also extends to its pedigree as a standalone story. Lots of the early game revolves around the stable of bounty hunters that you fought alongside on Norian, and for virtually the entire first half of the game, we're trying to work out what had happened to them. Now quickly you discover that they've been corrupted by Dark Samus, which results in 3 intense boss fights and 3 dead bounty hunters. Mechanically it's all very interesting, but it's also another narrative dead end. We're introduced to these characters in a way that makes it look like they share a deep history with Samus and will play an important part in the role, but in reality they aren't much more than upgrade gatekeepers. For a game that has so much cinematic and narrative ambition, the actual story being told doesn't really have much substance. And as the credits roll, it's hard to shake the feeling that Metroid Prime 3 was designed to be Metroid on the Nintendo Wii, long before much thought went into how it would conclude Retro's trilogy. Now, does that make Metroid Prime 3 a bad video game? Absolutely not. It controls like a dream, it's packed full of extremely memorable moments, it files off the frustrating edges of the past, and all while serving up just enough classic Metroid gameplay that it doesn't feel like a complete dramatic departure. It might not be a totally natural progression from Retro's GameCube classics, but it easily stands on its own 2 feet, and it's inarguably one of the best video game experiences you can have on Nintendo's odd little motion-controlled experiment. Now, when Metroid Prime 3 released in August 2007, this seemed to be a sentiment common amongst critics, as the game received a raft of glowing reviews from influential websites like oneup.com, GameSpot and IGN, with the biggest praise coming from Game Trailer's Shane Satterfield, who claimed that Prime 3 was by far the best game in the trilogy. Regardless of how accurate this actually is, the positive reviews helped salvage some of the damage that had been done by all of the delays, and strong early sales helped it climb up to number 5 on the US charts in just 4 days. By the end of the year, it shipped 1 million units, mainly in America, and in Nintendo's financial reports for the following year, it looks as if Metroid Prime 3 managed to reach 1.3 million sales before falling out of circulation. They are pretty average numbers, improving on the sales of Prime 2 but falling well short of Prime 1. And while this certainly paints a picture of a stable franchise with a dedicated following, it was clear that the runaway success of the Nintendo Wii hadn't helped Metroid go mainstream. On the GameCube, the series had almost reached parity with other Nintendo big hitters, but while Zelda and Mario had been reinvigorated by Nintendo's newfound console success, blockbuster sales continued to elude Samus Aran. With Retro Studios heading off into pastures new, it was clear that the franchise would yet again require reinvention, but what that would look like was anyone's guess. So before we embark on the next stage of our journey, we have one final stop to make. A climactic retro studio project that, despite not being an entirely new game, is still very significant in the tale of the Metroid franchise. Back in 2005, when Nintendo were first introducing the world to the Nintendo Wii, Retro had produced a tech demo in order to help illustrate how it would handle first-person games. At TGS that year, journalists had sat down and played through a short section of Metroid Prime 2, which had been redesigned to work with the console's unique control scheme, and reports had been very positive. Retro's work for this tech demo had formed the basis for their approach to Metroid Prime 3, but the idea of bringing Wii functionality to past Metroid games was something that stuck around. In 2008, while most of Retro were preparing for life after Samus, one developer decided to try his luck and proposed an unprecedented project based on this concept. This was Senior Director of Development Brian Walker, and in a meeting with studio president Michael Kelbar and series producer Kensuke Tanabe, he asked if they couldn't do something for the fans and put together a compilation of all 3 Prime games reworked for the Wii. Amazingly, Nintendo leadership loved the idea, and Walker got the green light, although as Retro were already focused on their next project, a rebirth of the Donkey Kong Country series, the Prime Trilogy development team would be restricted to just 4 people. Now that would usually signal disaster, but by this point the team knew their hardware and the engine inside out, and buoyed by the chance to make something that celebrated their history, development went extremely smoothly. In interviews, Walker called the project a labour of love, often referring to it as the ultimate video game director's cut, an opportunity to correct and improve and tweak, something that virtually never happened at the time. So in August 2009, their hard work came to fruition, and in America and Europe, fans were treated to the release of Metroid Prime Trilogy, all 3 Prime games on a single disc for just $49. Now considering that Prime 3 had released 2 years earlier, and that this package also included 2 more full games, the value for money alone was enough reason to pick it up. But as Walker had intended, Trilogy was much more than a mere compilation. Let's start with Metroid Prime 3. As surprisingly, this is not just a re-release of Retro's last game. With another couple of years to streamline code and tinker around with the engine, the Trilogy version of Prime 3 ends up as a much smoother experience, thanks to heavily reduced load times. While its levels might be smaller than those found in Prime 1 or 2, it was a much more visually demanding game, and this had meant a few noticeable moments of waiting while areas loaded in behind doors. It's nothing game-breaking, but in the Trilogy version, this is entirely gone, and the game flows seamlessly from room to room without a moment's hesitation. Now that's very nice, but it wasn't the main reason people were buying Trilogy, as that is found in the changes to Metroid Prime 1 and 2. There's a fair bit to go over, but the 2 most prominent differences are found in the visuals and the controls. So let's start with the former. While the Wii might not have been able to stand up to the high quality resolutions of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, many of its titles could be played in 480p, which in combination with the console's widescreen mode made for some surprisingly good looking games. Redesigning both Prime 1 and 2 to take advantage of this was a big part of the Trilogy project, and while I'm usually the first person to criticise visual only remakes, this is a fantastic example of it being done right. With a wider field of view, you're able to take in more of Talon 4 and Aether, better appreciating the design of these worlds and all the countless hours that Retro's artists poured into realising them. There's a tangible immersive benefit to the new resolution, and while there is still something to be said for the claustrophobic qualities of 4x3, widescreen does give everything a grander sense of scale. Now during development, the team also realised that they could add bloom lighting to Prime 1 without any drawback in performance, Again, just a small touch, but it makes the fireflies in the Chozo ruins, or bursts of lava in Magmore, feel that little bit more real. Really, it's just the perfect example of graphical improvements being done tastefully, and only where they complement the original design philosophy, something that many modern remakes completely lose sight of. Of course, for as big a change as is found in the visuals, it's nothing compared to the new control scheme, which really does have a major impact on how both Prime 1 and 2 feel to play. Just like in Prime 3, your right hand is in charge of aiming, jumping and firing, while your left handles movement, and while there are a few additional buttons for switching upgrades, it's a very familiar setup. Now I don't know if it was because I just finished Metroid Prime 3 or if the higher resolution makes a meaningful difference, but this new control scheme felt so comfortable that it was hard to believe that this was patched in by just 4 developers. It makes for very smooth first-person gameplay, but this does have quite a big impact on balancing, as both titles were specifically designed around the player not being able to freely control their aim. With this restriction lifted, the pace of both games is now much faster, as you can quickly snap between targets in combat and accurately shoot from much further away, which dramatically speeds up most of the game's puzzles, combat and boss fights. It's not strictly a bad thing, and in terms of player empowerment it feels great, but it does unintentionally make both Prime 1 and 2 pretty easy on the Wii compared to their GameCube counterparts. This is where the sole argument against Metroid Trilogy lies, as the new control scheme isn't the only balance change that Walker and his team made. One of the main criticisms that Prime 1 and especially Prime 2 had received was that they were simply too difficult, and hilariously in interviews leading up to Trilogy's release, Walker even admitted that he'd never finished Prime 2 without using the developer debug mode. Along with the new graphics and controls, this was a major point that the team wanted to address, and unfortunately the results are a little mixed. We now get difficulty options before starting a new game, but they're oddly confusing. Veteran mode is the standard difficulty level from the GameCube versions, and normal mode is a new level of balance that is substantially easier, with neither providing any information about what you're choosing. In this new normal mode, Samus takes far less damage and deals much more, a change that combined with the new controls massively reduces the challenge and removes most of the tension that made the original game so good. Obviously this is resolved by playing on Veteran, but the strange wording means most players won't realise this and will accidentally play through a substandard version. Now while that's slightly perplexing, most of the other balance changes are far more thoughtfully implemented, especially those in Metroid Prime 2. Senior designer Mike Wicken had been the poor soul forced by Tanabe to increase the difficulty of the Boost and Spider Guardians, and Trilogy was his big chance to make amends. The damage numbers for both have been dramatically reworked, and now no longer feel like the insurmountable obstacles that they did in their original form. It's a change that allows the fight mechanics to come to the forefront, and unsurprisingly when the deck isn't stacked against you, these are 2 really clever and enjoyable boss fights. So given their status as the ultimate director's cut, how definitive are these versions of the Metroid Prime trilogy? Well, in the case of Metroid Prime 3 the answer is obvious, but for Prime 1 and 2 it's slightly more subjective. The new controls work great, and the upgraded visuals inarguably look fantastic, but I can still see certain fans preferring the more closed off 4x3 versions and the atmosphere that brings. Similarly, it's hard to escape the fact that these games were designed around a static first person camera, and so there remains something to be said for experiencing the pure expression of the developer's original vision. Regardless of which you prefer, if we consider the absurd value for money and the pure love that was poured into the project, I'm sure even the most hardcore motion controlled detractor will find little to complain about. Metroid Prime Trilogy released to the most obvious positive reviews in industry history, with every outlet that covered it praising Retro and Nintendo for delivering such a generous package. Really, it was a beautiful send-off to the studio's time with the franchise. They'd gone from a group of misfits that Nintendo were on the verge of shutting down to one of the most acclaimed studios in Western development, somehow managing to reinvent a classic series when few people gave them a chance. It was also a fitting conclusion because while Trilogy was being developed, Retro underwent some massive personnel changes, which meant this really was a pretty permanent end of an era. In late 2008, 3 key leaders, game director Mark Pacini, art director Todd Keller, and lead engineer Jack Matthews all left Retro in order to form Armature Studio, where they'd go on to work on series like Metal Gear Solid, Batman Arkham, Injustice, Borderlands, and even developed an original IP for Microsoft, 2016's ReCore. While many talented developers were left at Retro, they also had to deal with the tragic death of Mark Haig Hutchinson, someone who you might remember from my Indiana Jones retrospective. Haig Hutchinson was a profoundly gifted designer who, despite starting his career with a series of broadly terrible Atari ST games, had gone from strength to strength. At Retro, he'd been responsible for Prime 1's innovative approach to first-person camera control, and when he died, just aged 43, it was a real blow to the studio. This all meant that for Retro's remaining staff members, leaving behind Metroid and moving on to Donkey Kong wasn't just a decision to get over their franchise fatigue, but a way to break from the past, to move on and find a new identity without the people who had laid its foundations. Entrusted with another legendary Nintendo franchise, their future was clearly secure. But without the custodians that had brought her back from the brink, what would become of Samus Aran? Well, my friends, that is quite the question indeed. So, with Retro moving on to the world of colourful 2D platforming, Metroid needed to find a new caretaker if it was going to continue. Well, fortunately for Nintendo, this wasn't a particularly long search, as within their ranks there was a passionate Metroid advocate who was desperate to get back to the series. I'm of course talking about Yoshio Sakamoto, a man who is virtually synonymous with the series, but by this point in our story hadn't worked on it in almost a decade. After the release of Zero Mission, Sakamoto had spent the rest of the 2000s focusing on the WarioWare series, which had continued to go from strength to strength with the release of Touched on the DS and Smooth Moves on the Wii, both of which reviewed and sold pretty well. He'd also produced cult hits like P-Cross DS, Rhythm Heaven and Tomodachi Collection, but while his reputation for quirky casual games was unparalleled, Sakamoto longed to make something more meaningful. Even as far back as 2003, he'd been giving interviews about his desire to develop Samus as a character and further explore the backstory that we'd seen in Metroid Fusion and Metroid Zero Mission. His grand vision was to see the series rival Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy, a showcase of not only graphics and game design, but boundary-pushing storytelling. Now, this desire meant he was reluctant to produce yet another handheld game. And while work had begun on a DS sequel to Metroid Fusion, Sakamoto had cancelled it as he was unhappy with its limited scope. Clearly he had big ambitions, and according to him, when he sat down to check out the Nintendo Wii, he felt it finally presented the opportunity to create the Metroid game of his dreams. So with Retro moving on to Donkey Kong, Nintendo leadership were more than happy to hand over the reins. But before development even began, they had to resolve a rather large issue. Nobody in Sakamoto's team had ever made a game in 3D. Even with the Wii's less advanced hardware, development simply wasn't possible, and so Sakamoto was told to bring in a third-party developer. The idea was that he would still act as a writer, producer and director, and bring over a core of people from the Metroid Fusion team, but the lion's share of the work would be done outside of Nintendo. At E3 2009, in front of the assembled gaming media, this partner was revealed to be Team Ninja, and in Nintendo's final announcement of the conference, the world was introduced to Metroid Other M. Now, at the risk of getting ahead of ourselves, Other M has become a deeply controversial game, and we'll of course explore why that is in this section. But I think we should remember that before its release, there was a lot of enthusiasm about its potential. Team Ninja were a very popular studio, and were responsible for two legitimate hits: the arcade fighting game phenomenon Dead or Alive, and the brutally challenging 3D reinvention of Ninja Gaiden, both of which were held in high acclaim and had received multiple sequels. From the looks of the Other M trailer, it would be taking big influence from these games, and as the E3 audience watched Samus battling in fast-paced, cinematic close quarters, you can palpably hear people's excitement. Similarly, as the trailer was full of detailed CGI cutscenes, and for the first time ever, we were hearing Samus's voice, there was a lot of interest in the game's narrative, and this was something that Sakamoto stoked while doing interviews. He revealed that the game would feature over 2 hours of cutscenes, and that they were so complex that Nintendo had had to bring in an entirely separate studio, D-Rockets, in order to deliver everything they wanted. On top of this, its soundtrack would be written by Kuniaki Haishima, a well-known anime and film composer. He'd only ever worked on a few video games, but Sakamoto felt his cinematic style would complement the greater focus on drama. Overall, it was a pretty captivating picture. And as the Nintendo Wii was sorely lacking in these sorts of traditional blockbuster games, people began to get very excited. By E3 of the following year, Other M mania had well and truly set in, and thanks to a huge TV ad campaign and trailers that were shown in American movie theatres, Reggie Fils-Aimé confidently told investors that he expected it to be the best-selling game in the franchise. Well, for those of you who don't know, this did not happen. When Other M came out in September 2010, it received very mixed reviews, somehow managing to get both a near-perfect score from official Nintendo magazine and a scathing 2 out of 5 from G4. Opinions were all over the place. Some heavily criticised its gameplays, while others stated that that was the only functional part, and there seemed to be no consensus about the quality of Sakamoto's much advertised storytelling. With review scores mattering more than ever, this had a real impact on the game's sales, and by the end of the year, Reggie was backtracking in a rather embarrassing Kotaku interview, where he confirmed that Metroid Other M would likely not even sell 500,000 units. Now, to be fair, critics and the average video game consumer aren't always the best barometer of quality, and there are many worthwhile games that were released to both poor sales and tepid reviews. But as the years have gone by, Other M's mixed reputation has degenerated even further. These days, it isn't just considered disappointing, but a catastrophic betrayal. A project so misguided and so badly executed that most fans would rather it was never made. I think this is why it's more important than ever that we try to understand exactly what Sakamoto and Team Ninja were trying to achieve, and why it might have gone wrong. Now, don't misunderstand me, this isn't some contrarian attempt to convince you that everybody is wrong, but we are going to build a picture of the Other M that actually exists, and not the one that years of anger and disappointment have created. So what exactly is it about this game that has caused so much controversy? Well, as far as I understand it, the roots of its issues are found in two places: its strange take on Metroid-style gameplay, and its newfound focus on cinematic storytelling. We'll start with the former, as it'll help better frame the latter. Other M has a simple premise. Some months after the events of Super Metroid, Samus intercepts a distress signal from the Bottle Ship, an imposing Federation facility floating in a cloud of space dust. Once aboard, she runs into the Galactic Federation's 7th Platoon, who are similarly investigating the distress signal, and are led by none other than Adam Malkovich, Samus's one-time mentor and the focus of much of the plot of Metroid Fusion. Now, given this relationship, our bounty hunter agrees to join their mission and follow Adam's command, which, through Samus's narration, leads to quite a bit of soul-searching about her past, and even a handful of flashbacks. So, as it turns out, the bottle ship is full of unidentified freakish monsters, and after a close shave against a particularly big one, Adam decides to split up the team while he coordinates from the control centre. So, with orders from her commanding officer, Samus heads off to uncover the mystery of the bottle ship and work out what exactly is going on. In this sense, Other M is really a continuation of the structure of Metroid Fusion. While the story is set in a single location, and we spend a lot of time backtracking in order to open new areas, our progression is always entirely linear, based around completing objectives that Adam assigns us. Now, this tight structure might be somewhat disappointing, but to be fair to Sakamoto, he often spoke about how his Gameboy games and the Prime games could almost be considered different series, and that this new title wouldn't be taking cues from Retro Studios. It would instead be an entirely new interpretation, and therein lies our first problem. You see, the gameplay of Metroid Other M is built upon a contradiction that comes from two competing and largely incompatible design philosophies. As Sakamoto had hired Team Ninja specifically because of their work on Ninja Gaiden, there is unsurprisingly a lot of third-person hack-and-slash action influence on Other M's combat. When fighting against smaller enemies, everything is largely reminiscent of the older 2D Metroid titles. You enter a room, blast away with your arm cannon, and then run, jump and roll to the next door and on towards your objective. It might happen in 3 dimensions, but it's classic Metroid gameplay. That is, until you face Other M's stronger enemies and bosses. Against anything that can survive more than a single shot, the gameplay completely shifts, with a flow of battle that is entirely centred around timed dodges, powerful counterattacks, and surprisingly brutal finishing moves. The core idea is that if you dodge an enemy attack while holding down your beam, it will instantly reach max power. and as this move has almost no cooldown, with proper timing you can avoid taking any damage while also obliterating everything on screen. Against certain enemies, doing this will result in them being downed, and then depending on if you run or jump into them, Samus will execute these pretty intense melee finishers called lethal strikes, which kill almost everything in a single blow. Thanks to the fluid animations and the frenetic pace of battle, fighting monsters as Samus Aran has never felt this good, and it especially shows in the boss fights, where the third-person camera really helps sell the scale of the beasts, and makes last-second dodges or acrobatic lethal strikes look as cinematic as anything else in the action-adventure genre. It might be very different to what we've seen so far, but considering many people were introduced to Samus through Super Smash Bros., seeing her acrobatically leap around and get stuck into intense hand-to-hand combat really isn't as out of character as you might initially think. Now that might sound very promising, but it is only half of the story. While Team Ninja's pedigree was in highly challenging, reflex-based action games, Sakamoto also wanted Other M to be supremely accessible and able to be enjoyed by a more casual audience. This led to the decision to forego the Wii Nunchuck and have you control Samus with just the Wii Remote. By turning it on its side and holding it with two hands, Sakamoto saw this as a substitute for the simple controllers of the past, and felt if they could design everything to work around this reduced control scheme, they could attract a whole new audience. Now, as this places the D-pad on the left and the 1 and 2 buttons on the right, in theory it's perfectly workable, but in practice it creates a bunch of problems and clashes with the Team Ninja style gameplay at almost every turn. For starters, with just 3 buttons that control the morph ball, firing and jumping, there's no dedicated input for dodging. Instead, this is done by tapping the D-pad at the correct moment, but it requires you to stop moving. A baffling decision that works against the pace of the combat and really messes with one of the game's core mechanics. Similarly, because of the lack of buttons, there's very little opportunity for additional gameplay systems, which means no alternative visors, no creative weapons, and no upgrades that don't relate to the skill set you start the game with. Now, this is obviously very disappointing, considering that interesting unlockables are a cornerstone of the series, but the control scheme's biggest impact is found in Other M's first-person mode, as the game is also built around switching between different perspectives. In combat, it's used to fire missiles at specific boss weak points, or take out downed enemies that you can't quite reach, and while exploring the bottle ship, it forms a big part of puzzle solving, as you scan environments looking for switches or hidden pathways. Again, in theory, this is an interesting idea, but it's killed dead by its implementation, as you switch between viewpoints by letting go of the controller with your left hand and pointing the remote at the screen. It's a tough setup to get used to, and while most of the boss fights have generously telegraphed openings that give you plenty of time to adjust your grip, in the heat of frantic small-scale combat it's very easy to mess this up, and you can even accidentally activate it by simply shifting your seating position. Ironically, by attempting to work with fewer buttons, the game has become less intuitive, and had Other M utilised the nunchuck, they could have given us a dedicated dodge button and allowed the first person mode to be a much more seamless part of combat. Unfortunately, this desire to make Other M more accessible has also bled into its system design, and again it really works against what you'd expect from Team Ninja or Metroid. Thanks to her interaction with the baby during Super Metroid, Samus finds herself with a new power, concentration, an ability that allows her to regenerate both health and missiles. Now, to be fair, I think attempting to redesign how resources work is not strictly a bad thing, as the endless destroying of crates or boxes to find health was never really that satisfying. But concentration is not a good replacement. Firstly, it means that missile tanks are now totally pointless, as you always have an unlimited supply, and increasing your capacity only reduces the amount of time before you have to use concentration. Thankfully, this isn't quite the case for your health, but that's also broken. You can only concentrate when you're down to your last energy tank, but this has bafflingly been combined with a sort of second wind mechanic, where Samus always gets a chance to use concentration if she takes lethal damage, combined with a ridiculous abundance of save points, most of which are spaced mere minutes apart. It makes for an incredibly easy game, where failure is hard to come by and consequences are virtually negligible. Considering that Team Ninja were known for eye-watering challenge and complex mechanics, I'm left wondering why Sakamoto even brought them on board. Maybe he thought they would end up with the best of both worlds, a stylish and exhilarating action game that everyone could enjoy, but ultimately its systems don't come together at all, and it feels surprisingly incoherent for a game published by Nintendo. Now sadly, this isn't the end of Other M's poor design decisions, and while I'm usually loath to apportion so much blame to one man, this cause is once again found in Sakamoto's confused ambition. During Other M's marketing, he'd claimed that gameplay and narrative would seamlessly blend together, and this results in two of the game's worst ideas. In an attempt to create dramatic and atmospheric moments, there are parts of the game where the action slows right down and the camera pulls in behind Samus's shoulder. Now these are clearly an attempt to ape the non-combat walking gameplay found in big budget titles like Gears of War and Mass Effect, but I feel like Team Ninja and Sakamoto fundamentally misunderstood the point of these sequences. There's nothing to scan, no characters to speak to, no puzzles to solve, just walking. In fact, these sequences often don't even make any sense, as for some reason, whenever you walk into a bottle ship toilet, the camera drops in and Samus creeps around the stalls as if something dreadful is about to happen. These moments honestly just feel unfinished, and rather than providing a breather from all the action, they form strange roadblocks that slow the pace to a crawl and don't create any sort of atmosphere, as nothing ever happens. Now while these are annoying, you can at least push through them, but that mercy doesn't exist in Other M's search mode. Just like the walking sections, these happen at random points in the plot, and essentially turn Samus into a detective, asking you to scan the environment looking for clues before you can progress. Now not only are the clues very hard to spot, like a tiny green puddle on a field of green grass, but they can be anywhere in the environment, which turns search mode into an excruciating pixel hunt, where you typically have no idea what you're even looking for. It's not fun in the slightest, and gets even worse later on in the game when they start combining it with first-person combat, a decision that I cannot believe made it past QA. Unfortunately, every time Metroid Other M steps away from its frantic action combat, the wheels come off pretty hard, and it makes for a game that is constantly pulling you away from its good parts and into frustration and distraction. Somewhere in here, there is a genuinely interesting game, a reflex-driven brawler that wants to present Samus like Kratos or Dante, a stylish power fantasy of a sci-fi bounty hunter at the height of her strength. The problem is that this vision is simply weighed down by far too much that doesn't work, and it's hard to say that Other M's gameplay is anything other than a textbook example of wasted potential. Now somehow, despite all of that, it's not really the gameplay that fuels Other M's terrible reputation. While many of its design choices are pretty unpopular, they pale in comparison to the negativity surrounding its story. Now before we dive into this, I want to take a quick moment to debunk some of the more over-the-top criticisms. As with any controversial video game, there can sometimes be a degree of over-exaggeration. It's often said that Samus endlessly talks about the baby Metroid, with countless memes created that make it look as if it takes up half of the game's dialogue. This is simply not true, and while it does come up quite a bit at the start of the game, it's in relation to the ending of Super Metroid, so it doesn't really feel out of place. Once you're on the bottle ship with the Federation platoon, the baby hardly comes up at all, and I think this is a case of people getting somewhat carried away with the joke. Similarly, you often see a lot of criticism around the game's voice acting, specifically with regards to Jennifer Martin's performance as Samus. Now I'm not going to lie to you, it is pretty rough, but it's important to recognise this isn't her fault, as she clearly states in promotional interviews that Sakamoto was very descriptive about how he wanted Samus to sound. Unfortunately, something was lost in translation, and Martin's performance has been pushed to ridiculous extremes, with Samus sounding totally detached and robotic during her narration, and emotional to the point of instability during the action, neither of which really reflect the character we've come to know in past Metroid games. Now speaking of translations, this is another point that needs to be raised, as Sakamoto is often accused of sexism for writing Samus as such a weak and subservient character, but again I wouldn't say that's entirely fair. There are quite substantial differences in tone between the Japanese and English scripts, and surprise surprise, they are mainly found in how Samus is presented and how other characters speak to her. For example, there's a flashback that shows Adam calling Samus Lady during a mission briefing, singling her out from the rest of the squad for being a woman. In the Japanese version, she hates this treatment and reacts with a rebellious attitude, a dynamic that builds over the years until she quits the Galactic Army and the two go their separate ways. The problem is that in English, this has been totally mangled, And here Samus sees Adam's bullying as a form of affection, and only rebels because she's an immature child that can't handle responsibility. Similarly, the translation also has a serious impact on Samus's agency, and this crops up in a particularly notorious place. Deep inside Sector 3, we find an area of the bottle ship that is overflowing with molten rock, in which we have to play through without the Varia suit's protection, as Adam hasn't given Samus authorization to use it. Obviously this is absurd, and seeing Samus defer to Adam in such an extreme manner makes her look both stupid and utterly pathetic. The thing is, in the Japanese version, this all plays out totally differently. Here, it's Samus opting against using her abilities as an act of defiance. And when Adam finally radios in, he's not telling her that the Varia suit is now authorized, but begging her to use it, totally reversing the power dynamic into one that is supposed to show Samus's disgust for mindless obedience. Clearly, it's still a very weird story, but I think it's important to recognise that it's the translation that's responsible for some of its worst moments. Now, unfortunately, even if the localization had been handled with more care, Other M would have likely still disappointed fans, as the plot is built on a rather shaky contradiction. Other M is trapped between wanting to be a Samus Aran origin story and a bridge between Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion, another clash that leads to neither side getting enough attention. As we've already discussed, large parts of the plot relate to Samus's past, and the game is littered with flashbacks, showing her history with Adam, her time in the Federation, and why she left to become a bounty hunter. Being brutally honest, even in Japanese, these just aren't very well written, and it makes very little sense in the context of her actions in other games. Nowhere is this issue more apparent than in her encounter with a reborn Ridley, a scene that is presented as a terrifying and dramatic moment, literally triggering a PTSD reaction and sending her back to feeling like a helpless child. If instead of Other M, this was Metroid Origins, and it was the first time she'd seen her parents kill her as an adult, it would be a brilliant bit of cinema, but as this is a Super Metroid sequel, it just doesn't make any sense, regardless of the language. Now, what makes this particularly annoying is that all of this focus on the past takes away screen time from Other M's primary narrative, the mystery of the bottle ship, which despite having its own issues, at least fits within the Metroid timeline. Essentially, it turns out that a splinter faction of the Federation military had been conducting experiments on creatures recovered from Zerbes, with the bottle ship designed to replicate the environments of the infamous planet. Obviously that's not great news, but it's made all the worse when Samus realises that amongst Adam's squad is an assassin sent to clean up the mess and make sure that no information escapes back to the wider Federation. Now, while this character is hilariously referred to as the Deleter, another quirk of the awful English translation, the plotline is not that bad, and as you progress deeper into the ship and your allies are slowly picked off, the stakes build to some interesting conclusions. Eventually we discover that as the experiments had built in ambition and complexity, the Splinter faction realised that they wouldn't be able to control their creations without Mother Brain, and so they attempted to create a human-android hybrid that could act as a vessel for the powerful AI. This results in the creation of a being called MB, and unsurprisingly, as it is pushed to ever extreme limits, it becomes self-aware and decides to destroy all the humans, which leads to the activation of the distress signal that brings Samus to the bottle ship. Compared with the subtle environmental storytelling of Metroid Prime, the colourful imagination of Super Metroid, or the twists of Metroid Fusion, Other M is really nothing to write home about. And when you finally come face to face with the Queen Metroid that MB created, and save the Federation from impending doom, it all lands with surprisingly little impact. Now, I could easily wrap up the review here. Other M has some interesting gameplay ideas that are hampered by a clash of directions, and a wonky narrative that is made even worse by a terrible translation. It's not exactly a flattering picture, and more than enough evidence to explain the rabid fan backlash. But that wouldn't really feel right, so I want to talk about the things that I think Other M does well, because it's not utterly irredeemable, and during my time there were moments where I was impressed, and even had fun. Let's start with how upgrades work, as while the reduced amount of buttons means there aren't a host of crazy visors and different beams, every time Samus does increase her skill set, it feels extremely meaningful. By the time you reach the end of the game, Samus feels like an ultra powerful badass, and while the game isn't challenging in the slightest, the animations and on-screen feedback mean it's always satisfying to run rings around a squad of space pirates while blasting them into oblivion. Now, rather strangely, something else that Other M handles very well is what happens after the credits have rolled. Considering how story heavy the game is, it should come as no surprise that it concludes with about 45 minutes of deeply convoluted cutscenes where the plot sort of goes off the rail. Adam sacrifices himself to destroy a batch of Metroids which have been bred on the ship, but somehow a queen survives which Samus has to destroy before it can land on the Federation homeworld. Now, as the final piece of gameplay is a search mode, where you're also being attacked by hyper-powerful space pirates, I'm going to go ahead and say this isn't a great place to end the game. Thankfully, it seems that Sakamoto and Team Ninja agreed. Other M has a pretty substantial post-game, and it is framed as Samus returning to the bottle ship in order to find something important that had been lost. You land in the hangar, and then armed with all of your upgrades, you're left to explore the ship and work out what exactly our bounty hunter came back for. This could easily have been nothing more than a chance to find all of the remaining items, but for some reason Other M's epilogue comes stuffed full of unique gameplay moments and is about as non-optional as any post-game has ever been. As you now have access to power bombs, you can use these to unlock new areas, like the residential district and the ship's command centre. Now, what's cool about these new zones is that unlike in the base game, you're not railroaded by objective markers, and for the first time, it feels like you're legitimately exploring, working out how to progress through intuition rather than direction. This atmosphere makes it all the more cool when you step onto the bridge and are thrust into a boss fight against a massive reimagined version of Phantoon from Super Metroid. It might not make any sense or have any relation to the game's plot, but it is extremely cinematic, and the fight mechanics are pretty punishing, which gives the game a good challenge to cap everything off. Even the story scenes are substantially better, as after all the combat and exploration, you find the item that Samus was looking for, Adam's helmet. Rather than launching into a lengthy monologue about their relationship, she instead simply holds it close to her, and it makes for a really poignant moment. It's the perfect illustration of less is more. Metroid didn't need a detailed backstory or talkative characters in order to have a distinct identity, and this is the sole moment where it feels like Sakamoto understands what makes Samus special. The epilogue is easily the best part of Metroid Other M, and if you ever find yourself wanting to dive into this controversial and confusing experience, you owe it to yourself to persevere past the credits, as that's where the fun takes over and the nonsense finally takes a backseat. Now, this might be an unpopular take, but I'm hesitant to call Metroid Other M a truly bad game. As while it's full of terrible design decisions and an extremely misguided narrative, I think it's a victim of honest ambition, rather than anything cynical. This is a game that needed to be made differently, rather than not at all. With a better control scheme that allowed for more mechanical complexity, a game world that balanced the relentless pace with moments of exploration, and a plot far less concerned with Samus's character, we could have had the foundations for a genuinely interesting new direction. But alas, that is not what we got, and as it stands, Other M represents little more than a missed opportunity, the beginning of very dark times indeed. For Sakamoto, the fan response was painful, and while he insists in interviews that he wouldn't change anything about his ill-fated 3D outing, it's impossible to imagine that such harsh criticism didn't cut deep. With zero chance of a sequel, he went back to supervising and producing smaller projects, like Tomodachi Life and Rhythm Heaven, far cry from his dreams of sprawling cinematic action games. For Team Ninja, the blowback wasn't quite as severe, likely aided by the fact that Ninja Gaiden 3 and Dead or Alive 5 came out the next year, and helped their fans forget about this strange misstep. Funnily enough, while their collaboration had borne little fruit, Team Ninja and Nintendo continued to work together, with the action game veterans producing both Hyrule Warriors and Fire Emblem Warriors in 2014 and 2017, both of which were well received. Other M might not have been so toxic as to bring down the studios and developers that created it, but its impact on the Metroid series was severe and far-reaching. If the loss of Retro Studios had put the franchise on unsure footing, Sakamoto's ambitious misfire had sent it into freefall, and it began a dark period where Metroid lost virtually all of its momentum, and its fans began to lose all hope. Between 2002 and 2010, there were 9 different Metroid games released across 4 platforms, a period where Nintendo really pushed the franchise as a major piece of their console and handheld strategy. Considering there had only been 3 games in the 2 decades before this, it truly was a golden age. But with the release of Other M, the grey clouds that had been gathering for some time finally began to rain down. The problem was that all that financial backing hadn't really led to the sorts of returns that Nintendo were used to. And while Mario and Zelda and Pokémon continued to ship tens of millions of units, even the very best Metroid games barely even came close to that. Now, this wasn't so much of an issue when they were raking in critical acclaim and drawing eyes to their respective platforms, but as the years rolled by and Tanabe and Sakamoto's experiments failed to connect with fans, any further investment started to look unlikely. To make matters even worse, in 2010, Retro Studios' Donkey Kong Returns had released to rave reviews and much higher than expected sales, which had meant they'd decided to stick with the monkey and produce a next-gen sequel, a decision that left Metroid without a natural home and Nintendo with little desire to find one. For the next 5 years, this series sat in silence, conspicuously absent from all Nintendo press events, and while questions about its status were always met with positive answers, the lack of anything concrete frustrated fans desperate to see Metroid given another chance. Now, what made this all the harder to swallow was that during this period, it felt like Nintendo needed Samus more than ever, as their reputation was in freefall. You see, the 2010s had not started well for the Japanese gaming juggernaut, and in both the handheld and console markets, they'd been thrown into as difficult a position as the company had ever been in. In 2011, they released the successor to the Nintendo DS, the Nintendo 3DS, an upgraded version that supported stereoscopic 3D without the need for special glasses. Internally, it was thought that this gimmick would help push handheld sales to all new heights, but their plan had a crucial flaw. Where the Gameboy and DS had almost no competition, the 3DS found itself squeezed by an explosion in mobile phone-based gaming, and without a strong launch lineup, Nintendo ended up losing a big chunk of both their hardcore and casual market, which meant pretty low sales in the console's first few years. Now, they did eventually turn things around thanks to a pretty massive price cut, the release of an updated XL model, and the timely arrival of the first 3D Pokémon game, but this did little to alleviate the company's woes. You see, the situation in their console business was even worse, as in 2012 they'd released the follow-up to the Nintendo Wii, the Nintendo Wii U, a console which, by almost every metric, was a complete failure. It had turned out that the casual market that had sent them to the top of the industry was quite a soft consumer base, and on top of being uninterested in buying another console, there was a lot of confusion caused by the Wii U's name, with many people thinking it was just another peripheral. By the end of 2014, the Wii U had shipped just 7 million units worldwide, a situation so bad that there were legitimate concerns that Nintendo might exit the console business altogether. Of course, leading Nintendo figures passionately denied this, and constantly repeated that the Wii U could recover market position off the back of strong first-party games. Now, obviously, this never happened, and while there were a few choice releases like Super Mario Maker, Mario Kart 8 and Super Smash Bros. U, many fans felt that Nintendo weren't trying hard enough, as so many other franchises lay dormant while the company slowly sank into the mud. So this brings us to E3 2015. A notorious conference where the patience of Nintendo and Metroid fans finally ran out. Now, the so-called digital event wasn't going great to begin with, opening with the baffling news that Star Fox Wii U would be controlled exclusively with motion controls. Along with what felt like endless Amiibo and Skylanders announcements, there was little to get excited about, but nothing could prepare viewers for what came next. It was an all-new Metroid game, although it also clearly wasn't. There was no 2D action platforming or first-person exploration, and shockingly, there was no Samus Aran. This was an online multiplayer mission-based shooter called Metroid Prime Federation Force. Fans were not happy, and as it had been 5 long years since the last Metroid game, and 8 years since the last one that had been well received, this decision to release a strange spin-off in a totally different genre could not have gone down worse. In interviews, concerns were passed off with tone-deaf responses about Federation Force's potential as an e-sport, or equally astounding explanations about how playing as Samus wasn't important to the series' core formula. Its announcement was a mess, and fans quickly let Nintendo know what they thought about this new game. Every single Federation Force trailer was bombed with dislikes, which generated large amounts of negative media coverage. It forced Nintendo into making an impromptu announcement, where in an attempt to calm the situation, they confirmed that Federation Force would have a single-player campaign, and that Samus would feature heavily in the game's plot. Unfortunately for them, the damage had already been done, and there was no way back. When Federation Force released in June 2016, not only did it sell terribly, failing to even chart in quite a few countries, but it seemed that it wasn't even a particularly good game in its own right. By all accounts, it wasn't just an unwanted spin-off, but a legitimately poor video game, and its Metacritic score of 64 out of 100 was by far the lowest the series had ever received. So what exactly was the thought process behind this release? What were Nintendo trying to achieve, and why did they even make Federation Force? Well, you'll be unsurprised to hear that it had been born inside the unknowable mind of Kensuke Tanabe. Apparently he'd had the idea to make a game based on a Federation Special Forces team all the way back in 2006 when he'd been producing Metroid Prime 3, and he wanted to pair this with another stab at the more traditional FPS stylings of Metroid Prime Hunters. Now the theory is that Nintendo had realised far too late that online gaming was more than just a passing fad, and so in the mid-2010s they were scrambling to release multiplayer focused games, which led to odd titles like Zelda Triforce Heroes, Pokken Tournament and Wii Sports Club. Essentially Tanabe's ideas for Metroid somehow lined up with this wider strategy, and it meant that despite there being no indication that it would sell, the project went ahead regardless. Now what made Federation Force all the more disappointing is that it was developed by a very talented studio who were coming off the back of some real success. Tanabe enlisted the skills of Next Level Gaming, a Vancouver-based studio who had long been working with Nintendo and had developed some pretty great games like Super Mario Strikers and Punch-Out Wii. In 2014 this union had fully bloomed and they'd released Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, an absolutely stellar 3DS game that saw the studio reach new heights of creativity and polish, garnering lots of Game of the Year nominations and selling an extremely impressive 7 million copies worldwide. There was a lot of buzz about what this studio would produce next, so to see them strapped into a project that was clearly doomed to fail made Federation Force feel like even more of a waste of time and resources. So it's pretty clear that a lot of the negativity was rooted in this not being what Metroid fans wanted. But as the critical reception showed, Federation Force has more problems than just an identity crisis. The first is evident from the moment you boot up a new game, and that is that it simply does not look like it belongs in the Metroid series. Now, while I wouldn't say the franchise has a particularly uniform art direction, it's tied together by a few loose concepts. It's sometimes more colourful, other times more muted, but there's always a certain grounded and realistic aesthetic that is there whether you're playing Super Metroid, Metroid Prime 2 or even Other M. Federation Force bucks this trend, and instead of embracing the graphical direction of the past, it uses a deformed chibi style. All the characters have huge heads on top of tiny waddling bodies, and while we're still exploring Chozo ruins and battling space pirates, everything has a much more family-friendly look. Now, considering that Nintendo had long since abandoned their push for a casual audience, it's a decision that doesn't make much sense, and this more sanitary approach is similarly felt in the game's story. Federation Force is set after Metroid Prime 3, and while the conclusion of that game saw Samus pretty comprehensively defeat the space pirates, there remains a few splinter factions that the Federation are trying to mop up. In the Bermuda system is one such group, and we play as a member of Operation Golem, a secret Federation platoon that use powerful mechs to go toe-to-toe with overwhelming forces. Now, if you're expecting much more plot than this, you'll be bitterly disappointed, as while each mission begins with a debriefing from your commander, General Alex Miles, there's not a lot to sink your teeth into. Outside of these briefings and a few in-mission radio messages, there's very little dialogue, almost no cutscenes, and really very minimal narrative outside of a skeleton plot about a hidden space pirate battleship. Really though, the story isn't the draw, and it's clear that if you're playing Federation Force, it's for the gameplay. So, what's that like? Well, as a first-person shooter, rather than a first-person adventure game, you spend the lion's share of your time in combat. And this brings us to another issue that is far more problematic than the art style or storytelling. You see, you aim with the 3DS's gyro controls, which means moving the entire handheld. something that I just don't think is a natural or comfortable choice for a portable FPS game. It effectively means it's impossible to play the game without space to move your arms, or without drawing attention to yourself, and thanks to the small screens of the original 3DS, it practically requires a 3DS XL to even work. Now, if you don't want to play with gyro controls, the solution is pretty damn cynical. Your only option is to either buy a new 3DS XL or a Circle Pad Pro, both of which allow you to use an alternative control scheme that functions more like dual analog. This is not great, and considering Federation Force cost $40 on release, having to spend even more money in order to play comfortably feels extremely painful. So if you have the right handheld or a Circle Pad Pro, you're good to go, right? Well, not exactly, as the gameplay is still something of an acquired taste. While most missions are focused around lots and lots of shooting, there's still a bit of Metroid Prime influence, and that comes in the form of some light puzzle solving and platforming, which attempt to mix things up. If you're expecting the complexity of Talon 4, you're going to be disappointed, as it's all very simple stuff like blasting a ball into a socket or hitting certain switches to open doors. Now, Next Level do try to keep the missions interesting. Some large, multi-phased boss fights, a series of missions that have you running around outside of your suit, and even a few non-combat stages where you have to capture giant monsters, but it's all held back by a very slow pace. The mechs are really sluggish and very much don't suit the kind of fast-paced, chaotic gameplay that co-op shooters thrive on. So what about Samus Aran? Tanabe specifically reassured fans that she would be a big part of the game, so where is she? Well, the reality is, she doesn't really do very much at all. We're constantly told by General Miles about how she's clearing up a base we discovered, or being sent by the Federation on some intense mission, but this never affects our gameplay. In fact, the only place where she does play a big role is in a late game mission, where Samus has been captured by space pirates and transformed into a giant evil morph ball, which the Federation force have to defeat in a sort of strange Rocket League style boss fight. It's certainly an odd choice, and to be brutally honest, I feel like she was added in late in development in order to try and stem the negative coverage. Well, amazingly, that is still not everything, as there is yet another glaring problem. The game is entirely designed around multiplayer. While Tanabe made sure to emphasise that it was perfectly playable on your own, the solo experience is very lackluster. The core issue is that all of the missions and bosses and puzzles and literally every single element of the game is meant to be engaged with by at least 2 players, if not a full 4-man party. The only tool to offset this is an upgrade chip that boosts your damage, but even then bosses feel like they take forever to go down, puzzles take 4 times as long to solve, and there are late stage missions which feel virtually impossible as you desperately defend points of interest from endless hordes of space pirates. As if that wasn't bad enough, the game's sole progression mechanic doesn't really work on your own. Throughout the missions you can find hidden caches which contain mod chips, little stat or ability modifiers that you can attach to your mech back on the Federation battlecruiser. The idea is that in tandem with a series of sub-weapons like a heal, a shield, super missiles or elemental weapons, you build specific loadouts for different levels, with each player bringing a unique utility to the table that are meant to complement one another. With 4 players all fulfilling different roles, laughing about mistakes and pulling off last-minute victories, there is genuinely fun to be had here, but on your own, there's just no attempt to replicate any of this. You just pick your solo play boost chip, take heals and missiles as there's no reason to choose anything else, and then slowly and silently trudge through levels that were clearly meant to be enjoyed by more than one person. Now, to tell the truth, Federation Force was likely doomed regardless of how it turned out, as it simply wasn't what fans wanted, and after being left in the cold for so many years, any appetite for strange off-brand spin-offs had long since disappeared. It was a brutally tough environment to release into, but you've got to say that neither Tanabe or Next Level Games made the situation any easier. And ultimately, while you can have fun with Federation Force, there are just so many barriers to actually getting there. Obviously for Metroid fans, this was all more fuel for the fire of their frustration. Many people openly wished that Nintendo hadn't bothered, theorising that the game's poor sales and negative reception had made future Metroid games even less likely. Now, incredibly, despite their game's astoundingly poor reception, Next Level Games never made any fuss in the media or gave any interviews complaining about the fan response. Instead, they simply moved on, and much to their credit, their very next game, Luigi's Mansion 3, was a massive return to form, and rightly saw the studio's reputation clawed back from the gutter. As for Kensuke Tanabe, well, he wasn't quite so gracious. explaining to journalists that if Federation Force had launched when he originally intended, right at the start of the 3DS's lifecycle, it would have somehow been a big success. The reality was that his vision of Metroid, a blockbuster multi-genre super franchise, was simply not what people wanted. And after almost a decade of motion controls, character-driven drama, painful hiatuses, and multiplayer nonsense, nothing but a return to pure action exploration would satisfy. – 2016 marked the original Metroid's 30th anniversary, a milestone that very few other series could boast, and a moment that should have been cause for real celebration. Instead, this momentous achievement arrived at the series' lowest point, where fans had completely lost hope in Nintendo's stewardship, and there was real concern that Samus Aran might never return. And so it is in this atmosphere of despair that we need to take a step off of the official path, and take a look at the people who would not accept this fate for the series that they loved. As the Metroid franchise began to wane in quality, and releases grew ever more sparse, there was an equal explosion of interest in ROM hacks and fan-made games. Now, the vast majority of these were focused on the earlier 2D games, which is somewhat predictable considering that this was the style that had seen the most neglect. Thanks to the relative simplicity of customizing sprites and messing with code, websites like romhacking.net and metroidconstruction.com began to fill the void with new takes on old classics. Take Project Base and Hyper Metroid, both of which sought to add further complexity to Super Metroid by making it even more non-linear and vastly increasing Samus's movement options. For veterans, this was extremely welcome, and both became speedrunning sensations. Now, while they were captivating people who loved the series' mechanics, other designers built upon its mythology and attempted to tell new stories set within the Metroid universe. The pick of the bunch here is Metroid Rogue Dawn, a top-to-bottom hack of the original NES title that transforms it into a prequel. It's set on SR388, and you play as the mysterious Dawn Aran, a character enslaved by the space pirates and forced to participate in their twisted experiments. As the years went by and Nintendo continually refused to revive the series, these fan games only increased in ambition and quality, and this brings us to 2016 and the granddaddy of them all. Throughout the 2000s, Milton Guasti, or Dr. MR64, had tirelessly worked on a remake of Metroid 2 called AM2R, or Another Metroid 2 Remake, and thanks to his sheer dedication and the positive reception from the community, it had slowly become quite a big deal. By the 2010s, AM2R had transformed from a simple remake into a sprawling reimagining, taking the concepts of the original and augmenting them with lots of new ideas and a serious facelift. As its development progressed, interest continued to grow, and by 2015, Guasti was pulling in outside composers, graphic designers and debuggers, and his project was getting coverage from websites like Kotaku and Destructoid. Now, while Nintendo had nothing planned for Metroid's 30th anniversary, Guasti thought this would be a perfect moment to release AM2R, and so on August 6th, 2016, the game was made available for free download on MetroidDatabase.com. With fans desperate for a more traditional Metroid experience after having gone so long without, AM2R quickly swept across the internet, which led to heavy coverage on websites like Reddit and Twitter, and a slew of high-profile reviews on YouTube. Now, that being said, it wasn't just a case of good timing. AM2R is a genuinely well-designed game that both understands what makes 2D Metroid so compelling, whilst containing enough innovation that it never feels derivative. Along with a more up-to-date control scheme, there's been a huge amount of effort poured into realising the labyrinth of SR388, infusing the game's levels with far more character and better presenting the planet's history as a twisted Chozo laboratory. It really is a great realisation of the concepts behind the original, but funnily enough, AM2R really shines when Guasti lets his own imagination run wild. There are original bosses that add variety to the endless Metroid hunting, all new areas that contain surprising set pieces, like a mid-game escape sequence, and most impressive of all, a scanning system inspired by Metroid Prime that helps flesh out the history of the planet. Top to bottom, it's just an absolute triumph of a game, easily one of the best fan creations in the industry's history, and delivering exactly what fans needed right when the night seemed darkest. Unsurprisingly, it's led to many people dubbing AM2R as an unofficial, official Metroid game, with it often appearing in tier lists or series reviews and generally recognised as an important part of the franchise's history. Now, what's even less surprising than that is that Nintendo did not agree, and just hours after its release, their lawyers issued a DMCA notice, stating that AM2R had infringed their copyright and all download links had to be removed. Fans were apoplectic. If Nintendo weren't going to do anything with Metroid, why couldn't anyone else? Clearly they had no interest in continuing the series, so why not just hire Guasti and publish AM2R? A decision that had real precedence, as Valve had done this with Black Mesa and Sega with Sonic Mania. It just didn't make any sense, and while Guasti tried to calm the situation by stating he had always expected this to happen, it all gave the impression that Nintendo simply didn't care about their fans. They had decided that there would be no more Metroid, and that was that. Or at least this was the perception until E3 2017, when totally out of the blue, everything changed. Now by this point, Nintendo had already managed to claw back some goodwill, as in October of 2016, they'd revealed their next console, a portable hybrid called the Nintendo Switch, which had generated a ludicrous amount of excitement from both fans and critics. When it released in March of the following year, its intriguing design had captivated consumers, just as the Wii did a decade earlier. Buoyed by the unprecedented critical reception of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which at certain points was outselling the Switch itself, Nintendo had somehow managed to claw their way back to the top and into their fans' good graces. By the time E3 season rolled around, there was a lot of buzz about the future of the company, and for the first time in years, they didn't disappoint. There was a new Kirby game, a new Yoshi game, Pokémon would be releasing on a home console, and the next 3D Mario game was revealed in a flurry of surreal visuals. It was a feast for long-starved Nintendo fans, but the finest treasures were reserved for the most hopeless of all. Not only did Nintendo announce that Metroid Prime 4 was in development, but they revealed that there was an all-new 2D-style Metroid releasing for the Nintendo 3DS in just 2 months' time. Just like in 2002 when the franchise had come roaring back to life with Prime and Fusion, we were getting both 3D and 2D reincarnations, a pincer attack designed to restore the series to its former glory. Now this reveal also made Nintendo's treatment of AM2R look a little less vindictive, as it turned out that the 3DS game would be a remake of Metroid 2, given that the trailer showed off all new 3D graphics, butter-smooth cutscenes and lots of new content. It must have been in development for some time, and Milton Guasti graciously tweeted out that it looked like the Metroid 2 he had always wanted to play. So just like that, the relationship was rebuilt. But we can't entirely credit this to Nintendo, as the roots of Metroid Samus Returns are found on the other side of the world in an entirely different franchise. During the early 2010s, Castlevania had been experiencing something of a rebirth, as its developer Konami had decided to take a chance and entrust a small Spanish studio with the legendary franchise. This fresh-faced Madrid-based company was Mercury Steam, and under the leadership of founders Enrique Alvarez and Jose Ignacio Navas, they'd convinced the Japanese juggernaut that they could take the series' gothic action horror into a new generation. While their first game, Lords of Shadow, was a huge financial success and became the best-selling game in the franchise, their two follow-ups, a 3DS side-scroller called Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, and a highly controversial console sequel called Lords of Shadow 2, were nowhere near as profitable, and both suffered from very fractured development. It was something of a roller coaster, and by 2015 Konami wanted off, and decided against any further work with the Spanish studio, leaving Mercury Steam to head back out to market in order to look for a new publisher. Now thankfully, while developing Mirror of Fate, they built a strong relationship with Nintendo of Europe, who agreed to see a pitch for a potential Wii U game. Incredibly, Mercury Steam's idea was a 2.5D remake of Metroid Fusion, and as Mirror of Fate had drawn heavily from the action exploration of Castlevania's past, they felt they were uniquely placed to take on another grandfather of the genre. Disappointingly, the pitch was rejected, but over in Japan, Yoshio Sakamoto caught wind of a studio interested in working on Metroid and decided this was the perfect opportunity for another joint venture. Now, rather than Metroid Fusion, Sakamoto proposed that they remake Metroid 2, as just like when his GBA team had remade Metroid 1 as Zero Mission, He wanted to introduce modern fans to what he considered to be the most important story in the series. So just 2 months after it was revealed at E3, Metroid Samus Returns released worldwide, and fans got their first traditional side-scrolling Metroid experience in 13 years. Now, while Samus Returns is a remake, that description doesn't really do the game justice. We still play as Samus Aran, we're still on a mission to wipe out the Metroids, and we still descend through SR388 in a linear sequence of levels, but this is pretty much where the comparisons end, as Sakamoto and Mercury Steam clearly see this as a standalone experience. That's probably why it's just called Metroid Samus Returns, as it's intended as an homage to Metroid 2 Return of Samus, rather than a shot-for-shot remake. And as we'll discover, this has quite an interesting effect on its relationship with the original. Now, this all means there is a lot of new content and new features to discuss, so let's begin with the most obvious thing, which is the 3DS's unique hardware. As far as portables go, it's a powerful little machine, and its hardware gave Mercury Steam a lot of headroom for a rather substantial visual upgrade. Gone are the chunky sprites, the repetitive tiles and the black backgrounds, and in their place a feast of bright colours, detailed 3D models and a much bigger field of view that really lets you take in the scope and size of this alien planet. In fact, SR388 is filled with far more character than ever thanks to an all-new art direction, which really tries to breathe life into what was previously a pretty barren location. We explore the ruins of ancient Chozo laboratories, a cavernous jungle full of freshwater pools, crystalline Metroid breeding grounds, and hallways caked in overgrown organic matter. Beyond simply making SR388 more visually interesting and aiding with your mental map, this also contributes to the game's environmental storytelling, which is of particular importance as Samus is once again a silent protagonist. Early on, we see the dead bodies and destroyed gear of the Federation squad that Samus was sent to rescue. We see training facilities and breeding pods, a testament to the Chozo's great genetic experiment that gives the series its name. Now, it might all be influenced by the original story, but really Samus Returns has quite a different tone, and all that colour and detail add up to a game that feels rather less dour. We're now treated to quite a few cutscenes that show Samus reacting to things in the world, and the music has seen a total redesign, going from ambient dissonance to a pretty grand soundtrack that reuses many of the series' most iconic tunes. It makes for a game that feels rather more like an adventure. And while this is a lot more inviting, I can certainly see an argument that it misses the intensity that makes the original so unique. Now, the 3DS's hardware also has a big impact on the gameplay, as we now have 2 screens to contend with. This is an area where Mercury Steam's Castlevania pedigree really shows, as the idea of having the action on the top screen and the map on the bottom is something that series had been doing for a long time, and it's made its way into Samus Returns. Now, this is no bad thing, and it's a setup that works perfectly for games in this genre, allowing you to seamlessly get your bearings and quickly plot routes around the levels. It might sound like an overstatement considering that the post-SNES games always had very usable maps, but there is something so comfortable about having the entire game world visible with just a tiny glance, never having to pause the action to visualise the game space. Considering the original game didn't have a map at all, it's a monstrous quality of life change, and it's paired with a whole host of other smaller changes that make the ideas behind Metroid 2 flow a little smoother. For starters, the movement and controls have all been lifted straight from Metroid Zero Mission, which means wall jumping, ledge grabbing, morph ball jumping, stackable beams and toggle missiles are all here, and it makes Samus feel lithe and agile in both platforming and combat. On top of this, we have a first for the series, 360-degree aiming, which is done by holding down the left shoulder button. Doing this pulls up a laser sight, and it allows for easier precision aiming, which in turn means boss fights can have more complex mechanics, and puzzles can be built around more interesting concepts. It's really a great combination of accessibility and imagination, and this philosophy is also present in the game's Metroid hunting structure, which manages to both be more complex and easier to understand. Now, when you arrive in a new area, one of the first things you'll find is a Chozo seal, a machine that requires Metroid DNA in order to drain the poison from deeper areas, and this indicates how many of the creatures you need to defeat before you can progress. Along with this, we've now got a Metroid tracker that beeps as you approach one, which in tandem with the map means you're no longer aimlessly wandering around until you trigger an earthquake. This is obviously quite a large change, and it makes progression much easier, but it's offset by a newfound complexity in the individual area's level design, with each zone taking anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, depending on how hard you search for upgrades. It's easily the largest side-scrolling Metroid game. And while you're always aware of what you're looking for and how close you are to finding it, it's this monstrous scope that creates the sense of exploration, rather than specific mechanics. Another big change is how powerful Samus feels, as by this point in the timeline, she's a veteran of many battles, and this is reflected in her arsenal. While the game's core structure is still built around finding suit upgrades like the space jump, the spider ball and the grapple beam, we now have a set of new Chozo powers that are governed by the Aeon meter. These are an interesting addition because while they're used to solve a handful of puzzles, they're treated more like optional tools, things that augment your playstyle rather than keys for specific locks. For example, the first one you collect is the lightning armor, which heavily reduces the amount of damage you take by using up the meter instead of your health. Similarly, there are powers that increase your damage or slow down time, and while they're very situational, they add a degree of strategy, which makes the game's Metroid fights about more than just good reactions and carefully placed missiles. They're a great addition but are dwarfed in importance by the scan pulse. You see, by tapping up on the D-pad, you'll spend a small amount of Aeon to release a pulse, which paints a vague outline of the surrounding area on your map, and on the top screen flashes any destructible blocks that might be hiding pathways or upgrades. Now, some people criticise this mechanic for eliminating natural player discovery, as it encourages you to just scan every inch of the map rather than using any intuition, but I think it's a worthwhile trade-off. The 2D Metroids were plagued by the scourge of dead ends. Moments where, despite exploring every available pathway, you just can't work out how to progress, and it's invariably because you've missed some tiny block that you were supposed to bomb. The scan pulse entirely removes these situations and keeps the pace running at a relentless clip. Every time you sit down to play, you make some form of progress, and thanks to all these changes, the world of SR388 is a joy to explore, despite its utterly sprawling layout. Now, there is one final change to discuss, and it's once again rooted in Mercury Steam's vampire slaying past. In Mirror of Fate, the Spanish dev tried to add a bit more complexity to Castlevania's whip-based slaughter, and some of this is bled into Samus Returns. On the Y button is a counter, which if activated at the right time, can stun enemies and open them up for a lethal blast from Samus's arm cannon, which rewards you with more resources. Beyond the fact that the animation is supremely satisfying, this has a major impact on all combat, and particularly the game's boss fights, which now revolve around far more than simply avoiding attacks and firing back with super missiles. Against Omega and Zeta Metroids, the counter is practically required in order to down them, and it adds a wonderful jeopardy and wait for that attack that you know you can counter. For the first few hours of the game, it's a great addition, but as you progress deeper into the planet, a few issues begin to bubble to the surface. The problem is that Samus Returns is a tough game. Enemies and bosses hit very hard, and they all have unique movesets that have to be learnt if you're going to make it from save point to save point. This makes the counter the optimum strategy in every single situation, and it gives regular traversal a rather stop-start feeling, as you constantly wait out the right attacks in order to efficiently clear enemies. Coupled with a disappointingly low level of enemy variety, it makes for combat that becomes pretty repetitive, and how you fight during hour 1 is practically the same as how you're fighting at hour 10. Thankfully, this isn't the case for the bosses, which is particularly welcome as the repetition of killing 40 Metroids was one of the main criticisms that the original faced. There is now quite a bit of variety to the various evolutions, and each one we face comes with a pretty complex set of moves that you have to quickly learn to play around. Rather than just rushing you, Alpha Metroids will now drop electrical charges and swoop down in a rush attack that triggers a little cutscene if you time your counter correctly. Similarly, we get elemental variants that can set walls and floors ablaze, Gamma Metroids that have to be tracked across various rooms, and by the final zones, we're facing massive Zeta and Omega Metroids that have 6 or 7 different potential attacks and transform combat into a high-intensity dance of dodging, countering, and positioning. Now, if this wasn't enough already, Mercury Steam have also created an all-new boss, the Diggernaut, who acts as a sort of recurring villain throughout your journey. At first, it's just a looming threat in the background, smashing through rooms and stealing power-ups, but as you progress deeper into the planet, it begins to play a bigger role. In Area 4, this takes the form of a chase sequence, where you have to zigzag around collapsing platforms, and it's actually very tense, as your room for error is razor thin. In Area 6, you get your revenge, although it will be hard fought, as the Diggernaut is easily the most complex side-scrolling Metroid boss to date. It requires precise movement to avoid damage, carefully timed morph balls to hit weak spots, and the use of virtually every single movement upgrade if you want to survive through 3 punishing phases. For some people, it's a step too far into hardcore pattern recognition and zero mistake execution, but I think this sort of boss design suits Metroid really nicely, and it feels like a natural continuation of the trend that began in Metroid Fusion. So really, while Samus Returns was conceived as a remake of Metroid 2, it's a fundamentally different experience, where Return of Samus is a dark and brooding journey into madness, where what little character the planet possesses drains away until it's nothing more than an arena for battle. The remake opts for a world of colour and creativity, where bosses are meticulously designed, upgrades always hidden behind clever puzzles, and everything feels rather more like a video game. This distinction often leads to some hardcore Metroid fans giving Samus Returns a rough time, accusing it of missing the point, but I've never really understood this attitude. As a standalone experience, Samus Returns is extremely enjoyable, and while it does have a few niggling flaws like repetitive combat and some pretty brutal difficulty spikes, it's clearly been made by a team that has an enormous amount of passion for the series. Now, what makes this all the easier to accept is that ever since 2011, Nintendo have made sure that players could access Metroid 2, either through the 3DS Virtual Console or Nintendo Switch Online. And so even if Samus Returns doesn't do it for you, you always had the option to go back to 1991. And in fact, that's something that I recommend doing, as Samus Returns concludes with an all-new interpretation of Kiyotaka's silent finale. Samus's mission still culminates in the fight against the Queen Metroid, and just like the Diggernaut, it's a complex and cinematic battle that asks you to painstakingly learn every phase and attack, but rewards you with some serious satisfaction if you do. Once you've rolled into its stomach, planted the final powerbomb, and defeated the beast, Samus discovers a newly hatched Metroid in the next room, and just like in the original, her hand is stayed and she decides to spare it. Now, while this is the same, much of the presentation is very different, and it paints a rather new image of Samus's motivations. In the original, the Metroid was never referred to as the baby, and while it harmlessly floats around Samus, it's depicted as very alien. By comparison, in Samus Returns, the baby Metroid is inarguably innocent. It has a cute, almost plushy-like design, and as it floats around Samus, it chirps and wiggles in ways that are clearly meant to elicit sympathy and endearment. The relationship is totally different, and this is only reinforced as we make our way back to the surface. The silent atmosphere of the original is swapped out for lots of combat, with Samus actively protecting the Metroid and the two working together to escape. It's a sequence that is no longer built on a lack of understanding, but one of clear motivation. And when we reach the ship and are thrust into a battle with Ridley, the baby Metroid plays an active role in defeating Samus's space pirate nemesis. It is the one change that I feel lessens the experience, and despite the beautiful 3D graphics and the fantastic design of the new final boss, there's something that's been lost by remaking the conclusion in such a bombastic black and white way. Now, that being said, it comes right at the very end, and that still isn't enough to mar an otherwise very enjoyable experience that manages to both continue the series' side-scrolling traditions while bringing a lot of fresh ideas to the table. Obviously, this was fantastic news for Nintendo and Metroid fans, but it was particularly important for Mercury Steam and Yoshio Sakamoto, as both were in desperate need of a game that could restore their respective reputations. After the disappointing conclusion of their Castlevania series, many people had doubted if the Spanish studio could step up to the plate when expectations were even higher, and for Sakamoto, the backlash surrounding Other M had never really died down, with some accusing him of not even understanding the series he'd helped to create. Luckily for both, their latest game was very much recognised by critics, and with a Metacritic score of 85 out of 100, it was the best received Metroid game since Prime 3, and restored faith in the abilities of both studio and director. Now, thanks to the game releasing so late in the 3DS's life cycle, coming out almost 6 months after the launch of the Nintendo Switch, sales were not as great as they could have been. While nothing official was ever published, it seems that the game only shipped around 500,000 units. That might sound pretty disappointing, but thanks to very low production costs, Samus Returns still made a tiny profit, and it seemed a foregone conclusion that the partnership between Nintendo and Mercury Steam would continue. In fact, it seems that Marquez and Sakamoto felt this even during development, As you find items in the main game, you unlock Chozo memories, which are beautifully rendered portraits that show the history of the ancient race on SR388. We see them discovering the X-Parasite, breeding the first Metroids, losing control of their creations and flooding the planet in an attempt to seal them away. In the final memory, unlocked if you find every single upgrade, we see a startling image. A terrifying, red-eyed Chozo warrior stands before a legion of troops, his smoking arm cannon raised in the air, and upon the ground lie the bodies of the Chozo who had created the Metroids. It's a disturbing image that prompts some pretty uncomfortable questions about the ancient race central to the series' mythology, and it was more than enough to make another Mercury Steam Metroid game a tantalising prospect indeed. With the successful release of an all-new 2D style Metroid and the announcement of Prime 4, it felt like the start of something great, and every time a Nintendo Direct was announced, fans eagerly watched on, desperate for more information about the future of the franchise. Well, during Nintendo's E3 2008 Direct, we got another big surprise. While lots of great games were announced during the presentation, like Fire Emblem Three Houses, Super Mario Party and Octopath Traveler, they were all overshadowed by the unveiling of the next Super Smash Bros. Game. Fittingly called Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, it was intended to be the definitive version of the All-Star Fighter, featuring every character, every stage, and every item that had ever graced the series. It was deeply exciting stuff, but what really generated hype was the raft of new fighters, which was kicked off by the announcement that Ridley would be joining the roster, with a fully animated introductory cutscene that saw him killing Mega Man and Mario. It was an extremely cool move, and as it closed out Nintendo's biggest press event of the year, it felt like confirmation that the company once again had faith in Metroid's mainstream appeal. Now, this might not seem like a huge deal in the history of the franchise, but you really can't underestimate the influence of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate would go on to sell a whopping 31 million units worldwide, and just like Melee had done 2 decades earlier, it led to an entirely new generation being introduced to Samus and Ridley. The Nintendo Switch felt positively ripe for its own slice of Metroid gameplay, and this is why it was all the more shocking when on January 19th, 2019, Nintendo uploaded a video updating fans about Metroid Prime 4, and it wasn't good news. The half-finished game was apparently far short of the level of quality Nintendo expected, and so production had been moved back over to Retro Studios, who would start everything over from scratch. Now obviously this received a pretty mixed response. It was great news that Retro were returning to the franchise, but as all existing work on Prime 4 had been scrapped, there was no indication of when it might see the light of day. The rest of 2019 passed without any further word, and then 2020 also came and went in silence. As we approached E3 season, halfway through 2021, it marked 4 whole years since the last Metroid game had been announced. It meant there was little surprise when Nintendo General Manager Shinya Takahashi appeared during the Direct to inform us that they were still working on Prime 4. But nobody had expected what would come next. At the click of his fingers, we saw a futuristic and decidedly high-definition Samus, and then it flashed on screen. Metroid 5. This was an all-new 2D-style Metroid, purpose-built for the Switch, but the shocks didn't end there. We saw gameplay of Samus trying to escape from a strange contorting robot, and as it caught hold of her, the title flashed on screen. Metroid Dread. At the sight of this, the internet promptly lost its mind, with reaction videos flooding every corner of YouTube and websites rushing to get out articles explaining just why this was such a big deal. You see, this was not the first time that we'd seen the name Metroid Dread, as it had been the title of Yoshio Sakamoto's cancelled Nintendo DS project all the way back in the mid-2000s. Despite never moving past the prototype stage, somehow release dates had made their way into official Nintendo magazine, and once the name Metroid Dread was out in the wild, it had refused to go away, with every year seeing some form of dubious insider leak that claimed Dread was finally coming. Well, as it turns out, a broken clock is eventually right, and 15 years after its first mention, Metroid Dread was given a concrete release date, October 8th, 2021. just 4 months after its reveal. Now, with the internet buzzing with excitement, people were desperate to know what had prompted this grand revival. And in a characteristically straightforward interview, Sakamoto told IGN that between his excellent relationship with Mercury Steam and the power of the Nintendo Switch, it just felt like the right time. Instead of any further explanation, he focused more on what people could expect. Apparently Dread was named as such because it would elevate the horror gameplay that Fusion had begun to explore, and he made a specific point to mention its status as Metroid 5, claiming that we would see a conclusion to the storyline that had begun all the way back in Metroid 2. If people weren't excited already, now they were barely able to contain themselves, and outlets like GameStop and Amazon reported record-breaking pre-orders, with Dread taking the top spot in the US, UK, Australia, and Japan. When October 9th finally came around, the game was shifting numbers like never before, and Nintendo of America president Doug Bowser claimed that Dread had hit 1 million units sold after just a single month, and that it was the best-selling Metroid game in Japan since the very first title. In fact, in December 2022, in an interview with Game Reactor, Mercury Steam director Enric Alvarez revealed that Metroid Dread had sold an astounding 3.1 million units, the highest in the entire franchise, and a number that would have been unthinkable just a few years earlier. Now, it is true that during this period, video games were selling like crazy thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, but there was more to Dread's success than a particularly captive audience. It had landed very well with critics, netting a Metacritic score of 88 out of 100, which made it one of the best reviewed games of the year and led to a host of nominations when award season came around. The pick of the bunch was a Game of the Year nomination at the Game Awards, which had steadily built in importance and clearly had a big impact on Dread's commercial fortunes. There could be no other explanation. Mercury Steam and Sakamoto had simply made an excellent video game, and Metroid's long-suffering fans couldn't have been happier. So that begs the question, what exactly went so right? And what is it about Metroid Dread that was able to break the series' long-standing curse and finally deliver sales alongside critical acclaim? Well, the answer is a great many things. So let's waste no further time and head down into the mysterious depths of the planet ZDR. Dread opens with a brief retelling of the events of Metroid Samus Returns and Metroid Fusion, bringing new players up to speed with a combination of expository text and beautifully rendered painting-style images. Now, I'll spare you the same recap, but the important stuff is that the Metroids have been exterminated, and after receiving a vaccine containing Metroid DNA, Samus was also able to destroy the X parasites and prevent both species from falling into the wrong hands, or at least so we thought. One day the Federation receives a grainy video transmission. It is footage of an X parasite on the remote planet of ZDR, right on the edge of the galaxy. Obviously this is bad news, so they dispatch a team of highly advanced investigation robots called Emmys, but contact is lost shortly after they land, which means despite their fractured relationship, the Federation can only turn to one place: a certain bounty hunter who happens to have an immunity to the X parasite. So we find our hero in her ship en route to ZDR, ignoring the Adam AI's complaints that the bounty looks too low considering the mission's high risk. Just as the ship enters orbit, the screen cuts to black, and when it fades up, we see Samus lying on the floor, clearly weakened and missing key parts of her suit. A flashback informs us of what happened. After taking an elevator down into the depths of the planet, where contact was lost with Adam, Samus encounters a living Chozo warrior. Now this was no happy reunion, as with zero hesitation, the terrifying Sentinel opens fire, and the two engage in an intense duel, filling the air with plasma beam shots and super missiles. Eventually Samus is overwhelmed, but for some reason the Chozo spares her life, and she awakens stripped of her power, but alive. It's here that we take control, and after a small amount of exploring, we're able to reconnect with Adam, who informs us that the encounter has left Samus with physical amnesia, a condition that's affecting her power suit and reducing her combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, there is no solution, and so our mission changes: find a way back to our ship and escape ZDR with our life. Now this is a fantastic opening sequence, not only because it presents Samus and the Metroid universe in glorious high definition, but because it ties seamlessly into the gameplay. As this is a Metroid game, we know we're going to be navigating a huge world and hunting for upgrades, but here it's framed as a mystery. Why has Samus lost her powers, and how can we get them back? There's intrigue to go along with exploration, And that's extremely welcome, considering the series often gives very little explanation for why our hero has to reclaim her powers. Similarly, our adventure through the planet has real purpose beyond aimless wandering. Of course, we want to discover the truth about the ex-parasites and find out who this Chozo warrior is, but our objective is to get back to the ship. And as this is clearly marked at the very top of our map, we know that as long as we're heading upwards, we're always making progress. It's a clever way to frame two concepts which the series usually takes for granted, and this level of thought and care is found all throughout Sakamoto and Mercury Steam's work. Now, while Dread was advertised as Metroid 5 and a narrative sequel to Metroid Fusion, mechanically it's much closer to Samus Returns and builds on many of the ideas that were found in that game. The most obvious improvement is in the game's visuals, and while the Switch wasn't exactly the most powerful device on the market, it's still breathtaking to see a side-scrolling Metroid realised with such clarity and detail. We've already seen the difference that this makes in terms of cinematic presentation, allowing for fully animated cutscenes or unique camera angles, but its effect on the moment-to-moment gameplay also can't be underestimated. Through the use of clever lighting and deep three-dimensional backgrounds, the planet feels alive. And we get moments where the camera spins around to show off the scale of some of these environments, revealing huge fortresses or raging seas just beyond the edge of the game's space. It's all really tastefully done, but where Dread really excels is in its art direction, which without the use of any exposition or scan logs, portrays the planet as an experimental laboratory, with each zone making up part of its structure. Rather than the naturalistic environments of SR388 or the crumbling ruins of Talon 4, we journey through the pulsing geothermal plant in Cataris, the gleaming laboratories of Dario, and a palatial Chozo temple in Ferenia, with a clear focus on using architecture and machinery as the foundation for the planet's look. Now, with so much of the game taking place indoors, when we do step outside, into the jungles of Garavon or the cavernous depths of Artaria, it packs a much greater visual punch. Gunmetal greys and cold fluorescent lighting are swapped out for warm sunlight and soft colours, and the hard edges of infrastructure become twisted up in untamed wilderness. There's just been so much care poured into ZDR's design that it's rather surprising that the music is something of a disappointment. For some reason, composition duties were given to Soshi Abe and Sakayo Doi of Nintendo EPD, both of whom had relatively little experience producing a full game score. It's led to what might be the least memorable Metroid soundtrack, and while it's perfectly serviceable in moments of high action or quiet exploration, it notably falls short of the series' lofty pedigree. Now, given the step up in hardware, improved visuals and an expectation of high quality audio are both to be expected, but something that surprised everyone were the huge improvements found in Dread's controls. I'm not exactly sure what witchcraft Sakamoto and Marquez were able to weave, but Samus moves like a dream, gliding and leaping around environments, flowing seamlessly in and out of combat, and all at a pace that the series has never been at before. Much of the reason for this is found in two new base moves, which you don't have to discover and can use from the moment you begin your journey back to the ship. Samus now has a slide, which can be used to get through small gaps and doubles as a combat dodge, and in combination with the ability to counter while running and jumping, you almost never lose momentum. It makes the action of simply travelling around the world one of pure joy. Now, on the subject of momentum, this brings us to the design of Dread's map. You see, while there are still navigation rooms where Samus receives updates from Adam, he no longer gives you direct objectives, and you're largely left to uncover the various wings of ZDR through natural curiosity. For those players yearning for a return to the open-ended exploration of Super Metroid and Metroid Prime, this will be sweet music to your ears, but it isn't quite as it seems. Mercury Steam have sneakily designed ZDR so that while the exploration feels and looks like those games, it's actually structured much more similarly to Metroid Fusion and Metroid Zero Mission. You see, the individual areas all have a particular flow, and through the use of cleverly disguised points of no return and carefully placed ability gates, you're naturally guided along a pretty linear path that sees you picking up abilities in a set order. Now, this might sound disappointing, but the reality is this flow is so well hidden that you might not even realise you're being funneled through the map, and it still gives you the same dopamine hit of feeling like you've worked out where to go, but with far less possibility for frustration. And even if you do somehow get turned around, the world map in Dread is absolutely masterful, and really sets a new standard for how detailed these visual aids can be. We now have much more information, and once you've gained a new upgrade, the map will update and tell you exactly where it can be used. For later game abilities like the grapple beam or screw attack that can open up a lot of new areas or lead to many different collectibles, this is a godsend, and it makes that 100% completion run much more viable. Personally, I think it's the perfect mixture of rewarding exploration and tightly designed sequencing, a combination that makes for a world that feels expansive and sprawling while never slowing down. Now, this modern approach to classic Metroid concepts is also found all throughout Dread's ability upgrades, and Mercury Steam have once again shown that they have more than enough creativity to keep Metroid feeling fresh in 2D. Interestingly, there aren't all that many new suit upgrades, and compared to Samus Returns, the only additions are the speed booster and the spider magnet, with the former working just as it has in all previous incarnations, and the latter being akin to the spider ball, but only being used on certain surfaces. This might sound like a missed opportunity considering the resources of the Switch, but instead of just cramming in fancy new abilities, they've reworked the traditional unlock order, and thanks to this, classic Metroid abilities feel like they've been given a new lease of life. For example, you don't unlock the Morph Ball until well into the third zone, which really changes how you approach navigation for a good portion of the game. Similarly, the Space Jump and Gravity Suit are separated by a good few hours, which leads to an interesting new take on underwater platforming, something past Metroid games usually avoid like the plague. It's really a great example of small design changes having a big impact on the wider game. But that doesn't mean Mercury Steam haven't been hard at work, as Dread also contains a pretty massive rework of the Aeon gauge. The shield, time slow and damage boost have all been scrapped, and in their place we have the flash shift, which acts as a dodge or adds distance to your jump, the phantom cloak, which lets you evade enemies, and the pulse scan, which makes its glorious return and aids with finding collectibles. Now, the idea is clearly that you're meant to use these abilities in a much more active way, so the gauge now recharges on a short cooldown, and it means these moves become a fundamental part of the gameplay, rather than just something you turn on and forget about. The star of the show is the flash shift, which feels so natural alongside Samus's smooth and fast-paced controls. And while it makes a big impact on platforming and exploration, it's in the boss fights where it really shines. Now, Samus Returns had already begun a trend towards much more complex boss encounters, but Dread represents the pinnacle of this philosophy, with a host of battles that genuinely stand up against the very best in the action genre. Even from the very first encounter, we're fighting monsters with multiple phases, lots of unique attacks, and an almost puzzle-like component where you need to work out which abilities are coming into play and how to use them to cause damage. Coupled with the moving counter and the flash shift, it can at times feel almost Sekiro-like, asking you to balance Aeon gauge management with carefully timed parries, and all at a frantic pace that rewards fast reflexes and heavily punishes mistakes. Now, this leads us to what might be the most common criticism of Metroid Dread, and that is that the game is extremely hard, even for experienced video game players. To this, I will concede that Dread certainly is on the harder side of things, and it isn't a game you should expect to breeze through without a respectable amount of game overs, but I would stop short of calling it unfair or badly balanced. Each boss has really well telegraphed moves, and through experimenting with Samus's moveset and making sure to try out different strategies, it's not hard to work out what the game is asking of you, and thanks to an extremely generous checkpoint system, the only thing preventing you from progressing is the patience to land that perfect attempt. Now, while this is all great stuff and paints a picture of a lovingly crafted side-scrolling Metroid game, this wasn't the experience that Sakamoto described during those interviews. He had focused heavily on the game's status as Metroid 5 and its role in concluding the 2D saga, and every trailer revolved around tense scenes of Samus running for her life from terrified robots. So, where do these ideas factor into the game that we've been discussing? Well, the dread that gives the game its subtitle is found exclusively when you run into the Emmys, those Federation robots that went missing during the prologue, and which form a substantial roadblock in your journey back to the surface. You see, in each zone there is a specific area that's patrolled by an Emmy, which have all malfunctioned and will instantly kill Samus in a surprisingly brutal cutscene, if they manage to catch her. Now, thanks to the nature of the map, the Emmy zones are often impossible to avoid, and it's pretty obvious that these sequences are trying to evoke a horror-like atmosphere, as you use the phantom cloak to hide in corners or desperately try to outrun one after being discovered. Considering that the music gets all tense, the colours in the zones are all muted, and the design of the Emmys can be legitimately unsettling, with their twisting limbs and unnerving chirps that you can hear from off-screen, it's obvious that a lot of effort has gone into these sections. But I don't think they really work, or at least not in the way that Mercury Steam and Sakamoto had intended. Thanks to how great Samus feels to control, being hunted by an Emmy is rather more thrilling than I think it's supposed to be. And rather than creating a sense of dread, these are some of the best moments in the game. As the Emmy zones are much more open, and you have lots of potential routes from the entrance to exit, it becomes a real test of your platforming skills, asking you to wall jump, sprint and slide around the level with instant death hot on your heels. Now, the common criticism is that once again, these sections are too hard, as it usually does take quite a bit of trial and error in order to outrun your hunter, and managing to evade one feels like a boss encounter in its own right. This is why I don't really buy the criticism that they're too hard, as just like with the bosses, there's usually a checkpoint placed right outside of the zone, and the cycle of platforming and dying in quick succession is really no different to something like Celeste or Super Meat Boy. Now, that isn't to say that these sections don't cause any issues, as they are responsible for Dread's greatest crime, and the only glaring misstep in an otherwise meticulously crafted experience. For each Emmy in the game, there is also a corresponding control room, which contains a small boss fight. Upon victory, Samus's arm cannon supercharges with Omega energy, and this gives her enough firepower to take out her pursuer, which is done by luring the Emmy into a place where you have enough time to get off a fully charged shot. The first time you do this, it is extremely exciting, and the tension as you get in position and land that one killer blow really can't be understated. In fact, the second time you do this, it's still pretty exciting. But once you get into the third, and then the fourth, and then the fifth time, that cycle of evading the Emmy, killing the command unit, and then positioning yourself to get off an Omega shot will have somewhat lost its charm. It's just far too repetitive, and as we see the exact same animations each time, there's zero mitigation, and what was originally an interesting idea becomes pretty long in the tooth. In fact, this is a problem that plagues other areas as well. For as good as those boss fights are, there's a fair bit of repetition, and along with the 5 command units, we fight 4 different sets of robotic Chozo soldiers and 5 different Chozo knights, all of which have exactly the same mechanics. The reality is, these are still really well designed encounters, but it's impossible to ignore the repetition, and if you include the Emmy sequences, you do spend a lot of time in Metroid Dread doing the same things over and over. So if the game doesn't exactly function as a horror experience, how does it fare as the grand conclusion to the 2D Metroid saga? Well, considering Sakamoto's work on Metroid Other M, and the somewhat odd revisions in Samus Returns, this was the area that people were most concerned about, especially as those interviews had made it sound like storytelling would be a high priority. Now, from the game's first few hours, this concern seems misplaced, as there isn't really any narrative whatsoever. You just make your way through the first few zones, eliminate a couple of bosses, and slowly regain Samus's power as you snake your way back towards the surface. It's all very Super Metroid, with the environment doing most of the storytelling, and while you do speak with Adam in a handful of navigation rooms, he really just offers moral support and encourages you to increase your power by finding additional upgrades. This is why when we reach Ferenia, at around the game's halfway point, and the storytelling style dramatically shifts, it is all the more surprising. Samus is ambushed by an Emmy, but just as it's about to kill her, it's deactivated by another living Chozo. This is Quiet Robe, and for the first time in Metroid history, we hear Chozo's speech as he explains just what Samus has become embroiled in. The Chozo she fought is Raven Beak, master of the Morkin tribe, a faction of the Chozo obsessed with controlling the galaxy through power, and the culprits of the kinslaying on SR388. They had captured Quiet Robe of the Thoha tribe, the creators and masters of the Metroids, and taken him to ZDR with the aim of enacting a new Metroid breeding program, but their plans had come unstuck. An X-parasite had infected one of the Morkin soldiers, and when they returned to their homeworld, a vicious outbreak began. By the time Raven Beak had contained the parasite, Samus had destroyed all of the Metroids on SR388, and so with the species extinct, there was only one way that they could continue their plan. Footage of the parasite was sent to the Federation. The Emmys were captured, and then they were reprogrammed to extract Metroid DNA from Samus. It is the first twist of the game. Everything that we'd seen in the prologue was a trap designed to ensnare our hero. To this, an unfazed Samus replies in her adopted family's language. "Don't worry, I'll end this once and for all." Reassured, Quiet Robe unlocks a pathway into ZDR's upper levels, but sadly, as he wishes her well, he's struck down by a Morkin soldier, and Samus is once again left on her own. Now, having Samus speak in Chozo to a living Chozo, who goes on to reveal some of the inner workings of their society, is the stuff of dreams for people invested in Metroid's mythology. But this is so much more clever than just fan service. We see so much of Samus's reaction in her body language, and even though she speaks, it's in an alien language, all of which protects against the possibility of another Other M-style catastrophe. Similarly, while the story is deeply connected to the events of Metroid Fusion and Metroid Samus Returns, it still feels like its own distinct adventure, and for the first time in decades, we're seeing new ideas. This is a Metroid game with a Chozo villain, where you're hunted by hacked Federation robots and battle through an all-new planet. There isn't a space pirate, or Ridley, or even a Metroid in sight, and it really does make Dread feel like Metroid 5. Now, with the path to the upper levels open, this brings us to another innovation, which helps alleviate some of the map designs that Mercury Steam stumbled into with Samus Returns. In that game, the areas of SR388 had a tendency to become homogenic, and while they had distinct art styles, the gameplay never really changed from opening to close. This is something they've clearly tried to address, as from Ferenia onwards, ZDR becomes much more dynamic, and begins to shift around you based on the events happening in the plot. The first is that thanks to the actions of Quiet Robe, we get a period where the Emmys are disabled, and this leaves us free to explore new areas and backtrack for upgrades without the threat of robotic extermination. It's a nice little mid-game breather, but it pales in comparison to the changes that we discover at the top of the planet. If you follow the path that Quiet Robe opened, you'll eventually end up in Elun, a Chozo residential district that has been repurposed as Ravenbeak's quarantine zone. The area is filled with these shambling forms of Chozo that have succumbed to the infection. As we battle through the zone hunting for the plasma beam, it becomes clear that not even the galaxy's most powerful race stand a chance against a full-scale outbreak. It's an unnerving thought made all the worse as our exploration breaks the quarantine, causing parasites to flood out of Elun and into the rest of ZDR, transforming every single zone into a hellish new version. Metroid Fusion had already flirted with this idea, but it was never on this kind of scale. And I love that just as we're becoming comfortable, Mercury Steam throws a giant curveball. Suddenly we're having to absorb X-parasites to recover health and ammo, prevent combination evolutions or revivals, and many of the organic bosses develop parasitic second phases, just like back on the BSL. Obviously it adds an interesting new twist to the game's free-flowing combat, but the broken quarantine also has some serious consequences for the world design. The first is that an X-parasite reaches Ferenia and reanimates the corpse of Quiet Robe, who immediately reactivates the Emmys and plunges Samus back into mortal danger. Also, just like on the BSL, the parasites begin destroying the planet's infrastructure, and when we step into a teleporter and end up back at the base of the map in Artaria, we discover that it's frozen over. This leads to a little linear sequence where you're guided through frozen pathways back to the thermal plant in Cataris, where you fight a revived parasitic version of the game's first boss in order to thaw out the planet. Now, some might argue that this is just another case of reused content, and while they might have a point, it's much more artfully done than in the repeating boss fights. And I quite enjoy the idea that the first thing the X-parasites would do is try to freeze the planet, presumably in an attempt to kill any Metroids that might try to consume them. Beyond its lore reasons, it's just a clever way to have us return to old areas with a new set of powers. Despite always happening at the same point in the game, it does contribute to that illusion of exploration that Dread manages so well. So while Metroid Prime gets well-deserved credit for taking the series into 3D, I think Metroid Dread deserves an equal amount of recognition for making the jump into HD. Now that doesn't just mean high resolution visuals, but taking the concepts of old school 2D Metroid, ideas that often clashed with modern tastes, and updating them into a form that feels just as fresh as it did in 1986. Metroid Dread is simply the best high-budget action exploration game ever made. And while it might have gorgeous visuals, creative level design, and unbelievable controls, it's the way it feels like a true continuation of those 2D ancestors that makes it such a special game. And so it is more than fitting that just like in the 8 and 16-bit games that it is emulating, Metroid Dread's finest moments come right at the very end, and are found not in game design, but in clever storytelling. As we approach the surface of ZDR, something strange begins to happen to Samus. and as she's attacked by Ravenbeak's genetic experiments and infected Chozo warriors, she struggles to repress an urge to reach out with her left hand. Eventually this culminates in an ambush by the final Emmy, and just as she is about to die, Samus grabs hold of its syringe, and through her pulsating left arm, drains the robot of its energy and destroys the central command unit. Through nothing more than quick glimpses of her reactions, we can see that this is deeply disturbing, and when we next find a navigation room, Adam provides a horrifying explanation. The DNA contained within the Metroid vaccine has begun to replicate, and through a process of constant battle, its effects are steadily increasing, and this new ability is its latest manifestation. According to the AI, the power is close to fully awakening, and with this, she may stand a chance of defeating Ravenbeak, and so Samus gives in, and we see her embracing her terrible inheritance. With Metroid power surging through her, all that's left is to enter the floating Morkin fortress of Itarash, and confront the Chozo Kinslayer. And so we enter into a final elevator, expecting to be thrust into a climactic boss fight. But when Samus emerges from the pod, all she finds is a navigation room. Inside, we once again find our AI companion, but something is wrong. He claims that Samus's new powers are far too dangerous to use, and while she's impressed on ZDR, she must now submit in order to see peace restored to the galaxy. Silence fills the room, and our bounty hunter knows what has happened, blasting the screen away and revealing Ravenbeak. This is Dread's final revelation. Everything that happened on ZDR has been an illusion. Adam lost contact with Samus right at the very start of the game, and in every navigation room we've been speaking with the Morkin chieftain, who gave himself away by using Samus's name and not referring to her as Lady. It had been his plan all along to trigger the Metroid DNA, and rather than use this to resurrect the dead species, he plans to clone Samus and conquer the galaxy with an army of Chozo Metroid hybrids. Now, like any good twist, this works because it entirely reframes the events that have led us here. The video of the ex-parasites, Ravenbeak's sparing of Samus and his stripping of her powers, even the release of the parasites in Alun, all of this was done to coax out this hidden power, and every word of encouragement from Adam has been in service of this goal. It's one of the best reveals in the entire series, but we get very little time to dwell on it as we are immediately thrust into the game's glorious final boss fight. A 3-phase dance of death that perfectly caps off Dread's crazed approach to boss design. Ravenbeak has moves that feel virtually unavoidable and deals a massive amount of damage with each hit, but just like with everything else, by carefully reading tells and utilising every single part of your arsenal, this great challenge to peace in the galaxy can be brought down. Now once you strike that final blow, we're thrust into another cutscene, and it's here that things start to really break into new territory. In a moment of desperation, Samus fully gives in to her Metroid powers, and with a primal scream, she drains the energy not only from Ravenbeak, but the environment around her. And as her rage builds, the flying fortress tumbles towards the planet below. After the crash, we see an almost unrecognisable Samus, the lines between Chozo and human and Metroid now completely blurred, and with a terrible flourish of power, she obliterates the hulking ex-parasite infested Morkin chief, and finally wins her freedom. All that's left is a frantic scramble back to the ship, as the impact of Itarash falling has triggered a self-destruct sequence, and even with her newly awakened abilities, it's a tight race to make it out on time. Even then, Samus isn't safe. The real Adam AI informs us that in her current state, Samus can't interface with her ship as her Metroid powers will drain it dry. For a brief moment, it looks as if the 2D Metroid saga might conclude in a surprisingly permanent way, but as has long been the series' tradition, salvation appears from an unlikely place. Standing in the shadows at the back of the ship is the reanimated Quiet Robe, and wordlessly, with no explanation, it sacrifices itself in order to be absorbed, which reverses the effects of Samus's evolution and allows her to take off. Now the theory is that because Quiet Robe is of the Thoha tribe and can exert mental control over Metroids, the parasite is able to assimilate this power, which in turn allows Samus to balance her cocktail of DNA, but the motive remains a hotly contested topic. Personally, I love the ambiguity, and it perfectly echoes the endings of Metroid 2, Super Metroid, and Metroid Fusion, where enemies show surprising mercy or come to the rescue without warning or explanation. The reality is, we understand almost nothing about the X-Parasite. We have no idea if it's sentient or if it's capable of higher thought, and just like when the Metroid came to Samus's aid at the end of Super Metroid, Dread leaves us with far more questions than answers. Considering the series' long-standing issues with satisfying storytelling, especially in games helmed by Yoshio Sakamoto, I think this is the true triumph of Metroid Dread. When Metroid 5 flashed on screen during that unexpected E3 trailer, it seemed almost ridiculous. Not just because it would technically be the 11th game in the series, but because any hope of a cohesive franchise had long been abandoned. Dread somehow delivers this, and without endlessly mining the ideas of the past, it tells a story that genuinely does feel like the conclusion to a decade-long saga. The name that gives the series its title now refers to its main character, and with the Chozo, space pirates, X-Parasites and Metroids all gone, who knows what the future will hold. The only thing we do know is that with the highest sales in the franchise, near universal critical acclaim, and fans more happy than they'd been in over a decade, good times were back for Samus Aran. So Mercury Steam and Nintendo had done the impossible. Side-scrolling Metroid was back at the pinnacle of the industry, and for the first time since the early 2000s, it felt like we might see Samus more than once in the same generation. Now this success had only fueled interest in Metroid Prime 4, but just like before Dread's release, there was still very little information for fans to cling onto. We knew that Retro Studios were hard at work and that there had been a series of job listings looking for developers with cinematic storytelling experience, but other than that, it was total radio silence. This is why it was of particular interest when during a June 2022 episode of Giant Bomb's Game Mess Mornings, Jeff Grubb claimed that he had inside information about Retro. Alongside Prime 4, they were apparently also working on what he described as a big boy remaster of Metroid Prime 1, which would release in the holiday season to mark the original's 20th anniversary. He even added that Prime 2 and 3 would shortly follow as more traditional ports. The idea of being able to play Metroid Prime in high definition, on a modern system, and on a portable was pretty exciting stuff, and as Nintendo had been on a recent run of very high quality remakes, it was generally accepted that this remaster was a very good thing indeed. Well, in November, when the 20th anniversary finally rolled around, the Metroid Prime remake did not appear. Most fans put it down to a case of bad intel. After all, this was hardly the first time that the Metroid rumour mill had gotten carried away with itself. So this brings us to Nintendo's February 2023 Direct, where, as was becoming Metroid tradition, we got a big announcement with no prior warning. That's right, Metroid 2 and Metroid Fusion were coming to Switch Online service, which was pretty big news as the Game Boy Advance title had never seen a re-release, and both were fundamental to the narrative of Metroid Dread. It was exciting stuff, and many people were simply happy to see Nintendo showing some love to the series. And then, Shinya Takahashi snapped his fingers. As it turned out, the Metroid Prime remaster was real, and not only did it look incredible, but it was available for purchase as soon as the Direct finished. A completely unexpected shadow drop that basically broke the internet. Reddit and Twitter exploded, streamers were screaming like wild dogs, and YouTubers scrambled to get reviews together, all of which created a wave of attention and more than made up for the lack of any kind of marketing. Once the dust had settled, it was clear that the strategy had paid off. Metroid Prime Remastered sat on Metacritic at an imperious 94 out of 100, and in Nintendo's March 2023 financial reports, it was confirmed that it had sold over 1 million copies in just a single month. Now, at the risk of sounding like a contrarian, I do think that the excitement around its shadow drop has something to do with this, and so I want to take a more critical approach. What does Prime Remaster bring to the table beyond simple accessibility? And does it deserve all those accolades? Well, the obvious place to start is with its visuals, as the subtitle makes it clear that this is a remaster and not a remake. Now, there is some confusion about these terms, but as far as I see it, a remaster means aesthetic and graphical changes, but identical gameplay, with something like Spyro Reignited Trilogy or Halo 2 Anniversary being a good example of this. A remake is something altogether different, taking the ideas and concepts of the original and twisting it into a new form, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake, or even Metroid Zero Mission. Funnily enough, this distinction alone was enough to warrant criticism, as a visual-only upgrade was seen by some as a missed chance to correct Prime's less graceful ideas. Depending on who you ask, this could be anything from entirely reworking the artifact hunt to implementing fast travel, but I'm glad they decided to leave things as they are. As we discussed earlier in the video, Metroid Prime is not a perfect game and does have a host of legitimate issues, but they're all part of the experience, but they shouldn't be snipped out if you aren't going to start over from scratch. Retro decided to recreate it warts and all, and it means that new players get the whole package. That feeling of stepping out into Phendrana drifts, the first time you see Samus's visor fog up, and the pure rage as you wait 3 hours for Ridley to land, or realise you have to travel through Magmore Caverns for the 15th time. Ultimately, unless you're going to strip it all back and start over from ground zero, I think you can't mess with any of the gameplay, and that Retro made the right call. So, with the game's systems and design remaining identical, it means that most of the work has gone into a substantive visual upgrade. And to be fair to Retro Studios, the work that's been done is really very impressive. Just like in the Prime Trilogy collection, we're seeing Talon 4 in beautiful widescreen, which means you're free to take in much more of the world and appreciate the little details that you might have brushed past in 4x3. That being said, it's much more than just increased resolution. Every single asset and effect has been completely rebuilt, from the flora and fauna of the overworld, to the shambling creatures in the drifts, to the mechanical intricacies of the Phazon mine. Everything has been refreshed in order to place a much higher focus on detail and fidelity. The biggest winner is the lighting, as if you'll remember, the GameCube didn't really have any, and the Wii only had simple bloom effects. By comparison, Prime Remastered is positively glowing, with each environment benefiting massively from shadows, fog and particle effects, all of which serve to enhance the immersion which is central to everything good Prime does. It is inarguably one of the best looking games on the Nintendo Switch, and thanks to its sparse, compartmentalised world, Retro have been able to push the hardware much further than if they were dealing with sprawling open worlds or hordes of complex NPCs. Now, while that all sounds great, not every visual change has been for the better. The thermal visor, for instance, now has quite a bit of motion blur, which I find extremely off-putting, especially during moments where you're using it in combat, as the new effect makes it impossible to make out what's supposed to be going on. There's also a pretty garish look to some of the glowing items, namely the blue power doors and Chozo ghosts, which both look like they've had the brightness cranked up way too high and really stick out against the more muted colours of the game world. I've also got to say that it suffers from the same immersive contradiction that it did in Trilogy, in that the widescreen presentation inarguably reduces the sense of intensity and isolation. There's just something comforting about having a really wide field of view, and while it makes for a supremely enjoyable video game, it does lessen the feeling that you're actually inside of Samus's suit. Now that's not enough to say this is a mixed bag, as these are only minor complaints about what is largely a very successful facelift. Taking a game from the early 2000s and tuning it up with modern graphics and effects can so often shift the tone of an experience, but Metroid Prime Remastered still looks and feels like Metroid Prime, and that's about as big a compliment as you can pay to this kind of project. Now, what is a mixed bag is the controls, which have seen quite a bit of change with lots of options for players to choose from, not all of which work. The default is a new dual analog interpretation of the classic fixed perspective controls, and to be fair, this feels like a very natural change to make. Moving with the left stick and looking with the right have long since become the de facto first-person setup, and considering the aim was to improve Prime's accessibility, I think this is a change most players will appreciate. Now that isn't to say that it's perfect. For starters, the beam and visor types are both selected with the D-pad and Y button, which means you can't move and change weapons at the same time. Considering just how much the game revolves around doing this, it adds in a lot of awkward pauses, and in the heat of a firefight, it's pretty easy to accidentally change visor instead of your gun. Annoyingly, this issue also applies to firing a super missile or your arm cannon upgrades, which are done by holding the right trigger and pressing the right button. It's a combination that isn't impossible, but certainly doesn't feel particularly comfortable, and it will mean you likely avoid doing this other than when absolutely required. They might sound like petty nitpicks, but both represent little moments of annoyance that weren't in the original, and it's a real shame that Retro didn't include the option to rebind buttons, so that players could customise them as they see fit. Now unfortunately there's little to be said for the other control types, because they really just aren't very good. There's a motion control mode which replicates the Wii Remote and Nunchuck from Trilogy, but as the Joy-Cons work with gyro rather than optical sensors, they feel absolutely terrible, and I really don't recommend doing this. Similarly, there's a full gyro option, which allows you to move the controller to aim, and I just have no idea who would ever want to use this, especially in a game that doesn't require much accuracy thanks to its lock-on. The reality is that the dual analog controls are perfectly playable, and I imagine for anyone diving into Prime without any prior experience, the slightly awkward button combinations will be a small price to pay in order to feel comfortable when moving around Talon 4. I think the final thing to add is that just like in Trilogy, the modernised controls do have quite a meaningful impact on the gameplay. The pace is noticeably quicker, and the freedom to look and move at the same time makes for a much more immediate experience. You can bob and weave through combat, bosses are substantially easier to manoeuvre around, puzzles take that little bit less time to work out, and the core of the game, its exploration, just runs that little bit faster. It's all perfectly acceptable stuff, but it's also important to note that it's not exactly the same experience as the one that people were having in 2002. So with that, there really isn't much more to say, which isn't so much a slight against the content of Metroid Prime Remastered as it is a massive compliment to the original Metroid Prime. We can't talk about frame rates because the original was already running at 60 FPS. We can't talk about load times because there wasn't any to begin with. Metroid Prime had always been a technical marvel, and it's a real testament to the work that the original Retro Studios did that so much of the remaster is unchanged after 21 years. This is why it became quite the scandal that Prime Remastered shipped with only a cursory thank you in the credits, opting against naming the people who had actually designed this classic. It clearly struck a nerve with some of the original staffers, not least because this erased the contributions of people like Mark Haig Hutchinson and Andy O'Neill, both of whom had contributed massive amounts of work and since passed away. Despite taking to Twitter to voice their complaints, this issue is still unresolved, and honestly it's a bit of a black mark against this piece of work that otherwise perfectly honours the achievement of Retro Studios' past. Regardless, for those working at the modern Retro Studios, Metroid Prime Remastered was a resounding success. With fantastic reviews and great sales numbers, it proved to Nintendo that Dread wasn't just a one-off, and to fans who'd grown frustrated waiting 6 years for news about Prime 4, this beautiful reinvention showed that Retro still has the Midas touch when it comes to Metroid in 3D. So with that, we arrive at the end of our tale. A new status quo where Samus Aran is both an iconic and recognisable character, but also finally stands atop a franchise that feels like it's found the success it deserves. Metroid Dread and Prime Remastered have shown that while the series will still probably never hit the heights reached by Mario, Zelda and Pokémon, it's still a really important Nintendo franchise, and brings much more to the table than just raw sales numbers. It might seem hyperbolic, but without Samus, Nintendo don't really have too many games that sit in this more serious space and place a premium on challenging design and dark aesthetics. Nintendo have never had a horror series or an M-rated action franchise, but Metroid is about as close as it's ever gotten, and I think that's crucial to their software catalogue, especially now that the Switch has them sitting at the pinnacle of the industry. On top of this, it's impossible to ignore the series' critical acclaim. And while games like Super Metroid, Metroid Prime and Metroid Dread might not have set the world alight commercially, they have unparalleled reputations that all help keep up this perception of the Japanese giant as a developer of real substantive quality. It's pretty telling that when the series has skipped generations, it often coincides with the company's lowest points, and it really shouldn't be taken for granted that when Metroid is doing well, so are Nintendo. Something else I want to touch on is its legacy outside of its creator, because we can't finish a Metroid retrospective without talking about the Metroidvania phenomenon. It's a curious relationship because for the vast majority of Metroid's existence, and Castlevania's for that matter, there was no Metroidvania genre, and really its evolution into a distinct style of game is something that's happened relatively recently. With the series never making bags of money, no established publisher or developer would have been particularly interested in emulating its ideas, but during the late 2000s, as the indie scene began to blossom, we saw an explosion of new interest. Developers that had grown up with Metroid 1 and Super Metroid suddenly had the means to create their own take on the formula, and slowly but surely, imitators and innovators began to crop up. First it was Cave Story, a love letter to the 2D style of Sakamoto and Kiyotake, and whose creator Daisuke Amaya once said, "More than anything, I love Metroid." Then it was Shadow Complex for the Xbox Live Arcade, a game that took side-scrolling exploration and twisted it into a blockbuster action thriller, and whose creative director, Donald Mustard, claimed was entirely based on creating Super Metroid in HD. Both games were big indie success stories, and as the years went by, the flame of Metroidvania began to burn increasingly bright. And with each new game, its developers would always pay tribute to the franchise that had sparked it all. We'd see Drinkbox create Guacamelee, and then host a Reddit AMA where they spoke about how badly they wanted a new Metroid game on the Switch. Moon Studios would conduct interviews where they described their up-and-coming release, Ori and the Blind Forest, as a mixture of Rayman and Metroid, two series that they felt were criminally underappreciated. Tom Happ would tell Game Rant that his favourite game was Metroid Prime, and that Super Metroid had formed the baseline for his wildly successful Axiom Verge series. In fact, the design ideas from the series have become so suffused into the wider industry that there are now Metroidvania concepts visible in even monster AAA titles. Series like Tomb Raider, Jedi Fallen Order, and Batman Arkham Asylum all owe a serious debt of gratitude to the 8-bit and 16-bit adventures of Samus Aran. Metroid is simply a franchise whose influence reaches far beyond what its sales numbers ever should. And really, that is the explanation for the strange situation that we discussed at the very start of this video. While the tale of Samus Aran might not have been a straightforward journey, or even receive the financial rewards that it often deserved, if you measure a series' worth in influence and importance, well, there are very few that will ever come close to matching that of Metroid. So we leave our heroine with the future looking bright, and the chances of another hiatus feeling more distant than ever. In Mercury Steam and Yoshio Sakamoto, Nintendo have a star team that can be trusted to produce further 2D style adventures. And given the rapturous reception that Dread received, I'm sure most fans can't wait to see what a Metroid 6 might look like. Over in the world of 3D, thanks to Prime Remastered, everything looks rather more healthy than it did a few years ago. And it's perfectly possible that within a few months of this video releasing, we might also have lovingly recreated versions of Prime 2 and Prime 3. As for Metroid Prime 4, well, I'm almost certain that the lengthy delays and development mishaps have led to it being bumped to Nintendo's next console, a successor to the Switch that by all accounts should be hitting markets in late 2024. If the game does launch alongside a potential Switch 2, I can see it being a huge deal, as it would be a much bigger platform than Metroid has ever been given, and would be a real chance at genuine mainstream success. Without any concrete information, it's hard to know for sure, but unlike in times gone by, there is genuine reason to hope, and not just dream. So who knows, maybe one day Samus Aran will be recognised not just by those who love her games and those who take influence from her ideas, but by anyone and everyone. A character for the ages. Thanks for watching. A special thanks to my patrons for their support and kind words during the process behind this video. It's been a long road to getting this one out, so every message has been hugely appreciated. If you'd like to join in supporting the channel in this way, you can do so in the link down below, where you can see previews of the videos before they come out, and you'll gain access to the Bonus Damage podcast, where I talk about the series I cover with a host of deeply interesting people. If you do join, obviously it's massively appreciated and helps keep the channel going as a full-time venture. So if you do decide to pledge, thank you from the bottom of my heart. This will also be the last video of 2023. A crazy year that's seen my channel go from 50k subscribers to almost 125. I could have never dreamt of this kind of response when I first started making these strange, sprawling histories. So once again, thanks for watching, and here's to another year and another set of lengthy retrospectives. Catch you next time.